Hello, my name is Ankita, and today we will be building one-of-a-kind full-stack end-to-end Todoist clone, but with the power of AI. We will be using AI to organize yourself, and it will recommend any missing tasks or subtasks for your project. Trust me, it is a game changer. You will learn how to build this incredible full-stack Todoist clone with the power of Next.js, which is a really popular front-end React framework, alongside some of the coolest tech out there. In Next.js, we will also be learning all the app router stuff and all the goodness that Next.js has to offer. We will be using Convex, which is a backend as a service, and frankly, backend is so much simpler now thanks to Convex, and this video is also kindly sponsored by Convex. Not just this, we will also be using Next.auth aka Auth.js for robust authentication. You will be building modern responsive pages using ShadCN UI library alongside TailwindCSS, which is one of the most popular CSS frameworks. For any of the complex form validations as well as data validations, we will be using Zod, which is a Typescript Runtime Validation library, and also React Hook Form, which will take care of all the form complexity for us. Now, we will be using TypeScript instead of JavaScript, so we will be typing backend as well as our front-end code, which will give us that additional safety for our code. And last but not the least, we will be using OpenAI for all the AI magic that we will be using in this specific tutorial. Now, let me give you a quick walkthrough of this app called as Convex, which is a open source AI-powered Todoist clone. Now, this is powered by Convex and OpenAI. It allows you to organize your tasks and predict what's next using AI, and we will take a look at that as well. Now, this is the landing page for the app. It has a nice header where you can sign in with Google or get started. I would also highly recommend you to start on GitHub. Click the star icon because this will really help the project. And I would know that you are interested in these types of projects. Now, we also have these images that show a really good overview of how the application looks like. And we also have the footer with all the necessary links. Now you can log in using either the Getting Started button or the Sign in with Google button. If we click on Getting Started, you see a nice loading state, and then Next Auth takes over for us to log in using Google. Now we will be using Google Sign In to authenticate the user, and this app, Todoist.ai, is already configured, but you will be learning all of this in depth as well. Now let's go to My Account, and let's make sure we agree to the terms and services for the application. And as we hit continue, you can see we saw a nice skeleton loading state and we were redirected to the home page. Now we have different views in the app. We have inbox, today, upcoming. We can also see filters and labels and projects all in the sidebar here. Now, if you click on inbox, you should see all the items that exist already, and you can add a task from here or click on any of the items, and this will open up a nice dialog or a modal for us to view more information about the task. So this specific task is arrange for dog friendly food along with description. The project is plan a dog party. This is the due date, the priority, and oh, the label is AI. Now, this means that this specific task was AI generated. Every task also has a list of subtasks, or you could also delete this specific task as well. You can click on Suggest Missing Tasks, which will take the context of this specific task and recommend additional subtasks for us. So let's do that. It's loading the task, so it has a nice loading state, and then basically recommend relevant tasks here. Now, arrange for dog friendly food is the task, so that's why it recommended create dog treat bags and set up a doggy photo booth. Both are really awesome. I am only interested in the first one, so I have successfully deleted this specific subtask. Now, if I, let's say, buy Kobe, which is my dog, a toy, then I can check off that option and you will see a nice little toast here saying that you are a rock star. And I can also dismiss the toast. Towards the bottom, the minute I check off any specific item, you also see the number of completed tasks here. So if I uncheck the specific item, the number changes on the completed task. Now, we could also go to the today view, which will tell us what are the overdue tasks and what are the tasks that I need to complete today. Here I see a list of all the tasks for today, and we have some nice date formatting here as well. I can check off this specific item and this item is gone, or I can uncheck this specific item and it comes back here as well. Now, if you click on upcoming, you also see the upcoming tasks here. Now, I can click on this specific item and view more information about the task, or I could go ahead and delete it and it's gone from here, which is successfully deleted. Now, I can also go to filters and labels and view all the labels that have been created. Now, there are specific labels that are system labels that are basically created for every single user by default. For example, if I, let's say, create a new label and call this party planning and hit add, then this specific label got created. But if I'm not interested in this specific label, then I can also go ahead and delete it. Now, every item is currently divided by label as well, so you can dig into the specific to do items and view more information. For example, this specific item has the label AI. So if I go to the AI label, then these are all the AI tasks currently created. Now, we also see a list of projects, so you can organize yourself by creating new projects too. So let's create a new project. Here we're gonna call it camping trip. Now, let's say I hit add, then I get redirected to the specific project. And here, if I'm not sure how to get started, you can click on suggest missing tasks. But in the meanwhile, because there are no tasks here, you also see a nice default message here, which is to add your task to get started. You will be learning how to build that as well. If you click on suggest missing task, again, it's going to invoke the OpenAI call to come up with a list of camping trip tasks that are relevant. This gives me a really good start, and I can click on any of the tasks I want and add more details. For example, I can add more subtasks here, and this will pre-fill all the information that I have here. Now, I can also click on any of the items that I have completed, which will trigger this nice toast notification as well. At the same time, I can go to my projects view, which lists all the projects that I currently have. Let's go to camping trip and create a new task. Let's call this buy a tent. And description is an optional field, but let's make sure that this task is somewhere in August because that's when I'll be going for camping. And this is a personal task, and camping trip is the project. Now, if I hit task, this task gets created with a nice little toast notification saying created a task. If I click on buy a tent, this is the information with no description as I didn't add any description. Now, if I go to upcoming tasks, you should see all the upcoming tasks here. Now, let's add one more task and let's set it for September 12th. And let's make it a priority to, let's add this in the project, planning a dog party. Buy food for Kobe and his friends. Now, if I hit add task, you see September 12th task just got added here. Now, there are several different views that you can use to navigate between different tasks, but this will allow you to manage all your tasks and your project with the power of AI. You can also insert any tasks as well. So, for example, if I say dog game and search for any of the items, and all the dog relevant items show up. Now, we will be using vector search from Convex for this specific feature, and it is really cool the way we will be implementing this specific feature. Now, there are some handy links for you to check out here. For example, the link to the YouTube video in case you get lost building this specific tutorial, or to Convex to basically sign up for the account because we will need it. The GitHub repo that I will be using to store all the commits, Convex documentation, and their community as well. Now, if I want to go ahead and sign out, I can also do that by clicking on the sign out button, and this redirects me to home. So that's essentially the app that we will be building. So get your laptops ready because we will be spending quite some time together to build this app further. If you have any questions, feel free to comment below and let me know, and I'm happy to answer any of the questions you have. You don't need any knowledge of Next.js or Convex or any of the tech that I mentioned to get started with this specific tutorial because we will be taking a pretty logical approach. We will be introducing dependencies as you need them, and I will be going through them step by step. Everything that you need is right here because I will be going through each concept you need to know step by step and in depth. You can easily apply all the skills that you learn in this specific tutorial to all your other projects, and trust me, it's gonna be a lot of fun. So, what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Now, if you want to follow along, then check the link in the description below and download the specific cheat sheet where I have compiled all the links, resources, and visuals that I have created as part of this tutorial so you can easily follow along. So if you're interested, then check the link in the description to download it. After teaching over 10,000 students Next.js, delivering several Next.js workshops, and building production-ready Next.js applications, I have been asked what are my best tips, some best practices that I would recommend. So this specific channel is definitely a compilation of a lot of that, but also I have tried to compile them in 10 digestible tips via this free course. If you want to level up your Next.js skills, then please sign up here by heading to nextjsworkshop.dev/hot-tips. These are going to be some easy to follow tips, and it's going to be the most fun way to learn Next.js. And don't worry, all of these tips will also be compiled into a downloadable guide towards the end of the course as well, so you can have them handy and access it. So please sign up if you're interested, because I'm very, very close to wrapping it up. Of the Convex dashboard, and let's get our Convex account ready to go. So we are on convex.dev, which is the Convex homepage, and what we need to do is click started button. The minute we do that, I'm going to get redirected to the projects page because I have already logged in using GitHub. But let's say I wasn't, then I also have to log in using GitHub and then give Convex access to my GitHub and so on. So now what we're going to do is go ahead and create project. Now you wouldn't see anything if you haven't used Convex before, but in my case, because I already am using Convex quite a bit, this is why I have some projects here. Now let's go ahead and create project. Now we're going to call this Todoist because that's the app that we are building. Let's hit create, and now we got redirected to X page, the project page. Now here we have quite a few options. We have the data options, and here we need to create a few tables that we can configure. And we will do this part a bit later, but this is where all the tables go. Then we can up the files that we want over here as well. This Convex also has a file storage where you can store and serve files, which is pretty awesome. And they also have the upload functionality for all the files here too. Then you can schedule functions to run later. So Convex has something called as functions that we will take a look at. So functions are essentially cloud functions, and they have a lot of power. So for example, you can schedule functions to run them. So let's say you have a specific piece of code that you want to run, then you can schedule it. Now, you may have heard of cron jobs if you are used to using the Linux OS. Over there, you can set up a cron job, or in your terminal, you can basically set up a cron job, which essentially will schedule for that specific task to run at that specific time. So, for example, we could easily create and define jobs to run on a regular schedule. And this is really cool because let's say we want to go ahead and back up our data, then we could use a cron job for it. Then we have all the possible logs that will show up here. And then we also have history. Now, this is our hobbies plan, which is our current plan. It's free forever, but you could also switch to professional or business if you want. In our case, we are basically using a starter plan because right now we are learning Convex and building this Next.js application using AI. But whenever we are ready to push it to production and ready to scale it, then this is pretty awesome. But they have a really generous tier, for example. So, for example, in the starter tier, typically you are only allowed one developer, but here they have one to two. Project limit is five. And they have so many things by default that even professionals do, such as indexes, file storage, text search, vector search, webhooks, crons, automatic caching, node actions, and so on. Now, only the things that are really necessary in a production environment, such as previewing deployment, logging, reporting, profiling and debugging, team member permissions, custom domains, all these are truly for professional reasons. Whenever you have a team, you would need these features, and they are the ones that are these features are only available in professional and not in starter. So there's a pretty good plan for a starter tier. And at the same time, we can use all of these libraries and frameworks as well. So Convex starter tier is pretty good. So we're going to stick with that for our application, which is pretty nice. Now let me switch back to functions. Now let's say we were to write any function that we want. You can think of those functions now as, let's say, JavaScript functions that query your database, get some information about the database, update, read, write, mutate data in general. All those operations would be performed in functions. Those functions will essentially appear here, and we could also run them from the Convex dashboard too. So, in fact, let me show you. If I go to Todoist clone, then I have this function for OpenAI. I have these functions for viewer info or getting the list of labels, for example. And I could just use run function to run the specific code. Now, you don't need to get intimidated by this code. You will know exactly how this code works later in this specific tutorial. But for now, all you need to know is you can use functions to run, create, update, and delete, read, write, and mutate data with functions. And you can also run those functions as well. So, for example, if I hit run, you can see that we can pass in any input as we want, and then it would give us the viewer ID. In this case, I do require a user ID, which I don't have right now. But if I did, then I could pass that information and then get the viewer ID. But let's say I go to users, and let's say I'm gonna run this function for users. I could basically run this mutation and get the user identity and perform all of these operations as well, which is pretty handy. Again, functions are really cool, and we will be using functions and this specific dashboard to debug code further. But it is pretty nice. We could also see all these graphs for when were they invoked, any errors, execution time, and so on. So if you think that a specific function is taking way long, then you could try to see why and optimize it further, which is pretty handy. So that is essentially the walkthrough of Convex dashboard. Again, as we get into the tutorial, you will learn exactly how everything works in depth. So, what are convex queries, mutations, actions, and so on? Convex queries are essentially there to fetch data from your database. You can perform any sort of business logic, check authentication, return data back to the client. This is how you interact with the Convex database. You can think of queries as the GET requests in the REST API world. Now, anytime you want to invoke a query, you just need to import query from underscore generated server. This is a folder that gets generated whenever you install Convex in your application. Whenever you want to access any of the fields in your database, then you need to Convex values and import v from it. Now, queries are really powerful. You could query the table, filter, order by, take the last 10, take 100, and so on. There are so many utilities that you could use on top of these queries. Now, on the other hand, mutations are a way to update and delete data from the database. You can also check authentication and perform any other business logic inside of mutation as well. But their main purpose is to create, update, delete data. You would use mutation from generated server and then invoke insert update, insert patch, which is an update, delete in your database. So, mutations are also really powerful, and Convex makes it really easy to create, update, and delete data as well. We will be creating a bunch of different mutations to create projects, to create labels, create tasks, and so on. Now, whether it be mutations or queries, these are all functions inside of Convex. So, you could either create custom functions or you could just use the queries and mutations that you're looking for. Then we have actions. Now, actions are essentially special functions that can call third party services. So, when it comes to accessing the OpenAI API, we will be using action in that case because we are calling an external API like OpenAI. Now, actions are really powerful because internally you can also query data, mutate data, and so on. Whenever you want to use an action, you can just do action, again, import it from generated server, and then perform whatever operations that you're looking for. Again, every action, query, mutation takes these arguments as well. So if your front end wants to pass in some data or an argument, then you could do that easily in either of these functions. Internal functions can only be called by other functions, and they cannot be called by your UI by your Convex client. That's why they are called internal. They're internal to Convex functions. So you could call them from actions, you can call them through cron jobs, and so on. So whenever you need something that doesn't need to get exposed to the client, then you need to use internal query or internal mutation or internal action. Also, you can import them from generated server. So all of these functions are super handy and we will be utilizing them throughout this specific tutorial. So what exactly is the reactor? Now, you may hear me talk about the reactor throughout this tutorial. So reactor is essentially the core of the Convex platform. It is an engine that powers everything else. It is an innovative database that uses TypeScript Cloud Functions as its interface. Together, the database as well as the functions combined make a reactor. So, for example, let's say we have this is a diagram for it. It's a front end and a back end. These are different cloud services that we're interacting with. And let's say a front end, which is a Next.js application. Let's say that Next.js application is essentially interacting with the back end, which is Convex. Now, the client library, the Next.js client library, is going to interact with Convex, which comprises of the reactor, actions, other platform services such as cron jobs, storage, etc. that we saw earlier, then it's going to interact with Convex via a WebSocket. And the Convex as a backend is going to interact with other cloud services. So what we are going to do is we're going to write queries and mutations to interact with the database. So we don't necessarily need to know any sort of SQL commands or anything of that sort. Because in the database itself, we are going to write functions. We are going to write those queries and mutations to interact directly with the reactor itself. So that essentially is the reactor. The reactor is very important because it is the one that's performing a lot of the operations for us. Now, we have already explored the reactor by looking at the different tables, functions, queries, and mutations as well. So we have already taken a look at the reactor before. But that's essentially what the reactor is. Now you can dig in more into the documentation here. And this is a really good tutorial and will give you a really good introduction for everything that a reactor does and more. So definitely take a look at that as well. Now let's go ahead and set up our Todoist application. Now we will be using Next.js as a framework, and alongside that we will be using TailwindCSS, which is essentially a utility first CSS framework. We will be using ShadCN UI as a component library for all the components that we'll be using on the page. We obviously will be using Convex as backend as a service, which will power our database and our interactivity, and it will serve as a interface to the database as well. So let's go ahead and create our Next.js project. Now, let's click on get started and let's go to installation section. Now, make sure you have the Node.js or later version as well as you're using any of these operating systems. Now, I'm on Mac, so I'm good. Now, let's go ahead and set up our Next.js application. So, for that, let's copy this and let's head over to the terminal and paste it. Now, we are going to say yes. And then here, let's just go ahead and say Todoist as our app. Then we want to use TypeScript. We want to use ESLint. So we're going to just say yes to everything else. And no source directory. And yes, we would love to use the app router. No, and so on. So this is going to install the dependencies as well as the dev dependencies necessary to bootstrap our Next.js project. Now it has successfully bootstrapped our app. So let's just go to Todoist. Now, if you can see over here, we have all these different files. So let's open it up in VS Code. Now, code is essentially a command line utility that I have added, which will allow me to open up this specific repo inside of Visual Studio Code. Now, Visual Studio Code is going to be the editor of my choice. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit, for example, just like that. Now, let's give you a quick walkthrough of the app as well. Now, here we have the app folder. App folder has a bunch of files. So, first one is the page.tsx file. Now, as you can see, we are already using Tailwind because it also has a Tailwind config file. But there is one extension that you may or may not choose to keep it. So, for example, in the installed extensions, I'm going to go ahead and disable the inline fold extension. If you want it, that's great. This specific extension will not show any of the Tailwind CSS styles. So if you're interested in not seeing them, then definitely disable it. But for this specific tutorial, I'm going to walk you through the styling as well. So it will be really nice for you to see all the styles too. Anyway, back to the page. This specific page has our basic page itself. Now, if we go to the terminal and run npm run dev, this is going to start a development server on localhost 3000. Now, as I do that, you can see that our Next.js app is pretty much ready to go. So, if we head over to our VS Code, this page is what we see over there. So, let's get rid of all of this because we don't need it. And let's just keep this. So we're just gonna say this an h1 for Todoist. Now if you can see, Todoist is showing up here. And the next file you should check out is layout.tsx file. Now, this specific file essentially wraps your entire application. It is the layout that wraps your entire application. So that's why it's called the root layout. Now, this specific file has the HTML and body elements, and it also has a really cool font setup. Now, we will configure our font a bit later, but it's really nice that you can essentially just import Google font directly over here. You can configure any sort of metadata as well for SEO reasons. So we can call this todovex.ai if you want. And similarly, we can just say what this app does, which is we can just copy it from here or this one. Now we're just going to paste this and make sure it is properly formatted. There you go. So now we have a description as well as title ready to go. Now we have the global.css file. Now, if you haven't used Tailwind before, then all these three sort of directives are provided to us from Tailwind. There are three different parts to Tailwind. One is the base, components, and utilities. Now, I have a dedicated tutorial on Tailwind, a course on Tailwind that you can take that will walk you through all of this. But to give you a really quick overview, the base is going to be extending the base of the file. For example, any sort of root HTML tag. So let's say you want to add something to the body or p tag and so on, then you can use add it to base. Components would be any sort of specific components we want to create. So let's say you want to create a component for card, that you could do that. Then utilities are going to be any sort of utilities that Tailwind provides us. So for example, right now, flex, min h screen, flex call, all of these are utilities. If you want to go ahead and add your own by combining a bunch of CSS styles, then you could do that as well in utilities. But now we have some CSS here. We pretty much can get rid of it because we don't even need any of this. So just gonna get rid of all of it. Now here, if we go back to our app, you can see that the styling is gone. We have a title here called todovex.ai. So everything is working as expected. This is the favicon, which we will replace a bit later. Then we have the public folder where we will be storing all our assets as well. So right now we have the next.svg and vercel.svg, and we can get rid of both of these because we don't need it. Then we have our ESLint JSON file, which has been configured for us. We have the get ignore file where we would be adding any sort of files that we want to ignore from being added to GitHub repo. We have the next config file, which allows us to configure our application further. Then this is the package.json file where we have our dependencies as well as dev dependencies. We have the post CSS config file, and this specific config file is for Tailwind CSS. And Tailwind configuration file is essentially the configuration file for Tailwind where you could add, replace, extend any of the Tailwind specific utilities or colors and themes and so on as well. So you could do that, all of that here. And then lastly, we have the tsconfig file. This essentially allows us to bootstrap our entire application. If you want imports, if you want specific paths to be added here, all of that is sort of configured here. So all of these files are already available to us thanks to the Next.js project. One last folder we should take a look at is .next. This specific folder gets created whenever we build our application. So as we run npm run dev, Next.js is going to store all of the manifest files, all of the files here, and compile it down. So this specific folder is important, but you don't need to worry about the nitty gritty details on this specific folder. But that's exactly how the Next.js project works. Now it's time for us to get ShadCN. Now we already have Tailwind CSS ready to go thanks to the Next.js CLI tool. But now we want to install ShadCN. Now, what exactly is ShadCN and why are people so fascinated by this specific library? Well, ShadCN has made design so much simpler. You get beautifully designed components that you can just copy paste. Now, it is mainly so far one core maintainer which maintains all of these components, but these components are so good that you could essentially customize them as well. So for example, you could head over to the docs and get any of these components here that we want. Then we have the components tab as well, which takes us to any of the components we want to. The docs will take us to the main docs. Then we have themes. So for example, by default, you can pick a theme that you want in ShadCN. But let's say I want a specific theme. Let's say I want a violet theme. Then I could do that too. So for example, all the base colors are going to be replaced by that specific theme. Now this is really nice because you can just copy this and copy this specific theme into your app as well to configure it further. Now, all the components are using the same sort of variables, same sort of colors, the variable name for the colors. So that's why all of these colors are changing as well. Now, there are different examples and blocks that you can use as well. But ShadCN essentially makes our life a lot simpler. So we don't have to build components from scratch, but we also get additional customization because we could pretty much copy paste those components and then modify them as we like as well, because that it also has that capability. So now let's go ahead and install it. So if you go to the installation section, we want to select Next.js. Now, we already have a Next.js project. So what we could do is skip this and go to the next line. So here, we're just going to copy this and let's stop the server and paste it. Now this is going to install ShadCN. Now as you saw, default versus New York theme. So if we go to that, then we have default or New York style, for example. So we're just gonna go with default. We can pick whatever base color we want. I'm just gonna go with slate. We want to use CSS variables and so on. Now let's restart our server. And now if we go to the project, notice how in the global CSS file we have all these different colors. These are essentially the colors for the slate theme that we have, but we could easily replace this with whatever we want as well. So this way, all the components have the same look and feel as well. Same thing for light theme as well as dark theme. And it also added a bunch of CSS variables as well. Added a bunch of Tailwind styles as well. Now, we also have one more additional folder. It's called the components folder. This folder doesn't have anything because we haven't added any components, but this is the folder where all our components that we install from the ShadCN UI library are going to get added. Then the components JSON file is essentially the store for the memory for storing where all the locations of all the files are. So for example, our global.css file is under app. That is why it has this specific line. Same thing for Tailwind config, base color. All these options are something that we selected via the command line. So all of this is essentially available here too, alongside configuring the aliases as well. So now let's install a simple component, which is the button component. So if we head over to the docs and let's go to button. So anytime you want to install any component inside from ShadCN, what we can do is we can just scroll down and see the different components that we're looking for example. So we have, let's go with the basic one. So if we head over to the code, we can just copy this. But before we do that, we need to install this specific component. So let's copy this, select npm, and let's paste this. Now, let's restart our server again. If we head over to components folder, now we have one more folder called UI and button.tsx. The entire code for button is right here. Now, what's really cool about ShadCN is that every button or every component we get are going to have different variants. So, for example, default variant, destructive, outline, secondary, and so on. So, we don't have to necessarily apply and override styles. We could also just pick a variant that suits us. So, for example, for the button, if we go to preview right now, if not this style, but if we scroll down, this is a secondary button, this is a destructive button, an outline button, and so on. So we don't have to code or override, let's say, the primary button, for example. We could just use the variant outline if we want an outline button. So that's exactly how the code works. So now, if we want a button, what we can do is pretty much just import button here, and let's just say hi. Now, if I say variant, then we also get the variant we talked about. So let's go for the outline button. So now, if we head over to our app and let's refresh the page, you can see that hi button is right here. Now let's get rid of the styling here because it is pushing it all the way to the bottom. So now you can see to do X and hi button are over here with an outline. But let's say we were to not pass this at all. Now you get the hi button as a default button too. So that's exactly what we're looking for. So that's exactly how you could add different components from ShadCN to your project. Now, as we build the app further, we are going to add different components from the ShadCN UI library. So that's going to really help you as well. We're pretty much going for a orangish theme. So let's say I click on getting started. You can see that we have base color as orange, orange here, and basically orange in general. Now you can go with whatever you like, but that's basically the theme that I'm going for. So in that case, what we could do is in ShadCN, let's go to themes, let's customize it, and we can just pick orange here. Now we can just copy the code, and now you can see all the primary colors have changed. So now if we go to globals.css and let's collapse these two and replace the whole thing. Now if we go back to the app, now you can see our button is now a orange color, which is exactly what you're looking for. Now, if you want to go, let's say go ahead and customize this orange color, then we could do that too by modifying the color here. So now what we're going to do is I'm just going to give you the colors that we're looking for right here. Gonna paste this. And now if we go back to the Todoist AI application, now you can see the color is slightly reddish, which is what we're looking for, is the color we're looking for. So definitely grab these colors if you want, but you can also just go ahead with the default colors that come from ShadCN too. Set up Convex. Now, if we go to the convex.dev site, if we head over to developers tab and go to documentation, you can see all the docs and over here. All the documentation is right here. Now, the documentation in Convex is really, really good, and they have these quick starts. Now, quick starts will allow you to get your application up and running with whatever framework tooling that you're looking for or language that you're looking for. So, let's say if you're looking for Node.js, that you could click this. But in our case, we are looking for Next.js, we're going to click this. We want to basically bootstrap our application with Convex. So what we're going to do is, again, we can skip this because we already have created the Next.js app. What we need is npm install convex. Let's copy that, head over to the terminal and paste it. Now we have it installed. So let's see what it says. So now next step is to npx convex dev, which will again set up your application for you and create a project. So here, let's just enter that. Now again, we already have created a project, which is todoist.ai. So if we go to our application, for example, then we have this already. We have todoist here. But if you don't want that, you could just delete it and then connect a new project. But let's connect to an existing project. Here, it has listed the application project we're looking for. So I'm going to pick the third one, Todoist. Now, there you go. We have our convex functions ready. And that's all it takes to set up Next.js and Convex, which is pretty nice. So now, what we're going to do is just let's take a quick look at our application. So if you head over to VS Code, now you can see that there's a new folder called as Convex. So now let's close all of this. the new folder called as Convex. And in this specific folder, there is a underscore generated folder, and this has everything that we need to get started with using Convex. So now our job is to make sure we test it out. So what we're going to do is let's create this specific file that is sample data.jsonl, which means you can just pretty much copy this. It doesn't have to be an array or anything like that. So what we can do is let's go to the convex folder and create a new folder called as data. And here let's create a sample data.jsonl file. Let's copy this and add it here. We are basically adding sample data in our database, and these are going to be the fields. Text is completed. Buy groceries, go for a sim, integrate convex, and so on. So now we are going to basically copy this command and import this data. And this is going to also create a new table called as tasks, all in one command. So what we can do is copy this and let's open up a new terminal window. And here let's just paste it. Again, we are importing sample data.jsonl into a table called tasks, but our sample data is inside the convex data folder. So that's what we need to add here. Now it's importing the data, for example, and as you can see, table create delete tasks 3. So this means if this works, that means our table has been created with 3 documents. So if you head over to the Convex dashboard and go to Todoist, you can see now we have a task table. IDs are auto generated, but we didn't have to say anything to generate those IDs, which is really nice because sometimes you have to use different packages such as UUID and so on. You don't necessarily need to do that. Then we have a field called as is completed, which is automatically Boolean because we have added that, because we added the values here. Then we have text, which is string, and creation time has also been added, which is pretty nice. So now we have our sample data from this file ready to go. So this data folder is what we are going to use in the future to add any default data that we're looking for in our tables. This way, any developer that gets onboarded onto our project will have the same starter code as everyone else if you're looking for that. Alrighty, so now let's move on to the next step. What we want to do is then now expose a new database query. Now, anytime you want to query Convex, you want to head to the Convex folder and then create a new file there. Now, typically, if you are looking for querying the tasks table, then the convention is to basically use tasks.ts, if for example. Now, what we're going to do is again, we're just going to copy this code and head over to Convex folder. Now, inside this Convex folder, we're just going to directly add tasks.ts and just paste this. Now, again, from the generated folder, so this folder that got generated after we install Convex, this has everything that we need. It has query, it has mutation, everything that we're looking for to interact with the database. So now here, we are going to query tasks. So again, we're getting context from here, dv.query task.collect, and this is just going to return the task that we're looking for. Now, in order for us to use it inside our front end, we need to configure it. We need some sort of a provider for that. So the next step is so that we can basically create a client component for the Convex provider that we're looking for. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new file called as convex client provider.tsx and paste this code. Now again, this code was already here. We had to create this specific file, and this specific file has the instance of Convex, and then it also has the provider setup as well. So now we can go to layout and add it here. So we can just say Convex client provider and wrap the entire application with this. Now keep this in mind. This is a client component, which means that because the client component is a child of a server layout, by default, if you don't see a directive called use client, it is essentially use server and will be rendered on the server side. But because we have extracted the client code separately, this is still a server component, so we don't need to worry about any of that. So if you go to client, Convex client provider, you see this specific file. Now, we still don't have next public convex URL here set up, so let's do that next. So if we head over to our environment file, we already have next public convex URL, and this is because we selected the project that we're looking for and it's already done for us, which is pretty nice. So we don't even need to worry about this. So now inside of our page, we could pretty much query it. So in order for us to query it, we could literally just copy this and paste it here. Now, use query is again a hook that is provided by Convex. It comes from the package Convex React. But as you can see, we also have paginated query and preloaded query as well. So there are several hooks that Convex provides us so that we could query our database easily. So now let's just paste it and API.tasks. Now we also need to import API, which again comes from this specific folder, Convex folder. Now task.get is what we have .get right here. Now let's just paste this. And now we could pretty much say task.map task. And let's also make sure we have the IDX as well, the ID. And now let's just print it. So let's just say JSON.stringify. And let's print the entire object because we would love to see it. So now here we can just say task. Now we need a key here. So we can just say IDX. Now, this is going to essentially print the tasks right here, which is going to be from our database that we queried. So now if we go to our application and we need to restart it over here. So let's just npm run dev and let's restart the application. Then we see that create context only works in client components. Add the use client directive at the top of the file to use it. So now if we don't want this specific page to be a client component, then we need to extract the specific code out and render tasks separately. We could easily do that as well. So how about we create in the component folder, let's create another folder and call this Todoist. And here, let's call tasks.ts. Now this is going to be a client component and we're going to pretty much need the entire code here, except we don't need, you can just call this div, and we don't need any of this. That's it. Now, let's just call this tasks. And over here, let's just import from Todoist tasks. Now we have this. We have imported tasks and we get this error here, and that's because we have called this .ts. It should be .tsx. Now we have imported the tasks here too. So now if we go back inside the page, let's get rid of all of this because we don't need it. We are calling all of that here. We don't need the button, nor do we need the image here. So now the minute we do that, now you can see that all our tasks have been queried from the database. They're over here, which is exactly what we're looking for. And these are the exact same tasks inside our database. Integrate convex, go for a swim, buy groceries. Same thing, buy groceries, go for a swim, integrate convex. These tasks are exactly over here. So you can see how easy it was for us to interact with the database. Now we don't need to write fancy SQL commands or even create anything NoSQL. We just have to interact with Convex and then it is going to do all the magic for us. So it makes backend really simple. So when it comes to running Convex, if we head over to the terminal, right now we have npx convex dev. And then over here in the second terminal, we are running npm run dev. This runs our development server, and this is what we need so that our Next.js server can run. But we need this additional command so that our Convex also runs. Now, once we run this command, then Convex is going to interact with our Next.js application. Now, if you remember, this is exactly what we saw. Our front end is going to interact with Convex via a WebSocket. So if we go to our browser developer tools and head over to network and click on, usually the option is here, but if you click on WS, which is WebSockets, and let's select sync, you can see that there is a type modify query set. And if we take a look, the modifications are tasks get. Again, I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. Over here, you can see that we have tasks get, which is exactly the function, the query that we are calling. Oh, this is a WebSocket connection, and it's basically telling Convex to perform certain operations. And now it's trying to make sure that the front end application is connected through the WebSocket to the Convex reactor. So that's exactly how it's interacting back and forth. So we are getting the latest data. So this is why we need this specific command as well alongside our Next.js server together to basically run our application. Let's quickly walk you through the database architecture and the tables we're going to have and their purpose as well. So for example, over here we have sort of the architecture divided into two parts. One is accounts, authenticators, verification tokens, sessions. On the other hand, we have users, labels, projects, to-dos, sub-to-dos, and so on. Now, this specific layer, this entirely, is essentially going to be the user management part of it, the authentication part of it. For example, this is going to be the auth layer, I should say. But then, once the user does get access to the database, once the user is successfully able to log in, then this is going to be the logged in user experience. So what we are going to do is, first, whenever we want to create a new account, we are going to add that in the accounts table. Then the authenticator is going to be responsible for authenticating the user. Verification tokens are going to be temporary verification tokens that we store. Then we'll be managing user sessions and so on. This way we can record every time a user logs in. On the other hand, once all of this is done, then that specific user will be stored in the specific user table. And then we will have labels, projects, to-dos, and sub-to-dos, which are in our application for Todoist. But you might be wondering, well, all of these tables, where do we get the inspiration from? Well, it is from Auth.js. Now, we are going to use Next.auth or now Auth.js and the latest version of that to essentially authenticate our users. So, so for example, this was previously Next.auth, but now it works for all frameworks. And what we're going to do is once we get started, we are going to follow the Next.js guide and essentially get Next.auth set up with our app router in our Next.js project. But Auth.js itself talks about models and how this is basically an ER diagram, an entity relationship diagram, which shows a relationship between different tables. Here, this is what they recommend to do. These are all the database models. For example, the account is going to have all of these things where we are going to keep a reference to the user ID, but it's going to have the type of provider such as Google Auth, refresh token, and access token, for example. So whenever the user logs in for the first time, we get a refresh token as well as an access token. And every time we want to relog them in, then we want to use the refresh token for that, and so on. Then we have the scope of the user, ID token, session state, and so on. Similarly, we will be using session table for connecting session with session token or connecting session token and expiry date. In this case, user ID will be the common key indicator here between different tables. Same thing over here to verification token. And then lastly, we have the user table with ID, name, email verified, and image. All of this really helps when it comes to architecting our database. So if we go back to our diagram, these are all the tables that the author layer recommends us to store. So that's what we'll be using. And then once the user is able to log in, then we are going to go ahead and set up all of these other tables as well. But now let's first implement the authentication layer so that we can query all the tables necessary as well. So now let's go ahead and set up our auth layer and set up Google OAuth. Now, when you go to todowex.ai and you click on getting started, right now I see this option for Google OAuth where I have a Google app called as todowex.ai. And then when I click on the user that I've already logged into, I get then redirected to wherever I want to get redirected to. And then I can log in essentially. So that's exactly what we're going to build now. So for authentication in general, we're going to use Auth.js. Previously, it was known as Next.auth. We're going to use the latest version of Auth.js. So we're going to go ahead and click on the Getting Started document and get started with our framework, Next.js. See here, let's go ahead and install Next.auth. We're going to paste Next.auth beta and it's going to install it. Next, in order to set up our environment, we also need a auth secret, and you could use this specific library to generate a secret itself. Now, npx is also gonna install it and also run that specific command. So we're gonna paste it. Now we need to copy this auth secret and move it to n.local file. We are gonna use this auth secret eventually to authenticate with our with Nextauth and authenticate with our Convex database as well. So now here, if you go to m.local file, m.local file is your local environment where you're storing all your important variables. So for example, we have convex deployment, we have next public convex URL, and we also have the auth secret here. Now, whenever you want to generate a secret, you don't necessarily need to go to a random website and generate the auth secret. You could also just generate it by using this specific command. Now that we have the auth secret set up, let's go ahead and configure auth. For that, we're going to create auth file inside of Next.js. So here in the root, we're going to create a file called auth.ts. In this file, we are configuring Nextauth. We're importing it from Nextauth, and we have this specific function that does a lot, which we'll take a look at later as well. But we have handlers, we have sign in, sign out, and auth. But more importantly, we also have a providers array where we are going to configure Google. So this is the spot right here where we're going to configure Google OAuth. But more on that later. We don't need to worry about that right now. Next, we're going to create a new route inside of our app directory. Now keep this in mind, /app/API. Now API is going to be the API layer inside of Next.js, but if you notice these box bracket with three dots, they are called a catch-all route. They're called a catch-all route because anytime user goes to /API/auth and starts typing anything they want, then this specific catch-all route is going to catch that. And that's what Nextauth wants. Anytime user goes to /API/Nextauth wants to handle it. So now I'm going to copy this and create this specific folder as well. So we are going to create a new folder called as API. Then we're going to create a new folder called as auth. Then we're going to create a new folder with box bracket next auth. And then inside that, we're going to create a file called as route.ts. Now, anytime you want to create a new file, just like inside of app directory, we have page.tsx and we need to call our page.tsx in order for Next.js to recognize it as a page and expose it as an endpoint. Similarly, anything inside of API folder, you want to create a file name called as a route. Now here, let's just paste what we copied. It's going to import the handlers from right here from Nextauth, and basically it's exporting get and post from the handlers. Now, now that we have our basic authentication setup, let's set up the middleware. Now, this specific middleware is going to be responsible to keep the session alive. So anytime a user navigates to any of the page, a middleware is invoked. So in authentication layer, if a user is logged in already, maybe we want to redirect them. We don't want them to relog in. So in that case, a middleware is really essential. So we're going to do middleware.ts and then paste this. Again, auth has been exported from the auth file. So this specific auth has been imported inside of middleware and exported here. Again, there's a lot of magic going on here, but Nextauth is handling a lot for us. So we don't have to do a lot from the ground up. Alrighty, so now we have our basic authentication layer set up. It's time to set up Google Auth. If we go to our documentation, if we head over to authentication and OAuth and jump directly to the popular ones such as Google, this is what we need to set up as well. Now we need to register a OAuth app in Google dashboard, and then basically create a callback URL, set up these environment variables, set up the Google provider, and so on. But before we do that, let's go to the of documentation inside of providers and go to Google here. Let's open it up. And in the Google provider documentation, we get the necessary links. So here, dismiss it. Here, let's just go to Google API console. And now you can see I already have an existing app for Todoist clone. What we're looking for is to do Vex. Now, whatever name you pick, make sure it's whatever you want because it cannot be changed later. Now, let's go to the organization and just select no organization. And let's hit create. Now, we have created the project and now we can create our OAuth key that we can use later. So here, when we click on enable, so here let's go to credentials and let's create credentials. Here, what we want is we want a OAuth client ID. So when we select that, let's make sure that it's web application. So now, if you notice here, we are still in the Todoist clone. We want to make sure we switch to Vex. Now here we don't have any client ID. So let's go ahead and create a client ID. Now we need to configure a consent screen anytime you want to create a OAuth client ID. So let's configure that. Let's select it. And here there are two types of users you can create. One is this specific application is only available to users within your org. And then this application is available to any test user with a Google account. So what we're going to do is select external and then hit create. Now, let's close this and let's call our application to do Vex. And I'm going to give my email as a support email. Application homepage is going to be todovex.ai. We want to add the privacy policy link as well as the terms of service as well. Now, let's also add the domain todovex.ai without any HTTPS here. Then let's hit save and continue. And this is going to configure our OAuth consent screen. Now let's hit save, and then here in the non-sensitive scopes, we want to make sure we are selecting all three and then hit update. Now let's hit save and continue here as well. In case of test users, we want to add users here. So I'm going to give my Google ID, which is going to be this, and that's it, and hit save and continue, and then back to dashboard. So now we have our TodoVex app set up. We can publish the app later on when we're ready, but for now, let's keep it as is. So let's go to credentials, and now let's go ahead and create our OAuth ID. We have a web app, and let's call this todovex.ai. And then in terms of URI, this is a time where we add our local host as well. So make sure you configure a local host environment as well, because that's what we are using to authenticate locally. So make sure you add that. So we need this localhost 3001. Now, because my Next.js application is running on 3001, that's why I added 3001. But let's say your port is 3002 or 3000, then you want to add that here. Similarly, we also want to add todovex.ai as well, or whatever domain you choose to go for. So we have todovex.ai as well. And then when it comes to authorizing redirect URIs, what we want is, again, we want localhost 3001, but slash API slash auth slash callback slash Google. So this is the URL that the user would go to when logging in. So for example, when I click on get started, the user gets redirected here. But if I sign in and hit continue, so this is what we are looking for. Similarly, when you click here and you want the same experience here as well. API, auth, callback, and Google. And then let's hit create. Now, OAuth client has been created and it is restricted right now to test user. So make sure you add yourself as a test user. Otherwise, you won't be able to log in. All right, perfect. So now we have our credentials as well for TodoVex AI application. So now if you go back to setting up Google, this is exactly what we did. We set up a callback URL, but now we need these two environment IDs, Google ID and Google Secret. So if we go to n.local file, we need two things, Google ID and Google Secret. So if we go back to our application, in credentials, we have the Google ID, which is going to be the client ID. And then we also need the secret as well. So this is going to be the client secret. So let's just paste that here. So now we have Google ID and Google Secret set up as well. Now we need to configure Google inside of our Next Auth. So if we go to Auth, remember I told you this is where Google Auth is going to be set up. So here we're going to add Google as a provider. Now let's just capitalize this and let's just call this Google provider. And Google provider is going to take three parameters. One is client ID, which is going to be process.n.google client ID. And we need one more thing. We need client secret, which is going to be process.env Google client secret. Now these two values were just set up here. So instead of saying, so we can just say Google client ID and Google client secret. So now we have these two variables as well ready to go. Now lastly, whenever a user tries to log in, we want to make sure they're consenting. They're going to hit the consent button to agree to all our terms and conditions. So there's one more parameter here called authorization. And then here we have the params. And then the prompt is going to be consent. This means that whenever a user tries to log in, then we are going to ask them to consent to our terms and conditions and then only get the user to log in. Now, in authorization itself, there are several other params that you can keep an eye on, but this is the one that we are going to go for. Because we want to make sure that everyone is consenting to the terms and conditions itself. Now, let's hook it up to our front end. So, what we're going to do is inside of app, we are going to create a new component called as sign in form. So we are going to create a new page here called as login.tsx, but we need a new folder for that. Inside of page.tsx, right now we are literally just rendering the tasks and then saying hi. We want to make sure we are adding the sign in functionality. So we need a form here. So we are going to add a form, and then this specific form will have this button. For now, let's just say login. And then this form is going to take an additional property called as action. Now this is going to be a server action. Now what is a server action? Then this is going to be a server action. Now what is a server action? Well, a server action is a asynchronous functions that is executed on the server. They can be used in server as well as client components for form submissions, data mutations, and all that. Form submissions and data mutations inside of Next.js. So we are going to use that to sign in the user. So anytime you want to create a function that is a server action, you want to add use server there. But because we might have more than one server action, let's go ahead and create a new folder here called as actions. So we're going to say actions, and then let's just say auth action.ts. This way, anything related to auth can be added here. If we add use server here, this makes this entire file or all the functions in this file as server actions. So we're going to add a function, say export async function, and this is going to be sign in action, and we don't need to take in any params. Now, this specific sign in action is essentially going to sign in the user. So we're going to say sign in. And again, this comes from Next.js React package itself. Again, so this sign in comes from the auth layer that we created here. So we have the sign in, sign out, right? So that's exactly where it comes from. And here we're going to say, let's sign in using Google. And then once the sign in is successful, you want to redirect to a specific route. So let's just say logged in. So anytime a user is logged in, they get redirected there. So what we can do is in the app folder, let's create a new logged in route. In this specific route, again, it's going to be a copy of page. We can get rid of this specific form. And in the page.tsx, we can pretty much get rid of, we can call this login. Let's get rid of tasks. So now if we head over to our app, let's import sign in action that we created. And now you see a login button that is connected to server action. And that's literally what we are doing. We are redirecting the user to logged in route, which is over here. We have a logo to do X and the list of tasks. So now if I click on login, look at that. We have our TodoX application configured with a Google OAuth. Isn't that straightforward and amazing? We just had to use all the utilities provided by Auth.js. Now, when I click on my account, again, this is the consent screen that we configured. So now if we hit continue, we get a 404 error with API auth callback Google not working. So we probably made one mistake with this specific route because that's where this route is supposed to handle. So we need to move this inside of app and not just this. So API auth. So next auth needs to be under auth. So this is where we need to add. Now if we go back and hit continue, now we see some other error. So let's try that again. If we hit login, we have my name, continue, and look at that. We get redirected to logged in, which is exactly what we're looking for. Now, this means that login has been successful. If we head over and go to application cookies, now we see a bunch of cookies here as well, such as the session, the CSRF token, and so on. Now, if I move this to the bottom, we would be able to see it. We have all of this information here as well. So we can pretty much grab whatever information that we want as well because all these three tokens are there. That means the user has been authenticated. Now to make sure that everything works as expected and the Google login has been successful, which we know it is, but let's make sure by pulling in the user profile itself. So for example, in order for us to do that, what we need to do is we need to wrap this specific Convex client provider with additional provider. So how about we rename this as providers? And yes, I want to update the import into layout. Now we don't want the Convex client provider whenever the user goes to home, which is our login page. We want it once the user has been able to log in. So we can get rid of this completely over here. We don't need to add that in the root layout. But logged in page could also have its own layout file. And this specific layout file will only wrap around the logged in pages. So what we could do is something similar to layout and paste it. And here we can wrap it with the providers we're looking for. So let's rename this to providers. And let's import the providers now and wrap it with children. Now, this specific layout, and we don't have to call this root layout, this is just layout, or let's just call this logged in layout. Now, this is going to be only wrapped around logged in pages, which is this specific page. So, what we need to do here is we need to also pass in the session necessary as well. So, we can say session equals use session, and this session will be responsible for giving the auth information to all the pages. So now we have the provider, we can pass in the session here. And inside the providers, we're not taking any input right now. So let's take in session as a parameter and let's type session, which is going to be session, which is going to be from next auth or null. So now we need to wrap it with a session provider. So let's wrap the Convex provider with a session provider, which also comes from next auth. And now if we wrap it completely, a session is going to come from the parameter session. So now what we're doing is we're not wrapping anything with any providers with root layout because the logged in page doesn't need it. But once we do redirect the user to logged in, we are saying, hey, get the information about the user and let's pass it on to the providers and his children. So now in page, we can access that information. Now, there are a few ways we can access it. One is we can directly add the image here, but what we can do is let's create a new component called as user profile. Now, if we head over to components, let's create a new component called as user profile.tsx. Now, this is going to be a React functional component, and it basically takes in, it declares an image from next image, and the source we will add that. But let's say let's add the width to be 24, height to be 24. The alt tag can be user profile picture, and then we can make it rounded as full. This will make it circular. Let's import user profile here. And now in user profile, let's say session is going to be use session, which is imported from Next.js React. And now this could be session dot data dot user dot image, for example. So this is pretty handy because it's fully typed, we know exactly what to grab, for example. Now, if we go back to home, notice how it says use session is not a function, because use session is in fact a client side JavaScript code. So we need to add use client. The minute we do that, and let's refresh the page, use session is not a function. And that's because we cannot use a client side hook. We need to use a service side auth itself. So we can just get auth, which comes from our auth file here. And now we're passing the session here. This way we don't have to make logged in layout a client component. So now, since we have await here, let's make this an async function. And now once we refresh the page, looks like we did get some information because we are getting, hey, that invalid source prop. That means we are getting some image. So let's add this to our next config file. So we just need to copy this, go to our next config file, paste that in. We don't need any of this, but we definitely need to grab the host name. Now, Next.js image will only accept the domains we configure, and that's why we need to go ahead and configure here. Now, we have configured this domain. If we refresh the page, hopefully we should see a profile photo. And there you go. We see my profile photo, and this is definitely me. I can say that. This is a pic I took in Colombia, which is pretty awesome. Alrighty, so now we have our session provider configured as well, which is wrapped around logged in layout. So we have done a lot of auth stuff now. Now it's time for us to hook it all up to Convex. Now we need to look into storing our users into the Convex database. Our database right now doesn't have any schema, it doesn't have any tables, but let's start by authenticating users. So whenever a user is logged in is only when we want to show them any of their data. So what we could do is tweak our application. And this data will only be shown if the user is logged in. Now, I know this is not the tasks that we are looking for. To-dos are going to be completely different. But for now, to make sure authentication works as expected, let's configure this correctly. Convex has essentially two really good guides. One is the Convex adapter for Auth.js guide, and also the Convex with Auth.js guide as well. Both of these would give you the basic foundation to implement authentication with Convex. Now, they make our life really simple. For example, this is how authentication works. Now, what's going to happen is a developer will have a private key and a public key, and the Next.js application, as a browser, enters the credentials, as the user enters the credentials to the browser, then Next.js is going to get the user information and session information and so on and send that to Convex. Convex is going to give the authentication data. Next.js is going to generate the JWT, give it to the browser so the browser has it stored. And then once that happens, then Convex is going to return the data. Now, the bottom part happens only one time, versus the top part is whenever the page loads periodically, that's when the session is refreshed. But these two specific blog posts are really good to get started with Convex with Auth.js. So what we need to do is install a package called as Convex helpers, which we need for configuring everything. So here, let's just install Convex helpers. Let's restart the server. And now what we need is a database schema. So anytime we want to create anything inside of Convex or any database in general, we need to define a proper schema. Right now, inside of our Convex folder, we have no schema. So we need to create a schema here. So we can say schema.ts. This schema will be responsible for the table structure. So, for example, whenever we have a task table, then what would that look like, and so on. Now, Convex makes it really easy. Now, if we were to go to the application that we are building, that is Todoist, and let's say we want to know the schema for the task table, we could just click this button, generate schema, and copy this and paste this over here. Now, this is the schemas that we have so far is completed and text. Underscore ID is automatically generated, so we don't need to worry about it. So, and even creation date is generated as well. That's why it has a underscore sign. But these two fields are extremely important for us. So now this is where we would basically create a user schema. So if we head over to the blog post and let's go for this specific file. Now we are going to have users, accounts, sessions, and so on. And if we go all the way to the bottom, these are all the auth tables that we have. So we're just going to copy everything here. So we're going to copy all the way from the top up until here. Now let's just paste this. So we have the user schema with these fields. Then we have the session schema with these fields, account schema, verification token, authenticator schema, and all of that. Now, what we need to do is just pass this in as in defined schema itself. If we refresh the page, nothing really happens. But if we head over to our table in Todoist application, now you can see we have all these tables created automatically because we have the convex functions running. So as you can see here, schema validation complete, added table indexes, and so on. Now, this is exactly what we are looking for because we just need to update the schema and then everything else works. So now that we have created the schema, it's time to basically add the data into the schema. So if we take a look at this diagram, there are a few things happening here. Now, Convex is going to communicate with the Next.js application via a Convex adapter. Now, this specific adapter will configure the user. So now that we have set up the schema, which is step one, we need two adapters. One is the auth adapter, which is on the Convex side, which is going to query the database and so on. And the other one is the Convex adapter on the client side, which is going to serve as an interface for our Next.js application to the database. So again, this is what we're going to do. We're going to create auth adapter as well as Convex adapter. So let's go to Convex folder and create a new file called as auth adapter.ts. Here we're going to just paste the code that I have created. Again, all of this is available on GitHub. So if you're looking for that, definitely go to this file and copy everything. Now, this might look intimidating, but it's what it's doing is querying the database and getting all the information. Now, I understand that we haven't really necessarily created a query or mutation yet with Convex, but this is going to serve as a really good foundation, the user data itself. This way, whenever we need to query anything, then we can easily do that. We can get the user information. So we have this auth adapter. This means this part is ready to go. So now we also need a Convex adapter. So for that, we are going to paste one more file and let's call this the Convex adapter. And let's paste what I just copied again. Now this specific adapter interacts with the auth adapter that we invoked. So for example, anytime you wanna invoke this specific file, custom query, custom mutation, or any of that sort, then we need to use API, which comes from, again, the generated folder that we looked at earlier. So auth adapter API is going to have auth adapter and create verification token, which exists here. And this specific verification token is going to insert the verification token inside the database. Alrighty, so now we have these two things. So now we need to configure our Next.js app, which is our provider, which is our Convex provider, to take one more parameter called as auth. Now, it has a parameter called as useAuth, and we are going to also create a hook called as useAuth as well. Now, we can just store the hook right here. So we're going to say function useAuth. And this function will be responsible for generating the token and getting all the information necessary. So we're going to wrap it up in a use memo from React. And this function is essentially going to return a few things. One, it's going to return the loading state, which is going to be false. Then it's going to return if the user is authenticated or not, which is, again, if the session is not equal to null, then if the session is null, then it's not authenticated. If it's not null, then it is. Then we have the fetch access token, which is going to fetch the access token. So again, this is going to be an async function with force refresh token as a parameter. Again, we're going to type this as well, force refresh token, just going to be just a boolean value. And here we're going to say if force refresh token is true, then we need to update the session. So here we are updating the session, and update session is essentially going to come from use session. So here we are going to say data is going to be called as session. We're going to get another update function from use session. And here update, whenever we need to refresh the token, we're going to update it. And now is the magical part where we are going to return the convex token. So if there's a session, if there is a token, otherwise it's going to be null. And we are only going to call this when there is session.user. Now let's just disable this specific line because we know what we are doing here. We only want to call this when the user changes. So that's what we are looking for. Now useAuth has come in from this specific function itself, and we have passed in here. So we are getting the session and then passing that and creating a specific custom hook and then getting the convex token as well. Now we are only doing this, we only want to invoke the specific hook whenever the user changes, and we don't care about it when we fetch a new token. Now we have created an adapter, but we haven't hooked it up yet. So in our next auth, this is where the magic comes in. One, we are gonna hook it up right here. So it takes next auth takes a parameter. So whenever we wanna, let's say, even use clerk or next auth or convex or any of that sort, and we wanna modify the behavior, then we can create a adapter field over here and attach the convex adapter here. Now we also have to specify the callbacks here too. So we're gonna say let's get the session information, and this is where it gets interesting. So we're gonna say import pkcs8, and here we're gonna set an environment variable called convex auth private key, and now it's gonna have a rs256 here. Towards the end, we just want to return the session, but we also want to generate a convex token here as well. That's what we're doing here. So now convex token is gonna be, we're gonna assign a JWT, and then it's gonna have session.user ID. So we're creating a JWT for that specific user itself, and then these are all the different values. Now set protected header, the alg is gonna be again rs256, and so on. Got to close this. All right, so now protected headers, but we also set issued at. Then we need to set the issuer. Again, it's going to be convex site URL. Then we have the set audience, which is going to be convex. Then we have set expiry, which is going to be 1 hour. Then we have to sign it with a private key that we generated here. So we are basically creating a JOT token, and JWTs are essentially JSON web tokens. We can sign them and create them, and then this is what you send it to the server and exchange back and forth, as we saw even in the diagram here. We are in step 4, where the Next.js application is going to give a JWT to the browser. So we have quite a few things that we haven't necessarily defined here. For the site URL, convex site URL, we need to get the information from next public convex URL, which we do have, which is this one, this field right here. And then we want to replace values in that. So you're going to say replace cloud.site. We're replacing .cloud with .site over here. So we have .cloud here. We're replacing that with .site. That itself is going to be the convex site URL. Now, there's one more environment variable called as auth private key, which we haven't necessarily configured. So here, just as a measure, we can say, let's just set the convex auth private key. If it's undefined, we just want to throw an error. This way, we just want to make sure that if we haven't configured something, then you will get an error if you are following along here, because this will really help us identify any issues with our application. Same thing over here as well. Again, we want the same thing in one more spot, which is we also want to generate another file called as jwks. Again, we're going to configure all of these environment variables together, but we need to make sure that all of these return throw an error if something doesn't exist. So if we go to our application, if we refresh the page, you can already see that the adapter secret does not exist. So we need to generate it. Now, if we go to the convex adapter over here, this is how we can again use npx auth secret and then configure the adapter as well. So here, let's just npm auth secret, and this auth secret is now going to be the auth secret. This is all going to be convex stuff. So let's write that. Now the auth secret is going to be the auth private key over here. Now we want to make sure we are pasting all of these values inside of our convex dashboard as well, but we'll do that together. The next thing we need is a JWKS file too, which is again something that we have here. So the way we can generate the JWKS file is by copying this specific code, but we also need to install a dependency called Jose, which basically creates the public private key pairs and sign JWT. Again, if we go back to the diagram, we need the private key and the public key here. So that's exactly what we are doing. So let's go ahead and install this package. Let's copy this script. And then inside of Convex, let's create a new file called as generate jwks.ts. And we have this. I guess it's called JWS keys.mjs. So now we need to just run this file. Once we run this, now notice how we have the JWKS key as well as a convex auth private key. So we can just copy these two and paste it inside of our n local file. Now again, we don't need this specific private key, and we could use that for the adapter secret. So this could be used as the adapter secret file value. All right, so now we have the adapter secret, we have the private key, and we have the JWKS file as well. So now we can just copy all these 3 lines of code, all these 3 keys, go to Convex, go to settings, go to environment variables, add it, and paste it directly. And now save it all. So we need these three things to configure our application. So that's what we are doing here. Now, we can also add these values as well. All of these are added inside of Convex. So it's working as expected because as we paste it here. All right, so now we've done a lot, and I know it can seem really confusing, but essentially what we're trying to do is generate a public key, private key, using the private key to sign the JWT token, then storing that JWT token in the browser. That's what, whenever Convex is going to interact with the application, Next.js application, it's going to check and authenticate and so on. And we created this little hook to check if it's loading, if it's authenticated, and so on. So that's what we're looking for here. So far, we have the schema defined, we have the adapter here, then we have the convex adapter, we have the auth adapter secret here, we have configured our next auth with convex adapter, then we have the specific library to generate the public private key pairs and signing JWTs. We have used this script to generate the keys, and we need one more, which is to show it to our HTTPS. So we need to add two more things. In Convex, we're going to create a new file called as https.ts and paste the file. Again, this is the one that's configuring and going to check all the JWKS and so on. And we need to modify the auth config file. So we need to add a provider here. So we can say auth.provider.ts, whoops, and paste that here. And this needs to be auth.config.ts file. Again, this is just telling Convex that, hey, this is the site URL and this is the application ID, which is what we configured earlier as well. We'd already did all of this. So like we have the auth.ts file, which already pre-configured all of this information. So this, we should be good. And now we need to import it from Jose so it can generate it. Now, if you refresh the page, you can see that my user profile is right here. And if we head over to application and cookies, we still have all the tokens. But more importantly, if we head over to our database, look at that. We have successfully inserted the user. So we have the user account. This user ID is linked to the user. This is my email address. This is my profile and this is my name. So that means our authentication works as expected. So right now our application looks like this, but we want to get to this spot wherein we have the nav bar on the left hand side. The minute we shrink the nav bar, it turns into a hamburger menu with a different experience on mobile. At the same time, we have a nav bar on top where you can search your tasks. And we also have a list of items, list of to-dos that we want to show as well. Now, if I click on add tasks, then it should show up this little dialog as well, or I guess this inline dialog, I should say. Inline add task dialog as well. So, with whatever information we have about this specific user. Lastly, we also have a list of unchecked items and checked items and the number of completed tasks as well. So it only makes sense for us to break down this entire page into tiny components that we can build further. So what we're going to do is let's zoom in a little bit. And now let's take a screenshot of this entire page. And then let's go here and paste it. Now let's zoom in here. What we have here is a sidebar. For example, let's move this here. This is a sidebar, or actually, this entire sidebar extends up until here, this whole thing. And this sidebar turns into a mobile nav as well with a different user experience. So we can just keep this for now. Then inside here, we have a user menu as well. So we have a user menu that we want to build to, because this, when you click on it, when you click on this, it does have this sign out optionality that we want to build as well. So we can move that functionality in user menu. Then we have a nav bar here as well. So we have a nav bar here, for example. At the same time, internally, we have a search. that we need to build too. So, like, we have a search component as well. Now, let's expand this a little bit to make it obvious. The internal components, we could change it to different colors so that it's obvious, for example. And then we have a important links section here that we want to configure, which is part of the navbar. This is going to be a list of projects. Then this is going to be primary items because we need to make sure that this could be primary items like we saw here. We have this. Then we have projects, which is gonna be here, for example. Then we have important links here. So this is pretty important links, which is again something that we are gonna pass on to. Now, at the same time, let's change the colors to make it fun. We have a list of items here. So let's call this to-do list. Then we also have a, shall we say, a add task inline component. We can add the tasks, but it's more inline. Then we have a list of checked items or to-dos. Let's say checked to-dos as well, right here. Then we have a list of, or I guess a count of, completed tasks or completed to-dos, for example. Now, whoops. Now we have this over here, completed to-dos as well. Make this color as green as well. If you think about it, this specific to-do list is not just this list. This can be this whole thing because it would not just comprise of unchecked items, also be checked to-dos and also completed to-dos. So what we could do is we could call this to-do list itself, but this inline item, which again we can use yellow or orange for it, we could call this unchecked to-dos. Again, the idea is that we want to split it up. We want unchecked to-dos, we want checked to-dos, we have completed to-dos over here. So this way we are splitting up our tasks, our work on this specific page. We're splitting it up so that it's easier for us to design and imagine how the UI is going to build. And I also want to show you how we can split up such a complex UI. So when you think of building projects with Convex and Next.js, then you know exactly how the architecture is going to look like. So now we have a pretty good structure. Now we have just one last item because anytime you click on a specific to do, it also leads to a add task dialog, or you can call it add task modal, for example. Whenever you click on it, it also opens up a modal. We don't need to get into the nitty-gritty details yet, but for now, we could just call this, it's going to be add task modal, for example. This way we know that we also have to implement this when you click on it. Alrighty, so now how about we go ahead and build the sidebar. This way, when the sidebar is done and we have some sort of a layout, then it will give us a good starting point. So let's go ahead and do that. So now let's go ahead and implement the sidebar. The sidebar would be the user menu, the primary items, these projects, as well as important links. At the same time, we will also have a search on top too. Now, for this, we're going to go to the ShadCN UI library and look for components. So here, if you go to the sheet component, this is a component we need for the mobile menu. Then if we take a look at input, this is what we need for search. Then we also need card to basically display the right-hand side section, the side navbar itself. So all of this could be easily configured, but thanks to ShadCN UI, we have these building blocks that we could just pretty much copy paste. And if you scroll down, there's one layout that looks like exactly what we're looking for. For example, this. It's exactly what we're looking for. We don't need this bell icon, or neither do we need this name, but we can replace that. We can get rid of the bell icon and replace it. Similarly, we don't need this specific badge component, but we can get rid of that too. But all of this is pretty much configured that we can just use. So if you go on mobile, then you can see that it also turns into a sheet component that we're looking for. So that's exactly what we want. So what we can do is just copy the code, head over to components and create a new folder called as nav. This is where all our nav items are going to live. So we're going to create a folder, a file called as sidebar.tsx, and we're just going to paste everything that we copied. And instead of calling this dashboard, we are going to call this sidebar, and let's export default because there's nothing else to export here. Now, if we go to page.tsx, we need to change the layout instead of the logged in experience. Right now, it's not the layout we are looking for. So, what we're going to do is copy the layout from here and paste it here. Similarly, we can just wrap this up with a div for now. So, now if we go back to, we have the div, and we can wrap, say this is main. So now we haven't necessarily imported the sidebar yet. So let's do that. So we can say sidebar. And now we need all of these components. We haven't necessarily added that. So let's go to ShadCN and add the components. Now these are all the components we're going to need. We're going to need sheet for the navigation item. We are going to need input for the search input box. We are going to need drop down menu for the drop down menu experience, and we're going to need card for displaying the items on the left hand side. Having installed all of this, let's run our development server now. Now, as we do that and go to our localhost, we don't have badge yet, but remember, we don't even need badge. So we can just get rid of badge completely. So we have badge here, which we don't need. Now it's pretty much going to complain about the code. So we can get rid of this. There should be one more badge here for the mobile experience. Alrighty, so now you can see that our application is already coming together. But the layout is a bit funky because we're not necessarily adding any styling for these items yet. So let's make them flex call, add them here for now. Then we're gonna have a main with the class name flex1, flex call, gap 4, p4. In a large device, it's gonna be pxs8, and so on. So now let's move all of this here. Now, sidebar is essentially divided into two parts. It has the mobile experience as well as the desktop experience. So this bottom part is actually with the sheet, and it's actually the mobile experience. So what we're going to do is create a mobile nav. So here we're going to add mobile nav.tsx. tsx. Now here we're going to create a functional component, and let's call this mobile nav, and let's just move export default here. Okay, so now let's just move this whole thing and add that here. And we can just import the components that we need. Label, item, separator, separator, and so on. Now, we don't need it from a new library. We already have these components, so make sure to select the local instance of these. So we have sheet, then we have menu, which is going to be a icon. Yeah, sheet content. Link is going to be from next link. Package 2 is again an icon. Home is an icon. Shopping cart is an icon. Package is an icon. Users is an icon. And so is line chart. Then we have card, header, description, and then we have search. We have input, and so on. We need more. How about we just get all of this from here? You can just copy this and paste it here. Perfect. And then save this too. Now, instead of per page, right here, we can add the mobile nav. Now, still looking so much better because we have the content here and we have this content here. Now, if you go to the sidebar, again, we don't need this unnecessary div here. We pretty much can get rid of all of this because this could be replaced with user profile that we created. We can get rid of user profiles here as well as tasks here as well. Alrighty, so now if you take a look at you have no products, as in fact comes from the mobile menu. itself. So a lot of the components are in fact being repeated. So now let's just go to sidebar and remove the unnecessary links, because we want to know how they highlighted the products, which is here, where but the rest of them, background muted is what they used, but the rest of them in fact don't even need additional links because we can just map through them. So for example, here we could create a new constant and call this primary nav items, item idx, and pretty much loop through them completely. The key could be idx itself. Now this specific primary nav items is going to be an array of nav items. So we can say this is going to be name is inbox, then the link is going to be slash logged in, and then we also need an icon which is gonna be inbox, which is again we could grab that from Lucide React. Class name is gonna be w4 h4. Now we need something similar for upcoming. This could have calendar days. Then similarly, let's add today, which is again gonna have today as a link, and this can just be calendar. Lastly, we have one more, which is gonna be filters and labels, and this will have filter labels and then grid 2 by 2. There you go. So now let's just add that here. So we can say this is gonna be name and this is gonna be icon, and we could destructure both of them from name and icon here. So now you can see that all our items are here. Let's fix the color to be brighter. So now you can see these are all the items that are selected. Again, if you look at the hover, it goes back to primary, which is what we're looking for as well. So this sidebar is looking pretty good. Now we want to do something similar inside of mobile nav as well, because mobile nav is basically taking the previous items. It's not taking what we're looking for. So we need to extract this primary nav items somewhere else. So for that, let's just create a utils and let's just add index.ts and let's just move primary nav items over here. Now we need the imports necessary and we need to make this an index.tsx file because we have React code here. Like we have declaring a component here. Now let's just add the missing imports. There you go. Now we just need to import primary nav items here. So we can say primary nav items is going to be this. And one more thing that we forgot is link will also come from the map destructuring, and then we need to add that here. Now we could just pretty much copy this, go to mobile nav, and the part where we see a bunch of links, we need to add that here again. Now let's keep one of them because the styling is going to be slightly different. So we can import it and grab the styling that it has here and remove this. Now again, we don't need to mute the text. So if we go to the mobile experience, look at that. It's looking so much better already. It already has all of these items, which is what we're looking for. And we also need to do one more thing, which is that we don't need this button here. We can just use user profile that we added there. So now user profile is here. User profile is in 2 spots, so we don't need there. So if we go back here, this is the hamburger menu. We need it inside. So we need it inside sheet content. So inside of nav, we can add user profile. And look at that. We also get the user profile icon here, which is exactly what we're looking for. So now we have now let's build this functionality where we show the username and also the sign out functionality as well. So now if we head over to our profile, which is right here. Now again, this nav should probably be inside it, but let's keep it here for now. Let's move user profile inside of nav because user profile has been used inside of nav, so we definitely need to move there. So now in user profile, we have the session, so we have a lot of the data. This means we have the image URL here. So we could call this image URL and then add image URL. So if there is an image URL, then show it. But we also need name too. So we need name, which is something that we could get from name here. Now, name is something that we can just display right here underneath the image, right next to the image. So this means we need to have some sort of functionality. So when you click on the specific button, I should say, then it shows up the drop down menu or it doesn't. But before we do that, let's just add this as well. So we need to add a flex so is not it is in a row, not in a column. So we can say large is gonna be gap 2, margin 0, padding 0, px is gonna be 3, large is gonna be full, and bg white. Now this specific p tag will truncate if the username is too long. So if you go back here, you can see my name is actually displayed. But do we really want name or email? So maybe we could use the name here. So we can say name, so Ankita Kulkarni, profile photo, and here it could be email. Now email would be user, dot email. So now you can see my name has also been displayed. My name will be in the alt tag, and also my email has been displayed here. Alrighty. So whenever you click on the name, we want to basically show the sign out functionality. So we are going to go to components, go to drop down, and then pick an option. So let's see. You have radio group and all that. So we can just pick this basic option here. So all we need is a menu, a trigger, and content. So we have to wrap this whole thing. The content itself would be logout, but then everything else is gonna be a trigger. So here we can add the trigger, and then this is gonna be the content. There you go. So we have as child, then we have the image and the name, then we have the content, and then here we need to add drop down menu item, which is gonna be logout because we want that to be a menu item. And here let's just add the thing where it's gonna be full when it's large, otherwise it's gonna have an padding 28. All right, so now if we head back and click here, you can see how there's a logout option, which is what we want. Now let's also add cursor as pointer. So whenever we hover over it, it is a pointer. So if I go to item, and here I can just say hover cursor pointer. So this works. So here for the menu trigger, we're gonna have hover as cursor pointer. Okay, so now you can see we also have a hover here, which goes to logout option 2. And then it truncates, which is really nice too. Alrighty, so now this is coming along really well. We have the user profile functionality ready to go. So now it's time for us to create a logout server act. So now let's create the logout functionality itself. So this can be wrapped in a button, the logout functionality. And then this button is gonna have a type of submit. And then the variant is gonna be a ghost variant. Now we're gonna also give it some class name where hover is gonna be text primary. So this is, instead of saying logout, let's just say sign out. And now we need to wrap this whole thing in a form. Now, because we are gonna use a server action, which is gonna have a sign out action. Now, similar to we had the auth action, the sign in action, we also need a sign out action. So instead of just like we got sign in, we also need sign out here. And the minute we do that, we want to redirect to home. So that's it. That's pretty much it. That's all we need for sign out action. Let's import it. And then we just can get rid of Google because we don't need it. So now if we test out the code, we just need to click on sign out and we are directed back to home, which is exactly what we're looking for. So that's pretty nice that sign out functionality was so straightforward. thanks to the sign out function from Next. Now, one minor tweak is that this specific button is in fact a button, not a link, or rather not a div. So let's just change that into a button component and let's use the variant as secondary. Now you can see it's looking so much better and the text could be center here. And then we can center the text here. So for that, we can just flex item center, justify center. And then if we go back here, you can see that sign out is now centered. When you sign out, it signs you out. And then you have to re-sign in again to sign back in. So now let's create the schema for our to-dos. Now, if you see every to-do, it has a name, it has a description, it has some subtasks, but it has a project name, a due date, a priority, and label. So we need to create our to-dos table with all of this information. Except we don't necessarily need to store everything in one single table. So what we can do is essentially split it out. Let's say this is our to-do table. Say we are going to have name, description, label ID, project ID, date, if the task is completed or not. Then we will also have user ID because every to-do will be associated to a user. Then priority. So I think that's pretty much it for now. So we're going to have all of these things to make a successful to-do. But if you think about it, this is the to-dos table. But now we need to also create a sub-to-dos table as well because every to-do can have a sub-to-do. So the to-dos table is literally going to be the identical format to sub-to-dos table, except it's also going to have a parent ID as well. So now we have a to-dos table. We have a sub-to-dos table as well. So let's just give this a different color. Now, every to-do is going to be associated to a user ID, a project ID, and a label ID. So we're going to have three different tables. We're going to have a users table, a projects table, and a labels table. The idea is pretty simple. We are going to first have users table, labels table, projects table. Now, every specific user ID is going to be associated to the users table. Same thing if we have a project ID, that's going to be associated to the project table. Then every label ID is going to be connected to the labels table. So this is how it's all going to work. This labels table is going to be connected to the labels ID, right? So if you take a look at the schema inside of Convex folder, they have a bunch of these things. So if you take a look at user schema, they have email, name, email verified, and ID. So this user ID is going to be the ID, that is the underscore ID of user. Similarly, label ID is going to be underscore ID and project ID is going to be underscore ID. So every time you create a to-do, we need to make sure that it has all of these three IDs. Now, by default, if someone creates a to-do in inbox, there is no project yet. There is nothing yet. So that's why get started is going to be the default project that everyone has. We're going to structure our projects that way. So let's go ahead and create some schema, some tables, and have some fun. Let's go to schemas. And here we don't need tasks. We can get rid of it. Let's add to-dos. And we're going to have a defined table. And in this defined table, we're going to have a user ID. Now, the cool thing with Convex is that whenever you use v.id, it automatically creates an association to that specific table. So it says like, hey, this is like sort of the interconnectivity and interrelationship between different tables. Similarly, when we have project ID and we say v.id is going to be projects, same idea. If we have a label ID and we say v.id is labels, it's the same idea as well. But at the same time, we're going to have a task name, which is going to be a string. We're going to have a description, which is going to be a string. But let's keep description optional. So we're going to say optional and wrap this with a string. We're going to have a due date and we're going to convert due date into a Unix epoch times. This way, it's going to be a number and it's going to be easy for us to calculate. So it's going to be a number here. Then we're going to have a priority. Now, priority is going to be from a number as well. So from 1 to whatever. So again, we're just going to say v dot float 64. Then in addition to this, addition to priority, we're going to have a boolean value called as is completed. All right, so now we have all this for to dos. We need the same thing for sub to dos as well. So let's do that. So let's create sub to dos. It's going to have everything else, except it's also going to have a parent ID. And like I said, if you want to create an association in Convex, then all you need to do is reference the table. So that's exactly what we're going to do. So we have referenced v.id as to dos is going to be the ID of to dos. Lastly, let's create a labels table, and let's also create a projects table. Now let's see what labels would have. Again, labels would have a user ID. It's going to have a name of the label, and we're also going to give it a type which is going to be of type union. Now, we are saying that a label could be user created or it could be system. This way we can add some pre-generated labels for every user. Doesn't matter if they have labels or not. So, some of the labels such as personal, work, errands, finances, health, travel are all system labels. So, if we go to our other repo and go to labels, we have all of these labels that are created. So, for example, these are all system labels. So, now let's do this. I have to say v.literal is gonna be user, or v.literal is gonna be system. So it could just be either of these values. So that's how tables are going to be defined. Similarly, for projects, again, user ID is gonna be there for sure. We're gonna have name, and same idea. A project can also be user or system based, because again, projects also have system based or user based. So these are all the different values that we have created, and this is our schema. Now let's make sure everything works as expected. Convex functions are ready. This means all the tables have associations already. So if we go back to Todoist, look at that. We have to-dos, we have sub-to-dos, we have projects and labels. Now if you go to to-dos and click on add documents, we can literally add a document here manually. Same thing for projects. Add document, this is exactly the schema. And if we show the schema, this is exactly the schema that we created here, which is pretty nice. So if we go to our application over here, we have a title and we have a checkbox as well as a label, and we have a bunch of them. And then we have a button for add task. Now, all of this can be wrapped into a separate to-do list component where we could make any of the database calls. The minute we access the Convex adapter interface from the front end, that specific component needs to be a client component, because otherwise it's not going to work. The way Convex works internally is that it's going to cache a lot by default, and because of that caching is managing all of that internally in context, React Context API. And because of that, it does need to be in a client component. So we're going to create a folder and call this to-dos. Now in this folder, we're going to call a component called as TodoList.tsx. Now let's just say rf, and again, we can just call this just default to-do list over here. We don't need to import React because in Next.js, React is already in context. We don't need to import it. Remember that to-do is going to be this whole thing. So we're going to say px is going to be 40. Then we are going to have a div, so which we can copy from here. This is going to be copied, and this can be from here. We don't need, and this can be here. Now we're going to need a div with class name, flex, item center, justify between, with an h1. Again, this h1 is going to be text large. Font is going to be semi-bold, and then whenever it goes beyond medium, then it's going to be bigger. So text to Excel. We're going to have inbox here. Now we have this as the header. So we need something for the body. So we can say flex call gap1 py4. And this is where our to-dos are gonna be. To-dos. And here I know we got rid of this, but we actually kind of need it. Let's add this back. Now, we go back here and refresh the page, we see this. But we don't need this inventory, you have no products at all, which comes from mobile nav. So, which is right here. Let's get rid of it. Okay, so now we have inbox, we have no to-dos, so that's completely fine. But now we're gonna hook it up with Convex and actually query the database. So now let's implement getting the to-dos from Convex. In the Convex folder, anytime you want to access a specific value from the database, query mutation, then the table name is usually going to be the file name and where you would perform the operations. So for example, here we're going to call this todos.ts. I'm going to reference tasks and copy paste this in to-dos. Now, instead of querying tasks, we're going to query to-dos, and that's it. This is a query which comes from underscore generated table, and we're just going to query it. That's all we need to do, which is pretty handy. It's really nice. Now, in TodoList, we're going to say to-dos is going to be use query. Now, use query comes from Convex React package. It is very similar to React hook form or Apollo client, or if you've used any of these hooks in general, it's very similar to that. So here we can again import API dot todos dot get, and this would give us the to-dos. So now let's say if to-dos are undefined, this means it's in a loading state. So we can say here loading. But if they are defined, then we can render it pretty much here too. We can just show it here. Now, in order for us to show it, let's get checkbox from ShadCN. Now, in order for us to get the checkbox, all we need to do is add checkbox, restart the server, go to checkbox over here, and copy this code. So you're just gonna paste the checkbox code, import it, and now we're gonna say this is a HTML for to do. Now let's loop through it. So todos.map, and then we're gonna have to do comma idx, and then we're gonna have some sort of a wrapper around it, and then just like that we're gonna wrap it. Now the key can be idx. All right, so now instead of accept terms, we're gonna have task name, because this is going to have all the database values. So we're gonna say this is the task name. Now if we refresh the page, it complains that add use client directive top of the file to use it. So like I mentioned, because we're using use query here, this specific component needs to be use client. So now if we refresh the page, it says undefined. So we're just gonna add a question mark. And now it doesn't have any data. So what we can do is, if to-dos are undefined, then let's just add an empty array so we don't need to do this. Still works. Pretty nice. Now, the reason why we get an empty array because there are no to-dos. So how about we add some? Now, we already have a user with this specific user ID. So we can right click and copy it. Go to to-dos and add a document. Let's say user ID is going to be this. Task name is going to be buy a tent. Project ID is not there yet, but let's just add 1, 2, 3, 4 for now. Same thing, 1, 2, 3, 4. All this is good. Description is going to be, hello, I need a Amazon tent. Let's hit save. And now you can see that it says because the schema doesn't match the label ID. Now here's the thing. We cannot just enter random IDs. We need to make sure we are entering proper IDs. So we have this. Let's just copy it. Move it here. Now if I go to labels, let's create a new label. Let's call this get started, because this is a label that, not get started. Get started would be the project. Let's create a label personal. Type is going to be system, like I mentioned. And then user ID can be null as well. So let's just enter empty. Now here, a user ID can be empty. So we need to modify the schema, because a system label or project ID won't necessarily have a user ID. This is either gonna be v.id is users, or it's gonna be null. Same thing here too. So now I can pass this as null and then hit save. Now we are able to insert the ID. Same thing for projects as well. Let's enter a get started project. It's going to be of type system, and this is going to be null, which is allowed as per a schema. So now we have added that as well. So if we copy the project ID, we have that saved here. And if we copy the label ID, which is going to be this one, we can basically just go to to-dos and add a document and paste this. Now, if we hit save, it works. We have been able to successfully update a to-do because we added the necessary references, and you can already see buy a tent is right here, which is pretty good because that's exactly being pulled from our to-dos table, which is pretty awesome. And then we need to make this into a column. So if we go back to our to-do list, let's get rid of this because all the styling has been moved to task. So if we go back here, you can see that this specific item works. When you click on the modal, the dialog opens as well, which is exactly what you're looking for. So ShadCN with Convex is like such a great combo in the Next.js application because it makes our life so much simpler. So now when it comes to this specific page, the inbox page, we are showing the to-dos that are not completed on top, and the to-dos that are completed at the bottom. So let's filter that right now. So over here in Convex, what we could do is in tasks, we can just say, give me a list of completed to-dos. So we can say filter q dot equal, and q dot equal, then we're going to say q dot field is going to be is completed as true. So we can call this completed to-dos and then collect. That's exactly what we need for completed to-dos. Let's say we don't want completed to-dos, we want it. I would say incomplete to-dos. Then in that case, this is gonna be false. It's the same idea. And we don't want tasks here, we want to-dos here. So we copy pasted in the wrong file. Let's just move this to to-dos. So this is, we want to-dos here. So again, same idea, completed to-dos, incomplete to-dos. And now if we go back to our to-do list, instead of passing to-dos, we can say, give me completed to-dos. And this can be completed to-dos. This can be incomplete to-dos. And this is going to be incomplete to-dos. So now we can say, or completed to-dos equals to undefined, or incomplete to-dos is going to be undefined. Then it's loading. And then pass incomplete to-dos here. If we go back to our app, we have this. And let's make sure we close q.field there. Now you can see we only show incomplete to-dos here. Now, if you want to show the same thing again, what we could do is just copy this. And here we can say completed to-dos. Now we have incomplete to-dos and completed to-dos. So you can see how easy it is to work with Convex. We immediately were able to create a filter, and that acts as a function that we could just execute on the front end. And the UI automatically updated, so we are not necessarily maintaining any cache whatsoever. Now let's implement plus two completed tasks here. Now, what we could do here is again something similar. The convex side is going to be the straightforward side. So here we're going to say total to-dos. And now we want the to-dos that have been completed. So it's going to be this. And we also want the length of them. So after we get the information, we don't want to just return it. So we can just say to-dos. We in fact want to-dos dot length. Now, if this is not the case, then it's going to be 0. So again, same idea. Total to-dos. Total to-dos. And now we just want to, you just have to update the styling. Same idea here. So what we can do instead of flex call, We can just do items center, gap can be 1, border be 2, padding is gonna be 2, border gray 100, text is gonna be small, text foreground is gonna be 80. Now, what we need here is circle, check, big icon. Then we are also gonna need a plus total. And then here we're also gonna need a class name with capitalized utility from Tailwind, which capitalizes the first letter. It's gonna be completed tasks. That's it. If we go back to our app, we see +1 completed task, which is exactly what we see here, +1 completed task. Now we can be a little bit picky here because +1 completed tasks or +1 completed task, it can change. It doesn't matter. You can tweak that. But this is a really good example that we just were able to write a query and execute it on the front end pretty easy. When we check the specific checkbox, if you click on the label, then the modal opens up. But when you click on the checkbox, nothing really happens. Even if you uncheck this one, nothing really happens. So we want that functionality right now. And that is the perfect use case for mutations. You could insert, update, and remove data from the database. So that's exactly what we're going to do now. What we're going to do is we're just going to copy this and we are going to go to the Convex folder inside of Todos. And here we are going to paste what we just copied. Now we can just move this here and mutation could be here, for example. Now, when it comes to updating or checking a specific task, what we're going to need is the ID. So that we're going to need the task ID, which is again going to be the IDs of the to-dos table. Here we are going to update the data. Now I know we copied insert, but let's say we want to update something, then we could easily do that as well. If we go to the Convex documentation, and let's say we want to update data, then we can easily do that as well. Here, instead of insert, we are going to use a function called as patch. And we are going to patch the to-dos table. We are going to get task ID from the args. And then over here, we are going to say is completed is going to be true because we're implementing check a to-do. Now, instead of the to-dos table name, we are going to have task ID. So we're saying for patch this specific task ID and then set completed is true. Now you may be wondering, well, we haven't necessarily passed in the database table name, and that's because of this to-dos file. We don't need to worry about that. Similarly, if you want to uncheck a to-do, for example, so we can say uncheck a to-do, then we could do the same thing, except this is going to be false. Now, inside of our to-do list, here's what we're going to do. We have incomplete to-dos and we have completed to-dos. Now, anytime a user checks the checkbox, that is, they check, let's say, the checkbox here, then we want it to check and uncheck. So what we're going to do is we are going to take a function called as, so what we're going to do is we're going to create a component and call this todos.tsx. Now, whatever gets passed on to this specific to-do, it's going to just render the tasks here. So what we're going to do is we're just going to move this code and then take items as a prop, and to-dos is just going to map everything. So it's going to basically items, it's going to loop through items and it's going to map through the task. Now, it still doesn't solve the problem of checking and unchecking to-dos, but hang in there. So if we say to-dos, here is where we're going to pass items will be incomplete to-dos. Similarly, this reduces the code a lot. We're going to say completed to-dos. Now this specific component is going to be a really smart component where it's going to say, all right, I'm going to do the calculation for handle on change to do. So for example, we're going to pass in another prop, to do, and we're going to say handle on change. And we're going to say handle on change to do. So for example, we're going to pass in another prop, to do, and we're going to say handle on change to do. So for example, we're going to pass in another prop, to do, and we're going to say handle on change to do. So for example, we're going to pass in another prop, to do, and we're going to say handle to do. And let's say we are passing the task itself. Let's move this here, move the task here, and so on. Then in that case, this handle on change to do is going to basically map out, hey, if it's completed, then make it not completed, and so on. So here's where we're going to call the mutation. We're going to say check a to do equals use mutation now api.todos dot check a to do. We haven't imported API. Let's do that, and so on. Now, the same thing applies to uncheck a to do as well. So here we're going to say uncheck a to do. Now, this specific function handle on change to do, what it's going to do is, hey, if the task is, and again, we're passing the task here, task, and this task is going to be of type to dos. Now, if task dot is completed, that means if it's true, then we want it to uncheck a to do. So let's say we're gonna say task ID is going to be task dot underscore ID, and else we wanna check a to do essentially. So this is pretty straightforward. We are saying if it's completed and the user checks on it, then uncheck it, else just check it. Now, we haven't really passed the specific function handle on change to task. So that's what we're going to do now. So we're going to pass this here, this specific function handle on change, which then we're going to pass it to on change equals handle on change. So, or rather on checked change equals handle on change. Now this way, handle on change will be invoked whenever the specific function is invoked. So now if we go back to our app, let's say we refresh the page, and if I say checked, then that means this option has moved, uncheck, uncheck. Now this means is completed should be false if everything worked as expected. So if we go to our database and if we go to to-dos, is completed is false, which is the state of a UI here. But let's say I say I want to buy a tent, and if I do that, then buy a tent is in fact is completed is true. So that means a mutation has been working as expected, which is pretty awesome right now. Now, this specific code is going to be reused in multiple places. So for example, whenever we implement the today page, here we don't show the count. Let's say we go to individual project pages, then we are going to have +1 completed task. So it's not just one spot that we're going to have this specific value. We're going to have it in multiple places. So what we can do is we can just copy this and say completed to-dos, and then this can take a value total. So if total to-dos are there, then just pass it. And here we don't have this component yet, so we're going to create it. So now we're going to say completed to-dos.tsx. Now we're going to say completed to-dos and just paste what we copied, and circle big can come from Lucide React with total to-dos that will essentially come from the specific parameter. So now let's go ahead and import it. So we have total to-dos, and if it doesn't exist, then it's going to be 0. It should say 1, but it does not. So let's take a look at what's going on. So if we say total to-dos here, so we're going to call this total to-dos, and that's it. So now it says +1 completed task, which is what we're looking for. So now we have basically combined and extracted a bunch of components. This way it's going to make our life a lot simpler whenever we have to reuse the same functionality anywhere else. But again, we saw how beautiful the Convex use mutation is, because we can pretty much just use that to invoke it and everything works as expected. Now, there's one more thing we want to do, which is that whenever we want to check a to-do, we want to send a toast notification. We want to say toast, hey, you completed a task. That's awesome. So back to ShadCN. So we want to say, hey, you did completed a task. That's awesome. So if we go back to ShadCN, we want to say here toast, and this is what we're looking for. So when I say add to calendar, you can see this nice toast here. So we are going to install a toast package, a component from ShadCN. So let's install it and let's run it. And now what we need is we need a toaster in the root layout. So if we go to the root layout, here is where we need the toaster. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So now inside of our to do, we can say, say here, and let's extract toast equals use toast, and we can then invoke the toast here. So we can say title is going to be a check mark, task completed, and then the description can be you are a rock star. And now the duration, that means how long it stays. Let's say, let's keep it 3000 milliseconds. So we can add it here. And now the minute I say, so now if I say check, the toast notification did not work. In fact, it says hydration fail. So now if I hit checked, it says task completed, you are a rock star. But it comes at the bottom, so we almost missed it. We want to show it on top. So let's just go to UI toast and then update it so that it appears on top. So by default, it's towards the bottom. We want to make sure that it's actually on top. So let's go to the toast component. And here in a variant, we have this. So let's just head to the toast component. And then if you look for variants, right now we have border, background, text foreground. Let's just set it so that it is actually on the right hand side top. So we can say fixed, mid, max, W, 220 pixel. So we know how wide it is. Medium is going to be top 4. Medium is going to be right 4. Border primary is going to be 40. And then border solid. And then PY is 4. Now, if we try it out again, let's uncheck it and check it again. Now you can see that we have this nice little glow, a border, and then it stays for 3 seconds as well. Now, if I do it again, it says task completed, you are a rock star. Alrighty, so now we have a really good user experience as well. It does notify the user that the task has been completed. So now let's implement this add task button. Now what happens is whenever you click on add task, then this specific inline modal shows up, inline dialog shows up. And then when you hit cancel, it disappears and add task is essentially add task button shows up again. We push the content down, the rest of the content down. So this is where the add task should be created. But this specific add task needs to have some sort of a state. That means whenever we click on it, then we show the add task. When we cancel it, then it disappears. So we need to keep a local React state for that. So let's just implement this one now. So when we click on add task, we also need to show the specific modal here that we need to design. So we need a date, we need drop downs, 3 different drop downs with icons and so on. But when we hit cancel, then it goes away. But let's say we hit add task, then we need to mark certain fields as required, and then add task is going to add the task to the specific list as well. So that's something we need to keep in mind. So let's go ahead and implement this. So let's create a new button called as add task. Again, let's just create a new folder altogether and let's call this add tasks. And here we're going to call this add task.tsx or add task wrapper.tsx. Now let's call this add task wrapper. Now here, let's say we want to show set, or let's call add task button. Now in add task button, we're going to have a state that shows and hide the task. So for that, we are going to have a default button here, but we're also going to export a wrapper as well. So we're going to say add, or I guess just not exported yet, but let's add a wrapper here that is going to be, that will have show add task and set show add task. And this is going to be use state and it's going to be false. Now, what we want to do is if show add task is true, then we want to render a component. This is going to be the inline component that we're looking for. Inline add task. But let's say we don't want to show it, then we want to show a button as well. Now, this specific button will be the add task button that we will create over here. Now this add task button is going to be essentially a button with class name pl2. It's going to be flex. It's going to have some margin top. Flex 1 will have a on click handler. So let's just set it as empty for now. And then this specific button is also going to have a flex call, item center, justify center, gap 1. So again, we are basically aligning the items. Here it's going to have add task. So we're going to say, let's say you want a title. So let's just say p tag, or I guess it should be more like a span. That's going to be text base, font light, tracking tight, text foreground is going to be 70. And then this is going to have the name add task. Now, alongside this, we are also going to have a plus icon. So plus from Lucide React, because we want to show the plus icon itself, which is going to be H8, W8, text primary, fill primary, text white. Now, or let's just say text primary, hover is going to have background primary because we want to highlight the button. Hover is also going to have rounded Excel, and hover is going to have text white. Now, we're going to call add task wrapper everywhere else. So we can say export it. In fact, inside of TodoList, right before, after the incomplete to-dos is where we want to add the add task wrapper. Now, if we go here, you can see add task is right here. Now, it's definitely not aligned correctly. So let's just wrap this up in another div and let's give it a flex, item center, gap 2 between the elements. So it's a row, not a column. Now, if we see it, we can see that add task is here with a hover. Now, if you see here, add task is quite tiny, but this is what we have here. We can say H3, this one can be H3. Now the button here is quite huge, the plus button. So let's just make this smaller. Now you can see this is looking way better. Now when we click on add task, we want to show the modal here. So this is where the click handler comes in. Here we're going to have on click, and this is just going to be passed to on click. Now in the add task button, on click is essentially going to be there to show the task. So set show task is going to be true. Now, if we do this, you can see inline add task does get created, but there's no way to cancel it for now. But if I refresh the page, it's back. If I click it again, inline add task. So this is where we're going to add our inline add task. Now, this inline add task is essentially going to be a form, but let's just go ahead and create one. I have inline add task at inline.tsx. See, add task inline. There you go. So now let's just import it as well. Now here we're going to add the form for the add task itself. For now, let's just implement the cancel button. So if I say there's going to be a button and the class name of that button is going to be px26, and then the type is going to be submit, and then we're just going to call this add task. Similarly, we can also add a cancel button as well. So cancel is going to be before this, add task is going to be after. But again, cancel button looks very different. It takes in a different variant altogether, which is a variant of outline. So here we're going to say background gray 300 is, and then 40, text gray 9, 950 px 6, and then hover is going to be bg gray 300. Now, if I click on add task, you can see that the specific button is this button itself. So, for example, we have this over here, but definitely we need a flex for this because it's right now, there's no gap between the elements at all. So, you can say flex gap 3 and then self end. Now, look at that. We have these specific items. Now, if I click on cancel, nothing happens. But ideally, we should just have it to be as false. So here we can just say set show at task. And then now on cancel, this is not going to be of type submit. We're just going to say on click is going to be set show at task is going to be false. Now, if I hit cancel, it's not a function because we are not passing it. But let's say we do need to pass it here too. So we're going to say on click is going to be set show, or in fact, set show at task. If I hit cancel, goes away and so on. So this is the functionality for add task itself. That's going to be way more. It's going to be a nice form that we show here. But for now, this is looking pretty good. Let's take a step back and really look at the architecture again. You can already see we have implemented quite a bit here. We have implemented tasks, unchecked to-dos, checked to-dos, and now we are implementing add task inline. We have also implemented completed to-dos. After we create add task inline, it might also be time to go to add task modal and so on. The backend functionality looks so much easier because of the mutations and queries that Convex has. But by splitting these components and looking at the architecture and the big picture again, I think it makes our life a lot simpler. So if we take a look at this, we have implemented this code, then this to-do list. We have implemented check to-dos, completed to-dos. We have task as well, and so on. And now we are implementing this specific functionality, which is add task inline. So let's go ahead and work on that now. So if you notice this specific error, hydration fail because initial UI does not match, it typically means that the elements are not nested correctly. It says here, in HTML, div cannot be a child. So we added a toaster here. Instead, it needs to be added inside body. The minute we do that, the error goes away. So keep that in mind as you try to resolve that specific hydration. Now, in order for us to implement this specific form, we are going to use three things. We're going to use ShadCN UI form. Then we're going to use React hook form, which is really good for a form library. It's quite advanced. And when you have multiple inputs, you need to use something like React hook form that really allows you to create forms seamlessly because forms can be really tricky. Then we are going to use Zod, which is a schema declaration and validation library. It essentially prevents us from sending any type of bad data and create a schema for our form so that we can prevent users from entering the wrong input and also sending the incorrect data and showing all the errors as well. It's really good. I cannot imagine now using a form without Zod. And then lastly, we're also going to use the validation resolvers, which is again easy for validation purposes from the package hook form slash resolvers. So we're going to copy this specific code where we're just going to everything. Just copy this. Now let's go to task inline. And here we're just going to paste what we copied. I think we already have a button, so we don't need it. Now right on top here, we're going to add task inline, or rather, let's add input form. Now we haven't installed hook form resolvers, so let's just copy this and paste it. Let's install Zod. npm install Zod. There you go. We also need form here, so let's copy this, paste it. Now this also, the form page also walks you through adding the form, creating the form schema, defining the form, building the form, which is pretty nice too. Let's restart our development server. And now let's refresh the page again just to make sure everything works. There you go. Everything works. Now if I do this, then I add task, you can see that there's a form here, which is pretty nice. And let's say I try to submit without entering anything in the username, then it gives a validation message. That's exactly what we're looking for here. So now, one thing to note here is we are just going to copy this entire form inline because we have a button and we want to make sure that everything works as intended. So we have the form, we have the submit button. We're just going to move these two right in here. And add task has the submit button, which is what we're looking for. At the same time, we need all of this here. And then we also need the form schema as well. In fact, we can keep the schema there. Let's get rid of the input form. Now let's see if everything works. And it still does. But it's the alignment is a lot better. If I hit submit, it acts the same way. Username must be at least 2 characters. So when it comes to implementing Zord, I know we copy pasted an example. This is where you define the schema and the fields that we need. So for example, let's say if the minimum characters is more than 2, then we are going to show the username must be at least 2 characters error message. Now, in our application, let's say I add some sort of a test to do, test description, and it's going to work because we have set the defaults here. But let's say it wasn't the case, then it would not necessarily work. But in this case, we can show some error messages too. So this specific form schema helps us define what the form is expecting. Then we basically hook that schema inside of a React hook form, and React hook use form hook comes from React hook form. Once that's already hooked up, then we also provided the default values and a Zord resolver. Now, this specific Zord resolver is what we installed, hook form Zord resolver. It essentially helps us validate, hey, the input that the form has, does it match the schema validation or not? If not, it's gonna give us a error message. But if yes, then everything is gonna work as expected and we can move forward to the next step. Alrighty, so now we don't need any of this. We don't need a submit functionality. It's time for us to start hooking up our form with this specific form. So here's what we're gonna need. By default, we are going to need task name, which is going to be empty, description, which is also going to be empty, priority, which is going to be 1. We're going to need due date, which is going to be just new date. We're going to need project ID. Let's keep this empty for now. And we're also going to need label ID. Now by default, project ID is going to be the getting started project ID. So let's add that over here. Similarly, label ID is going to be this system label, so it's going to be defaulting to personal. If the user hasn't selected a specific label, then it's going to default to the personal label. Alrighty, similarly, it's going to default to priority. Now, we have this form field. We also need to add a task name form field and so on. We're going to call this task name. We are also going to call this ID as task name. The placeholder is going to be enter your task name. Then this is going to be a required field. And we're going to pass in the rest of the props as well. Now, in terms of class name, it's going to have border 0. Font is going to be semi bold. And then the text is going to be large. Now we have the input type, which is equal to text. And the name of the form is not there really. Now the description, again, we don't need to worry about it. And there is no form message either. So we essentially have a form field with form item, control, and input. Now if we take a look at our app, this is how it looks like, which is exactly what our add task does. Like it doesn't have a border or anything like that. In fact, we might also want to remove the highlighted options, which we'll do that later. Let's get the form working and we can work on the styling later on. Now, we have a form field for task. We need exactly something similar for description too. So we're going to copy this and change this to description. Except instead of input, it's going to be text area. Because the description is a description, it's not just a name. So we need that for sure. So we're going to get rid of this. ID is going to be description. Placeholder is going to be description. And There's going to be some text here with a class name of margin left auto, height 4, opacity is going to be 50. There you go. So let's just import text as well from Lucide React. It's going to be a text icon. Now we don't have a text area yet. We don't need this class name. We don't need border 0. We don't want anyone to resize it. That's all. Now let's go ahead and install text area. So we're going to add text area here. Done. Pretty quick. We go to text area. Now we can import text area from wherever we like. And let's just surround this with a div because it wants one item. So here we're going to say flex item start, and gap is going to be 2 between the icon and the text area. Now if I click on text area, you can see we have this nice little icon. At the same time, we have a task name as well, which is pretty handy, pretty cool. Now let's give it some border to the form as well. So right now we're saying width is going to be 2/3, but really what we want is space y is 2, border is going to be 2, padding is going to be 2, border gray is going to be 200. There's going to be vertical margin. We're going to round the corners. Padding is going to be 3. Padding top is going to be 4. Border 4 is going to be border foreground, but then we're going to reduce the opacity. And look at that. We have a really nice looking border here. Now, if you take a look at this specific form, what we also need is a card footer as well, which is going to be in the footer. Basically, these two buttons are going to be in the footer, and then we can give it some styling. Going to say flex call, large is going to be flex row, large is going to be justify between, then gap is going to be 2, border is going to be 2, a border top is going to be 2, and then padding top is going to be 3. Now, if we take a look, there is this nice line and it's actually in the footer. Ideally, these are all the inputs here too. So we're going to have the width is going to be full and large is going to be 1/4. So now you can see that this entire element, whatever we add here, is going to take the full width, and then these two buttons are pushed all the way to the right. Alrighty, now let's build the drop-down options that we have in Todoist.ai when we have a date picker and then 2 other drop-downs for priority as well as labels, actually 3 other drop-downs and for projects. But the projects one also has this nice icon that we are looking for too. Now, if we go back to our app, right now we have a few TypeScript errors. So let's quickly resolve those. So let's see, we have set show at task, and this is gonna be a dispatch, set state action, and a boolean value. Similarly, if we copy the same one and go to, we get this from the button. So same thing here too. So we have on click handler and just this too. Now this one is getting assigned to a button. So let's just say this is gonna be any, because so we can make sure that even if it's a mouse event, then this accounts for that. Alrighty, so now we are also getting these errors, and that's because Zod has a schema of username, but in fact we have task name and description so far. So we could just modify this and say task name. Now we can say that task name must be at least 2 characters. Same thing for description as well. So they must be at least 2 characters. Now we could also make description optional as well, which we could do that easily with Zod. So it will allow us to enter a empty string that we're looking for because description is empty. Then we have priority, which is going to be a string. And here as well, we're going to say min1 error message is going to be please select a priority. Same thing for project as well. So project ID is going to be please select a project. Then we're going to have the same thing for label ID too. So label ID is going to be please select a label. Now we have all of this. Now let's add a due date too. Now due date is going to be a number, or in fact due date is going to be a date because dot has a date function, and we can say a due date is required. But here's the thing, because by default we are going to pass in values, these error messages might not even show up. But it's really good to have Zod error messaging in place. So in case something goes wrong, then we can handle that too. So now TypeScript is happy. Implement the drop down here. Now, in order for us to implement the drop down or the date picker first, we are going to go to the ShadCN UI library again. And then here we're going to install the date picker. Our date picker is going to be the calendar option itself. So that's what it's using. So if we go to calendar, that's what we need to install. So I'm going to copy this and then stop it and paste it. So this is going to install the calendar for us. And while we're here, let's also add a drop down menu as well, so that for the next one, a priority and stuff like that, it would be really handy for us. But this drop down menu is not what we're looking for. We're looking for select. So it can select whatever items that it wants. So that's what we're looking for. So let's add select here. Alrighty, so now we have select as well as calendar in our code base. So let's run the development server again. And now for us to, we have to implement the due date. So first of all, let's just copy all of this. I'm going to copy all of this and paste it here. Every single item is going to need a form field wrapped up with a form item as well. So here is where we can add the date, which is with the form item. Now, in order for us to implement the due date, let's just head over to the date picker component. And there's always an option in ShadCN UI library to essentially use form. So we could just go to the form section and then implement it. Now, as you saw here, they're using Zod too, and Zod.date is an option that we chose as well. And now what you're looking for is this essentially. So we want form field, which we have already got. And then from item onwards, let's just copy the whole thing. Now, let's add that in here. And we right now have two form items. So let's make sure we only have one. Okay, so now calendar icon is going to come from Lucide React. And then let's add CLSX here. Or rather, there is also CN, which comes from utils. So if you take a look at our utils, so if we say utils, for example, this is not the utils we want, but in the library, ShadCN actually adds this specific function called CN, and it uses Tailwind merge to merge a bunch of styles together as well. So it's already there. We could use it. We don't even need to use class names package from the ground up. Okay, so now we also need calendar that we got. There's one more component that we are looking for is popover. So if we head over to popover, which is this popover component, let's just copy this code and then install it. Whoops, install it. Now this popover component will allow the calendar to pop over when someone clicks on something. So then let's restart the server again. And now this time we are going to import it from UI. We're going to import the trigger from it as well. Okay, and then lastly, we have the popover content. Alrighty, so now there is a format function too. Let's see what they're using for format. So if you were to go, let's say we go to date picker, again go to form, and if you take a look at the code, format is in fact coming from date FNS. Date FNS is a really good JavaScript utility library. It allows us to use a lot of different format utils, so we don't have to do the math on our own. So we could use date FNS here. So for that, we need to just install it. We can just npm install date FNS. If we go back, we can just import format from date FNS. There you go. Okay, so now if you click on add task, you can see date of birth is here. Now, obviously, this is not the date of birth we are looking for. We are looking for due date. So let's fix that. We don't even need the title date of birth here either. So we can get rid of that too. Similarly, your date of birth is used to calculate this description. Even though this description is great, we don't need it. So all of this is pretty handy. Now, when you pick a date, Notice how you cannot go in the future, but you can definitely go in the past or the present date. So this is the logic for that. It's basically saying that if it's in the past or in the present, like don't do anything. So let's just get rid of it. Because again, we want to be able to select a due date in the future. So this is a Todoist application. Alrighty. Now this one has a calendar icon and we're gonna keep it because it's really nice and handy. And we can select the date that we're looking for. Alrighty. Now let's go ahead and look at some of the styling as well, just to make sure everything looks good. So in the button, let's say flex 2, just to give a little bit of spacing between elements. Yeah, so the styling looks pretty good. So now let's go ahead and get the select working. And if you take a look at the code over here, what we're looking for is selecting a bunch of triggers. Now, let's copy this whole thing again and then add it here. Similarly, every item inside of React hook form is wrapped with form field so that it can magically calculate the value and add it to the form, and it manages all the internal state as well. We don't want email, but what we want is project ID. So if we take a look at this app, we have priority and then label ID. So let's do priority first. Priority. Again, we don't need a label here necessarily. And then let's just import select. Again, if we keep here, obviously it's not going to work because we haven't imported everything. But let's do select value, select item, select content, and then we don't need a description. Perfect. So now if we take a look, we have this nice drop down with these three options. Now again, what we're looking for is the option is going to be priority 1, priority 2, the value, and this is the value that will get set in the form. So we are going to say we want this to be priority 1, and this will be priority 2. This would be priority 3. And then one more, this is going to be priority 4 with the value of 4. Now, if you take a look, priority has been ready, which is nice. Now, we have priority. Again, it says select a verified email to display. We don't need to do that. Again, our default value is working really well, but we definitely needed the form control. So there you go. So if we do this, it automatically says priority. Now, we don't need select a verified email. We need select a priority. There you go. So now let's do the same for project ID and label ID. So let's do label ID and then please select a label. And now here the select for the select item, we're going to have to pull the labels from elsewhere. So by default, label ID is going to be there. But what we want is we want to pull all the labels from somewhere else. So for that, let's just create a array called labels for now and then map through them. And let's say we have a select item. Let's get rid of all of these. And that's what we want. So now instead of priority, we can just say label.name for now. And we also need to add the key prop, which could be IDX. IDX. Again, IDX is a number, and label is going to be a ID of, oops, not ID, but a document of labels. Now, labels does not exist, so let's just add an empty array for now. So if we go back here and add task, labels doesn't have anything yet. So that's what we want for now. Similarly, if we do the same thing for project ID as well, so it's going to say select a project, and then this is going to be projects. And instead of label, it's going to be project. And there you go. So project.name will be displayed. And in here, the value is going to be project._ID because this is the value that we're pulling from Convex. So ideally, what we're going to do is we're going to replace the list of projects as well as the list of labels from Convex. We don't have that query yet, so we are not doing it. Similarly, this is going to be label._ID. Okay, so now we have one more drop down here, and that's looking pretty good. So now, if you take a look, even if you make the screen bigger, notice how it's taking the full screen. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for it to be in one row itself. So what we can do is pretty much wrap them up in a div. And here we can say div is gonna be class name flex gap 2. Now we can move this specific form field towards the bottom. So this is going to be the list of projects. Now this is going to be the list of projects here. So now let's pull the list of projects from Convex. So now what we're going to do is just like how we have a to-dos file, we're going to have a projects file, as well as we're going to have a labels file too. Now if we go to the projects file, we can pretty much copy the get from here and paste it. Now, instead of to-dos, it's gonna be list of projects, and we're just gonna collect them. Now we can just say get projects here. Similarly, if you go to labels, instead of get projects, it's gonna be get labels, and we're gonna have labels here as well. Now, if we head back to our form up top in the form itself, now we have to call the list of projects as well as, so we're going to say use query and then API dot projects dot get projects. Similarly, we are looking for labels as well. So we're going to have labels dot get labels. So we have the projects, we have the label. Remember how we were looping through an empty array? This time we're going to loop through projects. But projects could possibly be undefined. So what we could do is let's set a default array over here. So that handles the case. Similarly, after projects, we also need priority is good, but we need list of labels too. So instead of empty array, we're going to have list of labels. Now you can already see the labels are in fact being pulled from the database. So it was pretty straightforward to add a list of labels. And so I'm really loving this combination of we don't have to worry about writing SQL queries or NoSQL and so on. We just use the interface from Convex and then write the queries. It makes our development so much faster once you spend a little bit more time on it. Okay, so we have the value to be the label ID. And if we take a look, what we can do is maybe on top here, we can just say json.stringify and then form.getValues, and then let's just indent it. This way we know whenever we select a value that it's actually showing up. So if I say, hey gets displayed, this is a description. Description gets displayed as well. Then when I say due date is this value. Now remember, before sending it to the database, we need to convert due date into a number because right now due date is a date, but we need to convert that into a number. Priority is 1, but let's say I change it to 2, then it changes to 2, to 3, to 3, to 4. The priority is not changing right now. So let's take a look at what's going on. The default value is going to be 1, and that fixes it. Priority 1. It's a little slow, but it's working. All right. So now we can actually start looking into creating add task mutation. So we need a mutation, and we could call that create a to do. So you know what to do in that case. Go to the Convex folder and go to to dos. Now here we're going to create a mutation. So just like we have checker to do, let's create a mutation called as create a to do, for example. Now, in order for us to create a to do, we don't just need the task ID. We in fact need a lot of information such as task name and all that. So if we go to our form, we need all of this information. So now it shouldn't be empty. This one should be string, description should be string as well. Then we can make description optional over here. Then we need priority to be a string. Then the date itself is going to be a number. Project ID is going to be v.id projects. This is going to be label. Okay, so now we don't have a task ID, but we have a task name, description, priority, due date, project ID, label ID. So we are destructuring all the values that can be used. Now we don't need a patch, we are gonna need a insert. Now the way insert is gonna work is we just need to pass in the list of the table name itself from the list of table names. And here we're just gonna return the entire thing. So what we need is again same thing, task name. We can just copy this whole thing. There you go. Now, priority needs to be a number. So we need to convert a string to a number because as you saw here, priority is in fact a number here. So we can just convert that easily a bit later. In fact, we can make this a number too over here. And then in priority, select the project ID, select over here. What we can do is array of 1, 2, 3, 4 map and then item idx, and then we don't even need any of this. Let's add the key to be idx, and then the value is gonna be item. Now value needs to be a string, so we could convert that into a string. Okay, and here it needs to be a string again. So I would say that it's easier for it to still be a string but then later on convert it. So if I say it's all priority 1, so it should be priority item. So we have 2, then we have 3, 4, and so on. Changes takes a second to change it. So let's make sure that the schema matches to what we are creating here. So for the to-dos, we are saying we need task name, which is a string, description, then we have priority, which is a number. Then we have due date, which is a number. We have project ID. We have label ID and so on. Now we still need user ID here. So we can just say user ID is going to be null for now. And we also need user ID from here, but we need to find a way to pull user ID from somewhere else. For now, let's just say ID is going to be users. And here we can just pull the information from our database where we have a user. So for now, we are hard coding the value, but eventually we won't be. So let's just add this. And then is completed is missing. So for now, is completed is going to be a false value. Okay, so by default, whenever you're creating a to do, it's going to be a false value because the user has just created the to do and not necessarily worked on it yet. So we need is completed to be false. Okay, so now we have this information, and if this is successful, it's going to return a task ID. But if it's not, we can handle the error. So we can just say over here, just return the task ID. But if not, then it's going to return empty, for example. And we're also going to log the error and the error itself. This way we have some error handling when it comes to mutation, that is creating any new information. Okay, so now let's use create a to-do inside our form. So now I understand we're hard coding the user information, but eventually this needs to come from our logged in user information, which we will do that next. But first, let's just create a mutation. Just like we have here, we're going to call create a to-do mutation. And then here we're going to say use mutation API to-dos dot create a to-do. We have actually just declared this mutation. Now we need to invoke it in the submit form. So what we can do is, if we go back to to-dos, we can just pretty much copy all of this information, destructure that from data. And here we can say mutation ID is gonna be create a to-do mutation with all the information that we have, but we don't need double curly braces. Just like that. Now it's gonna complain for priority. So what we're gonna do is priority is gonna be a number. So we're gonna say parse int and then priority. Similarly, due date has to be a number too. So we can use a library called as Moment, which is a pretty popular date library. So we're going to use that to essentially parse any information. So here we're going to install Moment, and now we can say Moment is going to be due date, and then we're going to do dot value of. Now we can import Moment from here. There you go. So now when it comes to project ID, we're just going to get the project ID from what we have. So we're going to say project ID, but if you take a look at project ID, the expected type comes from whatever. String is not assignable because by default, project ID is in fact this. So let's just cast it to say that, hey, we know what we're doing, and it's going to be ID of projects. Similarly, this is going to be ID of labels as well. Again, these types come from Convex, so we are pretty much good there. Right now, we are hard coding the project ID as a default, but if that doesn't exist, we can also give it an empty value. So here we can check if there is a project ID, then only perform this operation. Here we can say project ID as ID and then projects. Similarly, we can do the same here, label ID as ID of labels. Now, even though we're getting the ID as string, we know that we are pulling that information from the database. So this should be good. Now, if mutation ID is not equal to undefined, we are gonna basically toast it. So we can say title, and then we can use whatever fun emoji we want here. So I'm gonna use a unicorn emoji. I'm gonna say created a task, and duration again can be 3000. Again, if you want it to be longer, you could do that too. Now let's add toast from whoops equal to use toast over here. Okay, so now we have created this task successfully. So let's just refresh the page just one more time. And then here, let's say buy meds, and we can say Tylenol. And let's see what happens when I hit add task. Look at that. We get a nice little toast, and then buy meds is an option over here. Once it's successful, we can just reset the form, and then we could turn that into a list of default values. So right now the default values are all of these. So what we can do is const default values is going to be this. Okay, so now we have all of these default values. We want to reset it when the user cancels it as well. So the user cancels it. We have this set show add task, which should be fine because we just cancel it. But let's say if we have buy a tent. I love buying tents. Let's just add something else. Upload a video. Todoist. And I'm gonna upload it, let's say, I don't know, next week. Okay, this is good. Upload a video is right there. Now let's implement the dialog itself. So when you click on the specific item, right now we just show the name, the task name itself. Because remember when we created task, we also need to type this, but remember when we created task, we essentially just added the task name here, but in fact, we need a separate dialog altogether. So before we do that, let's just type all of this information. This here type is going to be string. This is going to be ID of to-dos. Then this is going to be Boolean. And for this one, it just can be any. Okay, so now if we take a look at the task itself, we have the dialog content here. What we could do is just pretty much move this somewhere else. So let's just create a new dialog called as add task dialog.tsx. And then here we can say add task dialog. Since React is in context already in a Next.js app, we don't need it. So let's just add task dialog, move this and say add task dialog here. Now let's move the dialog content in here. We just need whatever task details we can get. So just say task name here, and then let's just spread task. Do we have a task? No, we just have a task name. Just say task name equal to task name. Then this could be task name is a string. Perfect. So when you click on upload video, it still works. So now this add task dialog needs to have way more information than what we have right now. Right now, we just have dialog content, but what we need is more information about that specific dialog. So, one option is instead of passing one value at a time, we can literally just retrieve the entire task itself. So, for example, we can just pass the task here. So, if we go to add task button, we have the task here. So, instead of passing just one single task, we can just pass the whole thing. So, if we go to our page, this is the login page, but if we go to our logged in page, again, we can get rid of the unused imports here. And now, if I go to TodoList, we have a list of to dos. Then we map here, and then this is where we call the to dos. Now we're already passing task here already. The task is gonna be doc of, there you go. So now this specific task already has all the information, and we're extracting task name here because we're spreading all the values. So whatever we need, we already have here. So what we can do is pretty much assign task equals task, or I guess data equals task, and this can have all the information necessary. Now, the reason why we are doing this is because we don't want to keep passing in one information at a time. We just want to pass everything and extract whatever we need here. So we have the task name here. Now, again, we can just pass all the information, all the data here. So we can just say data equal to task. So instead of destructuring it here, we can destructure here and say data. There you go. So now data is going to be data and add task dialog. Right now we have a task name, but we can just have data here and then extract whatever information that we're looking for. So again, it's going to be doc of to dos. There you go. And this is going to be data. There you go. Now, similarly, we're going to extract task name from data. We can just extract it over here in line. And now task name is going to be there. So now if I open it up, task name is still there, which is pretty handy. Now, if I were to extract description out, we can do the same here too. I'm just going to say description. Again, when I open it up, we have Tylenol as a description. Like description is at next to each other, but we can format it now. All right, so now we have some information here. So what we need is, if we go to the ShadCN UI library, so if you go to the ShadCN UI library, and here if you look at dialog, the main thing I want you to focus on is that dialog content has in fact a dialog header, a title, a description, and a footer. So let's just paste that here, and let's just import the necessary items that we're looking for. Then dialog footer, and then we have a button. So if I open this up, it has this modal now, which is pretty handy. But in dialog title, this would be task name by a tent. In dialog description, we're gonna have description. And then the dialog content will have a max of WXL. Again, what we're doing here is we are going to essentially just align the items so that when you open up a modal here, it's in fact towards the bottom. But if you take a look, if you open it up in desktop, then on the right hand side, we have a list of projects, due date, priority, and label. And underneath that, we have subtasks and so on. So we are basically implementing that functionality here. So that's what we are going for. So here we are going to set age is going to be 4 by 6. flex call. Then we're gonna have medium, it's gonna be flex row, large, justify between, text, right. Open it up, still the same. But now let's add the other div. So instead of footer here, we can just add another div here because we want items to be on the right hand side. So these will be items such as sorry flex call, gap 2, bg gray 100, large is gonna be half of what we're looking for. Now same thing over here, we're gonna have grid gap 2, b4, border b2, w full. Okay, so now we're gonna have this too, and now we need a label, and that label is gonna be project. Now if we take a look, so far we have this, so which is very similar to this. Again, we're gonna align it, and here let's just say flex item start. So it has moved all the way to the left. Now for the content of the item, we are going to say flex text left, item center, justify start, gap 2, pb2. Okay, so now here we will have a hash icon from Lucide React, and then again every icon is going to have the same width and height, and then text is going to be primary. There you go. So now we have the hash icon that we're looking for, and this is where the project ID could go. Now we just have the project ID and not the project name, but for now let's just say get started. Let's hard code it, and then we'll pull the necessary information later on. Again, we can just say capitalize. Oops, not here, but right next. There. Now let's make that font a little smaller. There you go. So now we have this. Similarly, we are going to have to repeat the same information here too. So we can say this is going to be project, and then this is going to be the value. Now we could just convert this into an array. So like let's say write maybe like to do details would be better. And then here we are going to have the label name is going to be project, and then the value I should say, and it's going to be, let's say for now, get started, and then the icon is going to be the same for the most part, or no, it's going to be different. So we are going to have icon here. It's going to be this whole thing. There you go. So now let's from here, let's just say to do details.map, and then item itx map it. This is gonna have this information. All right, so now we can say that key is gonna be item dot maybe the value. All right, so and let's just make sure that it doesn't have the same value, so we can just add idx as unique value. Okay, perfect. So now we have project, so we can just say item dot label name. Again, we can just destructure all of this here. Label name, value, icon, value, label name, value. Okay, so now we have this. All we need is icon. There you go. So now we could pretty much add the same information here. So like we can say project, this is going to be label, and then instead of hash, we need a label icon. So instead of that, we're going to have a tag icon. Now the value can be different. Similarly, we're going to have a due date. The value can come later on. Now, this is where things get a little interesting. We need to format the value too. So we can say due date y. And format is going to come from date fns. So let's just import format from date fns. There you go. Now due date is not here. Let's just give it a default date here. 24/11. There you go. So now November 11, 2024, and we have project due date. We need priority. Priority is going to have a flag icon. Due date is going to have a calendar icon. And then label is going to have a tag icon. So you can see that Already, our modal is looking quite good. And if I expand this and open it up, it actually has two columns, and we can close this or we can close it by clicking outside. And this is all pretty handy, which is pretty awesome. And we have mapped it as well. We could pretty much pull the information about the project instead of hard coding it. So for that, we're going to go to Convex, go to projects, and we want to pull information by a specific value. So for that, we can find tasks by project ID. Based on the project ID, we are looking for the project name instead. So we can get project by project ID, and then we can pull the name from it. So here in the args, I'm going to pass the project ID. So it's going to be v.id projects. There you go. So we're going to say filter and q and q dot equal. It's going to be checked ID here. Again, the second argument is going to be the args that we get. So equal, before we close this, there you go. So now it's going to be equal underscore ID. So we're saying on the project ID, whatever the value is, let's just compare that to the project. And then this is going to be q dot field as well. We can use this in our dialog right here. So we can say, oops, project equals use query API dot projects dot, let's import API over here. And then we need to pass the project ID. So for that, project ID can be from the argument itself, and we need to keep a state information. So we can say details, set details, and then keep the state information here. And by default, it's gonna be, let's just keep it empty. And then let's add a use effect. So we can say set details is gonna be, just call this todo details. Set todo details. Now this could be data. Now set todo details is gonna be data. Now over here, we're gonna get the value. I'm gonna say project dot name or empty. So here we're gonna say empty and gonna fix the dependencies. And now we're gonna grab the first information and then set the name. Now here's the thing. We can just do that here too, where we are checking the project and returning project 0 itself. Else it's basically a string, or else it is null. Now if I go to the dialog, here we can just directly access the name. Now if we click on buy meds, you can see get started has been pulled from the project itself. Now we can do something similar for labels too. So now if we go to labels, and it's gonna be get label by label ID. This is gonna be labels. This is gonna be label ID, label ID, label ID, and then labels. Now we're gonna do exactly the same thing here. We're gonna get label, labels dot get label by label ID, and then again we can pull label ID from here. Instead of get started as a label, we're gonna have label dot name. There you go. Now we're gonna update this specific use effect with label dot name and refresh the page. Now if we open it up, you can see that label is personal, which is exactly the label for the specific item. And now the priority can also be pulled from here. This priority is literally going to be just whatever the priority is of the item, because it's already there. So now if I open it up, priority is 1 still, and date could also be pulled because we already have date. So if we can pull that up as well, that would be lovely. So we have a date. Now if I open it up and update this information accordingly. So if I refresh the page, go here, we have the due date as June 14th as well. And if we expand it, then it has more information. So all the subtasks can go in here. So that's exactly what we're looking for when it comes to implementing the modal. So now it's finally time for us to basically only query the items when we have a user. Right now, we are already logged in, so we do have a user, but we're not necessarily adding any filter and checking that, hey, this to-dos user ID match to the user that is logged in. We are just showing all the to-dos for now. We are going to fix one minor thing, which is that whenever we say buy, it still goes to the bottom one but doesn't check it off. So if we go to task, we also need to make sure, in fact, if we go to page, go to TodoList, and then let's go to to-dos. Here we also need to make sure we are passing is completed. It's gonna be task dot is completed. So based on that, it's gonna hide or show, right? Similarly, there is underscore ID that's missing in type. We're not using this ID at all, so we can get rid of it. We can just say data dot underscore ID here. When it comes to items, it's gonna be array of doc to dos. And we're gonna say items is gonna be this right there. So this specific to dos is also typed. So now if I uncheck it, check it, it still works. Now it's time for us to put it behind a user ID. So in order for us to do that, the number one step we need to take is that right now we have a convex provider. Now this specific convex provider does in fact need to get replaced with convex provider with auth. Now because we have authentication, it needs to completely get replaced and we need to remove this import as well. And that's because Convex provider with auth will handle the authentication part as well. It knows that there's auth involved here. So it will manage all the sessions and whatnot. We will get access to user information as well. Now, if we head over to our to dos, let's go to to dos. And right now, we have the completed to dos. So let's start with that. Here, we want some way to get the information. So we can just say handle user ID would be the function that we would call, and we would pass in the context. Now, the good thing about context is that it has this auth specific value as well, which is again a property that has user information. And that is why it was important for us to replace everything with auth. So we're going to pass that in. It's not declared yet, but what we'll do is we'll create a new file here and call auth.ts. Now, this will have two functions. One function will get the viewer ID, and again, it will take the context. Then we will get the auth, for example, from the server. And here, this one is going to get the viewer ID by calling ctx.auth.get user identity. Now, if viewer ID is going to be null, then we are just going to return null. Now, viewer ID is essentially the identity. So we can say identity. So now let's copy this and paste it. Now, if that's the case, if there is an identity because this did not go here, then we could just say identity dot subject, and then let's cast this to ID of users. Now, we have the viewer ID. This is a function we are going to export, and we're going to say handle user ID, again pass in context auth, and here we are going to call the get viewer ID function. Now once we do that, we are gonna check if viewer ID is not equal to null, then user is not authenticated. That's how it works. Not but let's say it does have it, then viewer ID is in fact going to be the viewer ID we're looking for, which is the user ID. All right, so now in to-dos, let's just import handle user ID. Now what we can do is if the user ID exists, because user ID can be null, then only we want to perform this query. If not, we want to just return an empty array. Let's refresh this page and we still see the task, which is great. That means user ID does exist. But again, we're not filtering yet, so we need to filter that. So we can again copy this. Field is gonna be if the user ID field from to-dos matches to the user ID that we have, then only return it. So if I refresh the page, we still get the task, which is awesome. That means this works. Now let's have some fun. Let's go to our data and let's just create a new user. For example, over here, let's copy the document. Then let's add document. And we don't need ID and creation time, they get auto generated. But this time I'm just gonna say my email is anki@gmail.com. My profile picture could be the same, and my name is Anki. Or let's make it fun. Let's call my name as my dog's name and let's hit save. Now we have the user. We're gonna copy ID, to dos, add document, and this is gonna be the user ID. Now, project ID is something we already know. We added that as a default here. So we can just copy this project ID. The name is gonna be, let's say, get treats. And then we also have the label ID that we can copy from here and then paste it. Priority is gonna be 1. Oops. Priority is gonna be 1. And then is completed is false. And then we can leave the other stuff. So get the best treats. All right, so now if I hit save, this got created. Now keep this in mind, the user ID is different. So now if we go back to our app and refresh it, we do see this get treats. And that's because we only have the query for the completed to-dos, not for the non-completed to-dos or the incomplete to-dos. So let's just do the same here. Let's add the filter and now let's see what happens. And the get treats task has disappeared because we are adding the filter. Now let's add the same user ID filter for everything else. Because in a lot of places we have hard coded it too. So let's just do that. So we're gonna copy it. In fact, we can copy this whole thing. And we need to do over here, inside here. This is gonna be 0. So let's give this const to dos equals. Okay, now let's do the same for checking a to do as well. Now there are certain cases where we're just patching this value. So we can skip checking the user information here, but we definitely need this specific user ID here. So what we can do is, again, we have the user ID and we can just get the user ID here. Now we want to perform any of this operation if there is a user ID. So let's just add that, move this entire thing here. And if not, then return null. Now, this user ID could easily be replaced by the user ID we get because we know it exists. So now if we create add task and let's say I want to buy a tent, this is for camping reasons. And if I hit add task, I see buy a tent information. Now that's awesome. It always worked. But let's say I go to, but I love to buy tents because I'm using the same task name every time. I definitely need to buy a tent as well. But if I go to to-dos, we have buy a tent, but the important question is, does it have the same user ID? It does. So that means it worked as expected, which is awesome. So now if I were to change buy a tent and assign this to, whoops, and assign this to Kobe, we should only have one buy a tent here, which is exactly what we have. We don't have two, we have just one. So, all right, so this is working pretty well. So let's just apply the same everywhere else where we need it. So we have for incomplete, we have for complete. Let's add for get. Then tasks, we can pretty much just get rid of it. We don't need it. Then definitely for projects, we only need to get the projects that belongs to the specific user. Again, so let's just handle user ID. Here, even though we're getting the user ID, we're not querying it. So let's add the query too. Oops. So there you go. Same thing here too for getting the project by project ID. Now, in this case, every project is associated to a user ID itself, but just to be safe, we can just query it. For example, and here I'm going to say is there are a null. Now, again, let's query the user ID here too. All right, so now we have projects covered. Let's do the same for labels. We go to labels, let's add that here and otherwise return empty. And let's add the filter next. Same thing here as well. Return null. Perfect. And then let's add the filter of the user ID in labels as well. So we have this and let's copy this whole thing. There you go. So now this is working pretty well. So if I click on add task, I don't see labels, that is get labeled by label ID. So in this case, we have to do something different. We can save it. Same thing for projects too. Now, in our labels and projects, they're going to be divided into two parts. One is going to be system projects and system labels, which means that everyone who signs up to this specific app is going to get those projects by default. So they may not have a user ID, and it's totally okay because that's what we said when we design our schema, that it can be null too. So in that case, we could just leave it. We don't need, even though we get the user ID, we need to do something special here. We're trying to get the labels here. For that, what we can do is this is user labels, and this is where we query it. And these are system labels. And we pretty much need the same query, except we don't need the users. Now, when we return it, we're going to return both. We're going to return system labels as well as we're going to return user labels. Now, this is really important for us to do. Now, you can see personal has shown up because it's a system label, even though it doesn't have a user ID. So, this would be really important for us to do so that we can combine both of them. Similarly, for projects, we will have the same criteria. If we go to projects and if we get the projects, these are going to be user projects. Same thing. Same thing for system projects, but we don't need the system projects here. And then we need to just combine them. System projects and user projects. There you go. So now we have getting started here as well. So now let's add a new task. I don't know, buy meds, Tylenol. And if I say, let's change the date to, let's make it more fun. It's due. Add task, buy meds is here. We added June 9th project. This needs to change too. So we need to fetch the project by project ID. So we added here the user ID, and we don't necessarily need that here because this is going to be a system project. So we don't need to query it. It's time to implement subtasks now. So for example, whenever we click on a specific task, we have this option for adding subtasks. And then you can add a subtask here and then cancel it. So it's the same modal that we had before, except that whatever project it belongs to, we are selecting that specific value by default. We are pre-populating it. At the same time, we are also setting the specific label as well that it has. So this needs to be work. Again, it's same thing for priority too. So what we need to do is add this. So let's go ahead and implement subtasks, which will be very similar to tasks. We have to-dos. So we're going to create another file called as Sub-todos because that's going to access the Sub-todos folder. Now, to-dos and Sub-todos are going to have a lot in common, so we can just copy it. Now, first, we can pre-populate the data, pre-populate the Sub-todos that we want, but we also want to create a Sub-todo as well. So first, let's just get the Sub-todos. So this is going to be Sub-todos. And if we take a look at the schema, Sub-todos is just this, the capital D. Now we have Sub-todos, we are filtering by user ID. If a task has Sub-todos, then we definitely have it here. Similarly, we also need a mutation for creating a Sub-todo as well. So we can copy it and then let's create a Sub-todo here. Now everything else is gonna stay the same except that we also need a parent ID, which is gonna be the ID of to-dos. That's the only difference, but everything else is gonna stay the same. The minute the user adds Sub-todos, we are gonna add that Sub-todos inside the the sub-todos table with a parent ID as well. So now it's saying the parent ID is missing. So we can add parent ID here and then grab that parent ID from the args. So that's what we're looking for here. Now, error during sub-todo mutation. During create a sub-todo mutation. That's what we want here. And let's just add empty. Same thing here too. We don't need to return empty. We can just return null. All right. So now we have a sub-todo mutation as well. Now, if we go back to the app and let's say I were to add a sub-todo book of flight to Utah. So I'm going to say prep my bag, clean the bag, for example. And let's say I hit add, then this prep the bag also shows up here. The minute I check it, it's the same functionality that we had before. We are checking it and then unchecking it, except that now it has a title add subtasks. And it also has this delete button here. So you're going to copy the same thing from to-dos. We're going to check and uncheck a sub to-do as well. Now it's going to be pretty much the same, except that we are accessing the sub to-dos ID. So we have task ID and patch task ID. Again, the same idea. Same thing for here too. You can say check a sub to do, uncheck a sub to do, and so on. We're checking the table, and because this is patching, this is the sub to do's table, we are essentially patching it in the same way that we did before. Checking, unchecking. Now, we'll implement delete a bit later on because that's not something we have implemented before, but we are going a little faster than usual because we have written all these queries and we could just use them now. So now let's check what happens. When you click on the specific task, we show the list of subtasks. So, and we also, again, show the same sort of functionality, except the styling is a little bit different. Go to our dialog because that's where everything else. We go to components, we have tasks, we have dialog, and this specific dialog needs a section for sub-to-do. So we have the dialog description here. So let's give it a class name and let's give it a margin 2 as well. So we have this margin 2. Now we're gonna make sure we capitalize it. And again, we are following this specific design. So that's what we're looking at. Then we're gonna give it a div, and this specific div is gonna wrap the entire thing. So we have a div. So let's give it some styling. Gonna go flex, item center, gap 1, margin top because there's quite a bit of margin here. That's top. Border B2 because we have an underline here. Border gray 100. We have padding bottom 2 as well. We have flex wrap. We have small. We want it to be different, look differently in mobile versus not. And then let's give a gap of 0 in a bigger device. Same thing here. Let's just give it a class name, flex gap 1. Now we want this chevron, so we can say chevron down and give it a class name of W5, H5. We want text to be primary. Let's see how it's looking. Alrighty. So now we need a text that says subtask. You can see subtask here. Now let's give it some styling too because it doesn't have any styling. So we can say font bold, flex, text small, text gray 900. Now we have a nice looking subtasks here. Now keep this in mind, we haven't changed the font yet for the subtask. So that's why it's looking slightly different, but this is what we have so far. Now we have this. Let's create another div. And this div will have a button. And we're going to wrap the whole thing in a button. So when you can check this, you can uncheck this. But when you click on it, nothing really happens. We got to fix that. This specific button is going to be the suggest missing task button. So for now, let's just add a placeholder here. And then eventually we will definitely work on that. And the variant for this is gonna be outline. Perfect. Now we have the button. So these two are, by adding justify between, we are essentially making it separate. We have created a component for this specific list. So we're gonna add that as well over here. So here we're gonna give another div, and for this one we need some padding bottom. So we're gonna say padding bottom, padding left, because so that it can be indented a little bit. And then this is where things get pretty interesting, because we need to start calling our mutations. So we can just map here and say, oops, task idx. And then here we can say, let's return the task component, because we already have that. And we're gonna spread the task, oops, just like we did before. And we need curly braces here. Okay, so we're gonna spread the task. The key would be task dot underscore id. Now we have the task. We also have to pass the completed value to, so we can say task dot is completed. And then we need to pass in one more thing. So just like in task, just as a reminder, handle on change is what we need to pass. So right now, what task is doing is, it is literally just the handle on change function is something that we pass in. So if it's, so we need to basically handle that here. So we can say handle on change. And this is where we, I don't know, check a sub to do mutation, right? We need to basically mutate the data here by passing in the ID. But again, let's not get ahead of ourselves. For now, let's have this implemented. So first, let's get the list of to-dos and then let's go step by step. So let's remove this for now and let's just spread the task. All right, so now because it's an empty array, what we need is incomplete sub-to-dos by project. And let's see if we have that. Do we have incomplete sub-to-dos? Not yet. So let's just again go to to-dos, and similar to what we had before, incomplete and complete to-dos. Let's go here and paste it. Similarly, we need sub-to-dos, sub-to-dos. That's it. That's all we need. We are going to do the same thing because to-dos and sub-to-dos is the exact same data. So what we need to do is we need to get the completed and not completed to-dos by project ID. Because right now we are in the modal and we want something, we don't just want the sub-to-dos of that specific task, but we also want it by project as well. So let's just get these specific functions, paste them here. This is gonna be sub-to-dos. This is also gonna be sub-to-dos. Incomplete sub-to-dos, incomplete sub-to-dos. So now if we go back here, we just need to call it. So you're gonna say completed incomplete sub-to-dos by project is gonna be use query API dot sub-to-dos dot incomplete sub-to-dos. Now let's just say this is gonna be empty if they don't exist. So let's see. We have this. What else does task need? Task need data is completed and handle on change. So we need to assign this to task data, and then is completed is going to be task dot is completed. Perfect. We don't even need ID anymore. Now, the only difference is that incomplete sub to dos also need a parent ID, so we need to tweak that. But because here in task, we need to say data is either going to be doc of to-dos or it's going to be doc of sub-to-dos. This way we can account for parent ID, for example. Because right now it's complaining about parent ID. All right, so now let's click on this and you can see suggest missing tasks. And so far we don't have any sub-to-dos here, and we haven't created the mutation yet. So how about we go to our database and let's say we have biomeds, right? That's the one we were looking at. So let's just go copy this ID. Let's go to sub-to-dos, add a document, and we need a bunch of these things. So let's say we need parent ID is going to be this value. Let's open this up in a new tab again, and then let's get the other information. So we are going to need the user ID. Again, I know it's a little manual, but I'm just going to say sub item. Then we're going to have the project. Project is going to be get started, and then label ID is going to be personal over here. And I'm just going to say this is a description of a sub to do. All right. So now let's say this is one. Now let's hit save. All right. So now we have a sub to do officially, which is not completed. So if we go back to the app and click on buy meds, we do get sub item, which is awesome because this is what you're looking for. Now we just need to pass in the handle on change so that we can implement, we can call the mutation here. So all we need is check a sub to do. So for that, let's invoke the mutation. So we need check a sub to do mutation. And then here we can say use mutation api.subtodos dot check a sub to do. Now let's see. Let's call this check a sub to do. And now check a sub to do takes in a task ID. So let's just say task ID is gonna be task dot underscore ID. Again, check a sub to do. Whoops. Check a sub to do is in fact invoking the ID of sub to dos itself. Let's also implement the completed sub to dos as well. This way we can see completed and not completed together. So let's just say completed sub to dos by project. And here we can say completed sub to dos. And let's just grab. So we need some styling here, but for now, let's just add this and repeat it. And here it's going to be completed sub to dos by project. Same idea. We're passing the is completed, but here it's going to be uncheck a sub to do, which is again another mutation that we have. So we can say uncheck a sub to do, uncheck a sub to do. This is going to have uncheck a sub to do mutation. Again, we have this code already, so we're just utilizing it. So now if I click, it just stays there, and then that's it, right? So this is what we're looking for. So if we go back to the app, oops, not here, but if we go back to the app here, when we click on it, it moves all the way to the bottom, and then add subtask comes in here. So let's just fix that for now. So now this, if I check the sub item and go back to the database and check in sub to dos, first of all, it's there, completed is true. If I uncheck it, it's false. So that's perfectly working fine together. All right, so now we have complete, incomplete, and completed sub to dos. So now what we can do is we can add a div here and say pb is gonna be 4, and then here we want the add task wrapper. Again, just as a reminder, add task was something that shows and hides the add task inline, and it is working, like it is showing it. But the minute we click on add task, it's sudden, the modal disappears as well. That's not what we're looking for. That's not the behavior we want. So let's just refresh the page one more time. You can see that add task is working as expected as we want here. Now, what we need to do is populate it so that add task is actually add subtasks for subtasks and not just add task. Because right now, we have hard coded the project ID. This is too tied to the parent subtask, not the child one. But if you think about it, when it comes to subtasks, if it has a parent ID, then everything should act as a subtask. So what we could do is in add task inline, we're going to have a parent ID. Now this parent ID is going to be ID of to-dos. Oops, ID of to-dos. We need to add that here. So parent ID is going to be ID of to-dos here. Now, the minute there is a parent ID, then the on submit is not going to invoke the create a to do mutation. It's going to invoke create sub to do mutation, for example. So let's start with that. So if project ID And if parent ID, then this is a sub to do, for example. Else, it is all of this. You can move here. So same idea. Let's create a sub to do here. Create a sub to do mutation. Instead of to dos, we are going to go in sub to dos, create sub to do. Perfect. So now everything else stays the same. We're going to copy this, paste it, but instead we're going to call create a sub to do mutation. And this time it's going to need one more ID, which is that the parent ID is in fact going to be the parent ID we have from passed in as a prop. So that's all we need here. At the same time, right now, so this is add task works. So now we have add task. So when it's a subtask, we should also show that it's a, so here, when it's a subtask, we should also change the text, but we'll do that next. So what we are going to do is this is gonna take a parent ID and a parent ID. Now this parent ID is gonna be created here and gonna be declared here, which is gonna be of to dos. Now, add task button is also gonna have a parent ID. I'll tell you why. Instead of passing the value, we could just say title is gonna be, if there is a parent ID, then title is gonna be add subtask, else it's gonna be add task. So we're just gonna take the title here instead. This way we don't have to pass unnecessary information to the button. There you go. Let's destructure this too. So now let's open up sub add task. This needs to be subtask too, but we can worry about that later. So we said if it's a parent ID, then add subtask, or it's add task, for example. So we are not passing in. Again, this needs to be optional. So let's make parent ID optional. If it exists, then great. If not, we need to do things differently. Same thing here, parent ID is optional, for example. All right, so now we have to pass it in over here where we are. Parent ID is gonna be task. Oops, it's gonna be the add task dialog, and here we need underscore ID. It's gonna be underscore ID right here. So now if I refresh the page and go to buy meds, click on buy subtask, and then let's see, we have, I click here, add subtask. So now if you see, if you look at buy meds, it's actually add subtask now and not add task, for example, right? Which is pretty much what we want. So now at the same time, we want to pre-populate whatever we know about the subtask too, because task and a subtask will have a lot in common too. So what we can do is, again, in the default, all the default values that we have inside our form. So inside here, we are essentially going to get whatever we can get. So here we're gonna just get the parent task, and this parent task is gonna be doc to dos. Now this parent task will have a bunch of information such as project ID, this and that. So we can get that. So let's say project ID, label ID, and priority. That's what we are looking for here. We are then going to say, hey, if there is a project ID, then get it. If there is a label ID, then pass it. If there is a priority, then pass it too. Same thing. If there is a, I guess date we can keep the same. All right. So now if I look at this and add subtask, we haven't necessarily passed parent task yet. So we need to do that. So in the dialog, not in the dialog, but in the add task dialog, we just need to make sure that we are passing the right information. So instead of parent ID, we can just pass in all the data here. So instead of destructuring data here, we can just say parent. Actually, we can say all of this is going to be data. Now data is just going to be data, And then we can just pass here parent task is gonna be data. Let's see, same thing here. We can then destructure parent task. For example, parent task. Instead of ID, it's gonna be doc to dos. Now, parent ID is gonna be parent task dot parent ID. Same thing here too. It's gonna be underscore ID, underscore ID. There you go. Same thing here. We're just gonna pass in parent task. So if we go to inline, we have parent task here. Now in the button, we're passing the parent task here. Now if you go to the inline function, there is no parent ID anymore. In fact, parent task has underscore ID, which becomes the parent ID. So we could just assign it just like that. All right, so now we're doing a lot here. Essentially, what we're trying to do is whenever there are any default values, just set it in the to dos. All right, so definitely this is not happy with it because priority is incompatible. So we can say dot to string, for example. And this should be happy. Yeah, this is happy now. All right, so we have done a lot here. If I look at parent task, if I go to add subtasks, it has priority 1, personal, get started. Now, this is great, but let's just see what the actual sub to dos are. Priority 1, so let's change this to 2 so we can check if it works. Priority shouldn't necessarily change. This is priority 2, but whenever we click on add subtasks, project should be filled, label should be filled. So let's tweak the label ID. So if I say label is just personal, but let's say this specific user also has a label too. So now, right now, parent tasks won't necessarily exist whenever you click on add task on home. When you click on this, it's going to try to destructure project ID, which doesn't exist right now. We could basically tweak it so that add task button does pass in parent task, for example, but it passes all the default. Or what we could do is over here, let's not destructure this value. If there is parent task dot project ID, then great. Otherwise, it's gonna be this value. Similarly, same for label ID as well. Label ID. But this specific value is gonna be there. Now we have project ID, we have label ID. Let's do the same for priority. Now, priority is gonna be priority parent task dot priority dot to string, else it's gonna be 1. Something like that. So now we can get rid of this, we can get rid of this, and we can get rid of this. There you go. Now, parent ID is gonna be parent task dot underscore ID. Now, if that exists, then great, and that's what these other IDs would be. And if I click on this and add subtask, then it has basically all the default information, and date is just gonna be new date itself. Let's change the priority of buy meds to be different. So if I go to buy meds, the priority is gonna be 2 now. The priority has changed. So priority is in fact 2 here, but it's not getting applied by default. We need to update that for priority. So if I look for priority field here, for example, then in that case, the default value is 1. We in fact need the default value to be priority. If you do that, okay, let's cancel it. Let's buy meds, add subtask. Priority is in fact 2, so that means it's working as expected. The same thing, let's just make sure all the default values are correct. So for example, we added the priority default value over here and select, and this is going to be the field dot value here as label ID. So we can say it's going to be label ID or field dot value. Same thing, the default value here is going to be project ID or field dot value. And due date, I don't think we need to worry about it because by default, we don't need to take the same due date as this one. Users can pick whatever due date that they're looking for because their sub to dos don't necessarily need to match the to dos due date. So let's just test run a quick test. So here I'm gonna say buy toys for Kobe. And then here I'm gonna set the priority as 4, personal, 2nd of June, and add task. It works. Now if I go buy toys for Kobe, and if I add a subtask, and here I'm gonna say, let's buy him a dinosaur toy, for example. Toy. Great. I guess like green in color. And now I'm gonna say it's gonna be 11. Priority is 4 now. I'm gonna change the priority to 1. Personal, add task, and dinosaur toy is right there. So that means the specific functionalities, the sub-to-dos also worked as expected. So now if we go back to the full screen, let's refresh the page. And if we see this information, then it works as expected too. Now, definitely there are some styling things we can tweak, but first, so far, it's looking pretty good. There are a few things we need to tweak. One of them is that when you click on this modal, you click on a sub item, it opens up, but really we don't want subtasks to have subtasks. So, one option is we could disable this option and you can still see more information about the subtask. There's nothing new about it, for example. So what we're gonna do is you're gonna completely disable the click on subtasks. But this could be a nice stretch goal for you where you still go ahead and implement it. Right now, whenever you click on a specific task, which is this one, we show this dialog no matter what. So here we're gonna say, because we have the data, and here we're gonna check if data dot parent ID, if it's true, then if it's not true, then only we are gonna show the modal, the dialog, for example. Now, the data could be, in fact, it could be a data.id, for example. Now, if we take a look, it could either be to dos or it could be doc. Now, if we go to add task dialog, this is just gonna be to dos because we don't want to render it for anything else as well. So now, if we go to add task, if you go to buy meds, nothing happens when you click over it. In fact, you can check these two items and uncheck them, but nothing really happens. You cannot necessarily click on them either. So that's what we're looking for. Okay, so now the next thing we need to do is when we look at this app, it's currently divided into two columns. We want this one to take the full width. So for that, again, we're going to go back here and then set a full width to the header. So we can say full. The minute we do that, it's shifted to the right, which is what we're looking for. Now, so far, we have completed this functionality add task inline. Similarly, we have add task modal. So now our inbox page is looking pretty good. So what we can do is repeat the same for the today page. So if we take a look at the today page, for example, we have a list of overdue tasks and tasks by a specific date, that is the today's date, for example. So that's exactly what we're going to do here. We're going to display both of these values. In this case, we are going to need two sort of queries wherein we are going to use convex filters and we're going to use moment library to basically, based on the due date, get us the latest data. So let's just head to these to dos, the get to dos, for example. And here we're going to say we want the to dos for today, for example. And now, again, we're going to query the to dos itself. We're going to get it by user ID. But now we need to have a little bit more fun. What we're going to do is, again, we're going to use filter functionality. And this queue object has a lot of many different functions. They're called filter builders. And as you can see, we can say it's going to be greater than equal to, for example, and we're going to select the due date that we have. So it's going to be greater than equal to today's start dot value of. Now, what is going to be today's start? Well, let's say that we assign a today's start. So we can say today's start is going to be moment. We're going to use the moment library and start off. So whatever the starting point of the day is, let's just give me that. As long as it's greater than that and it's less than the end day, and it's less than the end day, we should be good. So for example, again, let's do today end. And instead of start off, it should be end off. So it's going to be greater than this, but we're adding a interesting query here. And repeat the same information. It's going to be less than equal to same thing. So greater than today start and less than today end. So today's to-dos are gonna be based on that. Then this would be the today's to-dos, but this would be essentially the to-dos that are overdue. So how exactly can we write that query? Well, how about we first put the page together for today? So in order for us to create a new page inside of Next.js, what we're gonna do is here we're gonna create a new folder and call this today in the logged in page. Then we're gonna call a new page called page.tsx. Then we're gonna pretty much copy whatever we have in the other page, inbox page, and add that exactly here. Now instead of today list, we're gonna have things done differently. Here we're gonna have maybe a today page, for example, similar to what we had before, right? We had today list here, to do's list here. We're gonna have today as well. So for that, let's just create a new folder and call this containers. And this is gonna be containing a lot of the page. So we're gonna say today.tsx. Now, today and today page and also the to-do list page will have a lot in common. So let's just copy this. And in today, let's just paste it. Now, let's just remove the things that don't make any sense right now. They don't work. We don't need them. But let's say we add this information. Now, in the today page, first of all, we have the title as today, right? In fact, let's just open it up here. We go to the today page and we have the title as today. Then we have two sections. We have the overdue section and then we have the today section. So let's just divide that then. Now we have again gap before. In here, we're going to say overdue. Oops, overdue. And the styling for this is going to be font bold, flex, text small. And let's just go to navigate to slash today page right now. Okay, today is not defined. So let's just import it. Whoops, not this one. Let's call this today. Perfect. So now if we import today, it's gonna be overdue tasks, which is not true. These are not overdue tasks, but we are passing in incomplete to-dos. That's not what we want. What we want to pass is overdue to-dos, and this should be overdue to-dos. We're gonna comment this out for now. For example, oops, same thing here. We have the add task wrapper, and over here we're gonna have a similar text, and we are going to call this today, for example. Again, the text is going to be slightly different. It's going to be font bold, flex, text small, item center, border B2, padding 2, border gray 100. All right. So now we have a little bit more indentation here. We have the overdue tasks as well. And we are going to separate it by via a dot as well. So there will be a date here. So we can just use moment for that. So we can say moment, then let's just give it the today's date, for example, dot format. And then if we use LL, then it will show us the date that we're looking for, which is June 14, 2024. Similarly, let's use moment again and add dot again. And here we are going to say what day it is. It's Friday. Perfect. So now we have the formatting ready to go. So in here, in the case of to-dos, we need to pass in today's to-do. So we can say today to-dos, for example. So instead of completed to-dos, we're going to pass, today's to-dos. Today's to-dos. Perfect. Now, these are all the to-dos that were added today. So that's why they show up here. But you sort of get the idea, right? So it's pretty straightforward. It's the same sort of UI. And if we take a look here, it's pretty aligned. So if I add a overdue task, for example, it should show up here. So this is on June 2nd, but it still shows up here. This has been an overdue task. So let's see what's going on. Now, similarly, let's implement the overdue to-dos as well. So now today's to-dos, just like that, we are also going to implement overdue to-dos. Now, overdue to-dos are just going to be anything less than the due date, basically. So we're going to say anything that's less than the due date is going to be the overdue to-dos. So we can just say today start, and we are setting today's start to be new date, and then today's start dot set hours. We're going to set it to midnight, for example. Okay, so now let's go to the page, which is the today page. And then here, let's just uncomment these out. Here we're going to say overdue to dos. Now, these are clearly overdue. This is June 9th and this is June 2nd. Now, if we go back to our app, we don't necessarily need the count here in today's, so we can just get rid of this completely. So whatever we don't need, we can get rid of. For example, here, it's now time to implement the upcoming to-dos that we have. So over here, we have the overdue to-dos, all the to-dos that are basically coming up. So we are going to split them up by day. So again, what we're going to do is we're pretty much going to copy the same thing that we did before. And here we're going to create a new folder called as upcoming. And now we're going to create a new page called as page.tsx. And then paste this. And then as we pasted this, we don't need to do this, but we definitely need again a upcoming page as well. So now in the containers, let's create a page called as upcoming.tsx. Now in today, let's copy everything and add that in upcoming. Now let's remove the things we don't need. So we definitely don't need all the to-dos. We need overdue to-dos, but we need to replace the today's to-dos with grouped to-dos, I should say. So then we can call this group to-dos by date. Now we need to implement this specific functionality. But before we do that, let's just add the overdue to-dos here. So you can just comment this out. Now, instead of overdue to-dos is just gonna work as is. So we're gonna call this upcoming, and it's gonna throw an error here, but let's comment this out. Similarly, let's import upcoming here, and we need to rename this to upcoming. This can also be upcoming. There you go. So now when we refresh the page, this works. So what we are gonna do here is in the upcoming to-dos, we wanna basically sort the to-dos by upcoming to-dos. So again, inside of Convex in to-dos, let's create a new function and call this group to-dos. Now let's just copy what we had, such as the overdue to-dos here, and let's add group to-dos by date over here. Now, again, what we're gonna do is const to-dos will be ctx. Okay, so ctx.db.query. All right. So what we're gonna do here is we are going to group them. So first we're gonna filter them by user ID that we always do, and then we are going to basically check the due date. If the due date is greater than the current time, then basically it means that we are in the future, for example. That's what we're going to do. So if it's greater than current time, which is going to be new date dot get time, for example. If it's greater, then we want to show the due dates. So here, let's see, we are going to then group them. So we're going to say group to dos, and then we're going to use a reduce function, and we're going to say acc comma to do. And here, what we're going to do is, again, we need this, we don't need this, wait here. All right, so now we have reduce, so we need one more here, over here, and just like that, let's return acc. Let's close this. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to get the due date and we're going to parse it by saying to do dot due date. Then we are going to convert that into a string so that we can have that as a string. Then we say we're going to basically group them in a data structure. Like if a, for example, what we're going to do is we're going to group them by date and by the list of items. So here we have ACC due date or empty and then concat to do, for example. So we have ACC due date, ACC due date dot concat, and then it has a any type. So we can just mark this as any for now. All right, so now we just need to return the grouped to-dos over here. So now if we go to upcoming and here we can just say, let's comment this out and let's paste this group to-dos by date. And now we're gonna have grouped to-dos by date over here. But we cannot use to-dos because our data structure is a little different. So here we are going to say object.keys group to-dos dot date dot map, and then let's get the due date, and then here let's say key equals due date, class name is gonna be MB6. This way every section has a division, and then let's wrap it up in a p tag, which again is gonna have the class name of font bold, flex, text sm, item center. Again, we're going to use moment to format the date that we're looking for. So we can have this structure, the date and whatever else. So we're going to say ll, again, dot, there you go. And then we're going to do something similar here. DDDD. Perfect. Let's get rid of this. Then let's return this, for example. Now, right underneath it, we'll add an UL because again, we want to show a list of items. And then here we can just say incomplete to do items, or let's just say to dos is going to be items, it's going to be group to dos, and then by due date. There you go. And after every one, we are going to have a wrapper. Now, if we go to slash upcoming, we have a list of overdue dates, but we have no dates in the future. So let's add that. So here we're going to say future task. And then I'm going to say 28th of June and hit add. And look at that. We have this added here. So there seems to be some sort of a padding issue. So let's fix that. We're going to give it a padding here too. So we're going to say PB6. This way there is some room between items. And then we are going to rename this to upcoming. And then we don't need today at all. So we can pretty much get rid of this. And there you go. So now we have our future dates. So now if I add one more task for August, so August date task. And I'm going to add it to 9th and hit add. You can see August 9th also got displayed here, which is awesome. So our upcoming task is also working. Now we can just do if group to dos is undefined or overdue to dos is undefined, then it's going to show us loading, for example. So this is looking pretty good. So we have some overdue dates, so which are in the past. We have some upcoming dates, and we can basically check, uncheck these items too if you are looking for that. It's now time to integrate OpenAI, that is AI integration, and make this app really smart. Now, whenever we go to any of the project pages or we go to a specific item, we go to the subtasks, we have this task called as suggest missing tasks. Whenever you click on it, it's going to load the task and then create a bunch of loading tasks, create a bunch of tasks based on whatever it sees over here. For example, whenever you want to brainstorm something or plan something else, then you could easily use this approach as well. But the suggest missing task option is in fact available in the projects page. So individual projects page, we have the projects page too, where we can navigate all the projects. But then we also have an option to individual projects too over here. That's what we're going to build here. First, we're going to build the projects page, list down all the projects. And then once you click on it, we're going to build the individual projects page and then integrate the OpenAI button as well as part of that. Now, this is going to be pretty straightforward for us because we already have a lot of the UI ready. So we will be focusing more on writing convex functions in this specific. All right, so let's get going. So now here we have the projects page, which goes to slash projects. So let's go ahead and create that. So let's save it. Now I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder called as projects. Now this specific projects folder is going to have a page called as page.tsx. But at the same time, it's also going to have another dynamic route called as project ID. And that project ID is also going to have a page.tsx. What this means is that whenever anyone goes to projects, then a page will populate. But then whenever anyone goes to slash projects slash whatever ID, which is what happens when we go to project slash whatever, then that specific option will show up. So that's what we're going to implement here. So again, in the projects page, we are going to list down the projects. And for that, we need a query, which is going to be getting the list of projects, all the projects for the user. So if we head over to Convex, first of all, we have Convex, we have projects, get project by project ID, and get projects. We already have the specific query that we could utilize here. So now let's just go to today and copy the same thing. When I copied here, call this projects. We have a sidebar, we have mobile nav, but instead of today, we are going to have a list of projects. So again, it's going to follow a very similar format as the to-do list. Or I should say rather than, yeah, it's as just like the to-do list itself. So if we go to to-dos, go to to-do list, we can pretty much copy a lot of the styling here. Again, we can create a separate container component here too, which is going to be projects. And then we need to first look at getting all the projects here. So, whoops. So we have the projects and we can pretty much get this specific container here. So if you go to slash projects, let's see how it looks like. There you go. So it has the projects as an option, which is pretty nice. And now we can get rid of the imports that we don't need. And now what we're going to do is we are going to get the project list. So we can just say projects is going to be use query API dot projects dot get projects. There you go. So now we can easily just directly map here. So we need to make this page a use client if you want to do it. A client component. So let's just call this projects.tsx. This entire page doesn't need to be a, oops, you can just copy this. And let's just call this projects. Now call this projects and then paste it. Let's call this project list. Same thing here, project list. There you go. Now this specific file needs to be use client. So let's make that. So now let's move this code and add it in here. Save it. Again, move these two items too and save it. Import it here. There you go. All right. So now we have projects. We have a project list container. Then we're going to also go ahead and map it around it. So we're going to say projects.map. It's going to be project IDX. You don't even need IDX anymore, which you can just use project.id. And here, anytime we go from one project to the other, we are going to navigate. So we're going to use the Next.js link component for that. And the href is going to be project._id. In fact, it's going to be slash logged in slash project slash ID. Now, the key is going to be project._id here. There you go. Now, we have the link component. We can style it later. But the first thing we're going to need is a div. And we are going to, inside that div, we're going to add a hash icon that we're using pretty much for everything. And we're also going to add a label from ShadCN. And this label will have project.name, for example. So now we will say the label is for projects, and then let's give it some class name. Text base, font, normal, hover is going to be cursor pointer so that it knows where we need to navigate. Now this needs to be a row and so on. Now let's just make sure we return it here. There you go. So now you can see get started is here. The alignment is off. Let's fix that. So let's make it row, item center, space x2, and then border b2, b2, border gray 100. There you go. So much better. Now let's change the color of the hashtag to be text primary w5h5. And look at that, our projects page is pretty much ready to go. Now we only have one project, that's why that's the only option, but we could have more projects. So now when we go from this projects page, in fact, let's copy this, paste it. Now we go from this projects page to project ID page, for example, right? Then we don't need to show the project list, but we definitely need to show something else. So for that, let's worry about that later. If I go from get started, you can see that it has the slash ID that we're looking for. And now it's going to the individual project page. Now we already know what we need to do here. We have the list of to-dos here for that specific project. So if we go to convex slash projects, we have get project by project ID, which is exactly what we can use here. Again, we can say project equals use query. Then we have API dot projects dot the name. Now we definitely also need to pass in the project ID here, which is something that we can retrieve from the URL. Now, whenever you want to retrieve something from the URL in Next.js, we could use path name. Now, this specific path name function will give you whatever is after. So it's going to return slash dashboard and so on. So whenever we want to extract this project ID from the URL, we could use something called as use param. So we can just destructure project ID. And the reason why we can destructure it here, because there is a box brackets project ID. So here we can say use params from next navigation. Make sure you always import from next navigation wherever possible, because there are some deprecated ones as well. So here we can add project ID is going to be a ID of projects. Whoops, needs to be outside. There you go. Now project ID is going to be ID of projects. Something is off here, so you can just say use params. All right, so now instead of empty, we can just get it from here. But obviously, we need to type it. So we can say project ID is going to be ID of projects. There you go. Now I can import ID from data model, Convex. All right, so we have project as well. You can say to-dos by project. And here we can say to-dos is going to be items equals to-dos by project. All right, so same idea. It doesn't harm for us to just convert this into a client component. So let's just do that, because there's only so much code there. All right, so now if I go to get started, it says items.map is undefined. So what we can do is we can say it's empty over here. So if we look at get project by project ID, so we made a mistake here. Instead of getting project by project ID, we need to get to-dos by project ID, which is very different. So we can just look at to-dos if we have something like that. So if we have, so we have today's, so we have today's to-do over the completed, incomplete, total, check, uncheck, create, group. We don't have to-dos by project ID. So what we can do is let's just use this query and add it here. So we can say get to-dos by project ID. And then project ID is going to be v.id of projects. And now we we can just destructure from args here. And here, instead of user ID, we are going to need project ID. And then project ID. All right. So now we are just filtering the to-dos by project ID. So that changes things a little bit. So if I go back here, it's not going to be project ID. It's going to be to-dos dot get to-dos by project ID. All right. Now this is so much better. And now you can see we have a nice title as well. We have all the to-dos displayed here as well. So let's add a H1 here. So if we go back to our project list, we can pretty much copy this and let's see. Whoops, not there. We need it here. Okay, so now we have the project, but we don't just need project. We need the project name as well. So that we can display here, for example. So we can get the project name by going to projects because we just have the project ID here. We don't have the project name, which needs to be retrieved. So now we could use this specific functionality still and get the name. So we can say project equals this, and it's gonna be projects dot get projects by project ID, and then project name again. Project name is gonna be project dot name. If there is no name, we are gonna add empty. Look at that. So now if I refresh the page, we see get started here, which is exactly what we're looking for. All right, so now we have a list of all the items, and we also have a project page as well. So if I go back to projects, we go back to individual project page. If we expand it a little bit, everything still works as expected, which is awesome. So now if we take a look at this specific one, we also have a add task and completed task wrapper. So let's add that. So for that, we're gonna add the add task wrapper. We don't need project ID here. And there you go. And then similarly, we also need to add the counter for the completed to-dos. So we can also go to to-do list and grab this information. Total to-dos. It's gonna be to-dos by project dot length or 0. All right. So now we have 6 completed tasks, which pretty much shows the tasks for everything. So we just need to do by project. So this one doesn't show because we are just passing whatever is not completed. Again, we can go back to projects in Convex and get the total as well over here. So in Convex, get projects. We can just copy this. Oops. We can just go to to-dos, get to-dos by project ID, and then get to-dos total by project ID. And here, instead of returning it, we can say get to-dos equals. Then we can say return to-dos dot length or 0, for example. All right, so now we have this for sure. We have get to-dos as well. So now if we head over to projects, project list, and let's say we go to to-dos, oops, not this page, but the individual project page. If we go here and then to-dos and then get to-dos by project ID, and this is gonna be project to-dos total, then we could just pass that here. And we don't even need to do this. We could just get that information. And now if I refresh the page, it still says 6 completed tasks. But if we filter the tasks by completed is true. Oops. Yeah. If we filter the tasks again by completed is true. This way, we're going to get only 2 tasks that are completed, which is 1 and 2, which is exactly what we're looking for. So this is how you can essentially filter information inside of Convex and then update it. But what really amazes me is that we've been writing a lot of queries and mutations. The turnaround time is so quick. We can just go to Convex folder, go to the page, update the information, create the query or mutation, and then directly use that on the front end, which is really cool. Which is really cool. And one last thing here is that even though we are getting the to-dos by project ID, even here we should get only the to-dos that are not completed, because this way we are showing the count for the to-dos that are, and then we have all these to-dos that are completed. That completes our view of essentially the projects. Similarly, towards the bottom after add tasks, we can say get completed to dos by project ID, and here we can say get incomplete to dos by project ID. Completed to incomplete to dos. Same code over here. Now we can say come incomplete to dos by project ID. So we can say income get incomplete to dos by project ID, and then same idea, get completed to dos by project ID. All right, so now we have incomplete to dos by project, we have completed to dos by project. Same idea. So if I expand the page, you can see that all the tasks are essentially completed and not. So now if I update it, you can see that this specific number also updates. So one last thing, let's add some let's add some styling here, and there you go. We have a bit more room towards the bottom, and we can just get rid of this border here. Oops. All right. Now that we have the project page ready, let's implement this button, suggest missing tasks. So if we go to the individual project page, this is where we want to add the button. Now we have flex item center, and then we have justify between, flex wrap, gap 2, large is going to be gap 0. So we updated some styling here to make it look better. And then we have the h1 over here. Now let's go ahead and add one more div here, and which is going to be flex gap 6, large is going to be gap 12, and items is going to be center. Now we are essentially going to implement the suggest items button now. So let's create a new component for that. Now let's just go to, so we can create a new component in add tasks and say suggest task dot tsx. Now this is going to be suggest missing tasks. For example, we can remove the import and then import the component here. Now this specific component is going to have a button, and again I'm going to give you a lot of the code here to basically show you how everything works. So now we have the button here, and we have suggest missing task. Now let me quickly walk you through the code. Now we're going to pass in project ID here to the specific component. Now, when it comes to suggesting project ID, we have the loader, then we have suggest missing tasks, and this is what we're going to implement now. But whenever we click the button, for example, then we want to invoke the specific function, this mutation, and then once it's done, then we want to set it to false. Similarly, we are just checking the loading state. Now, if we we need to create a new file called as OpenAI. Now, this is going to be a file in Convex, and this file will have all the code necessary for us to execute suggest missing items. But let's take a look at how we are going to build this. So whenever the user clicks on this, we show a loading state, and then otherwise we don't show it, which is once the AI is done processing, that's when we will update and create a new task altogether. So for that, we're gonna anytime you wanna invoke a third-party service, you wanna use something like actions inside of Convex. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna use an action, we're gonna invoke the OpenAI API, and then we are going to call the mutation from that specific action. So if we go to the dashboard, here's what we're going to do. We're going to invoke AI. Then we are going to get the tasks, add tasks in, or I guess create the tasks in Todoist table and label them as AI, for example. So this is what we're going to do. Invoke AI, get the task, create the task in Todoist table. And these two options, this one is going to be a convex action. This one is basically just going to, whatever the AI will give us, we are going to convert that into the data structure that we want. And this one is going to be a mutation. It's going to be a mutation, for example, that we already have. So we're going to reutilize that specific mutation to invoke it. So in terms of AI, we're going to use OpenAI and and give OpenAI API a prompt, and it's going to generate whatever we want. Now, in terms of it being inexpensive, we're going to use OpenAI and then create a project based API key. So once we have this, we could just go to settings, and once we have this, we can just go to our settings, for example, and here we want to create an API key. Now we're going to create a new API key, and this API key is going to be called Todoist, for example. It can be used for default project. Let's copy this API key, go to n.local file, and towards the bottom, let's paste it. Now, now this is done. We have the API key. Now, going back to our diagram, we are going to invoke the AI as well. Now, in order for us to invoke it, we got to go to the documentation for it. So if we go to the documentation, we're going to use a most inexpensive sort of tutorial here. We're going to use sort of like inexpensive AI, a completion AI essentially. And if we take a look and if we go to text generation, then this is exactly what we're going to do. We are going to use the completions API to give us the data that we're looking for. So for example, it's going to give us the data, and then we're going to use that data, use a JSON mode here, and then add that data into our to-dos for that specific user. So let's get started now on that functionality. So we have OpenAI, and like I said, we're going to use convex actions. So let's just copy this and let's move it here. Now, one more thing we need to do is call OpenAI here, initialize the instance. And for that, we need to install the package from OpenAI. So if I do quick start Node.js, and this is the library for it, so I'm going to copy it, mind me later, and paste it. This is going to install OpenAI essentially, and then we can run the development server. Now, making sure it still works. Now, we have already set up the API key, and now we can essentially use this specific code. We can import it and then use this specific code to run it. So now we're going to import it, and we are going to copy the code as well over here. Now, this is going to be an async action. Now, again, these have the same parameters, CTX and args, that we are looking for. Now, in order for us to best utilize OpenAI, first of all, we need to pass in the API key here. And API key is just going to be process.n.openAI key, whatever we called it in our environment file over here. Now, this specific completions API is going to need a prompt. So the roller system, the content is what we need to modify. So I'm just going to give you a prompt that we are going to use to generate all the sub items, that we need here. So this is going to be our prompt. I'm a project manager. I need help identifying missing to-do items, and these are all the things we need to create those to-do items. And then as the next step, we also need to add a role as a user. Now this user is whatever we get from AI, we are then going to merge it here. So we're going to say to-dos is going to be, so here we're going to have to feed it whatever to-dos we have currently for that specific project. So for that, we need to definitely retrieve to-dos for the user over here as well. Once we get that, we are then going to pass it to the to-dos array here by passing that as an input that we're looking for. So then AI is going to need get all the data and it's going to parse it. Now it's going to give us message content, and then we can say response dot choices of 0 dot message dot content. We can call this response. Same thing, response here too. Now let's see what happens, what we get. Now, before we do anything, let's make sure everything works as expected. So we're going to switch to our console, and in the console, let's make sure that everything works. So instead of calling this do something, let's call this suggest missing items AI, just like we have here. So let's see what we get. Now we're also going to log message content. So now once I click on this specific button, you can see it says could not find public function for suggest missing items AI. So let me refresh the page. And if we take a look here, it's saying that the OpenAI key is missing. So what Convex does is that it connects the local environment via WebSocket, like I mentioned before, to the Convex server. So we need to give this sort of API key that we created in the Convex server too. So let's do that. So if you go to settings, environment variables, add, let's paste it and save it. Now, as we do that, Convex functions are ready to go. Now, back to this. If I clear this and suggest missing tasks, it's loading and we get a bunch of tasks. Now, we get it in the form of to-dos, so we can just parse it as well. Now that we have this, what we're going to do is we're going to parse the to-dos content, and then this is where we are going to create the to-dos by parsing it. But now that we know AI is working for sure, we have the list of items here. What we can essentially do is give it some sort of data. And for that, we're going to retrieve the to-dos as well. So what we can do in Convex is we can just use the run query function to run any query that we want inside of our Convex folder. Similarly, we can use run mutation function as well to run whatever we want. That's exactly what we're going to do. So we are going to await ctx.run query. Oops. Run query. And this is where we are going to query todos.get. Oops, we need to import API. And here we're gonna get the tasks by project ID. So get to-dos by project ID. We have completed to-dos and completed to-dos. And we have, let's use this for example. Now, if you go here, it literally says get completed to-dos. What we can get is just get to-dos by project ID. And let's remove the completed, because again, we don't necessarily need completed ones. We just want any here. And then we can just pass in project ID there. Now we can just get project ID from args, and in action as well, we can take args as an argument. And here it's going to be project ID, v.id is going to be projects. Now we need to import v, which comes from convex values. Now this is going to help us get the to-dos by project ID. Now we can just get the to-dos and pass those to-dos here. And we can pass the to-dos here. At the same time, we can just pretty much get rid of this curly brace because we don't need it. We can just directly pass it to stringify. And there's one more parameter in OpenAI, which is that the response format can be type JSON. So we could just opt into that. This way, it will be easier for us to parse the data that we're looking for. Now we have the information. So let's say we run it again, because now we have given it some more data. So you can see how the to-dos now are a bit more relevant than before. They have more camping information. It has a bit more camping information, packing food for meals, and so on. So getting started is pretty much a generic project. We were adding whatever task we want. So AI is basically doing the best it can. But let's say we create a new project, and that one would become a bit more specific in terms of the items itself. Now we have the message content, and message content.todos is what we have. So we can say const items. It's going to be message json.parse message content dot to dos. And if it does not exist, whoops, we can just parse it and then say dot to dos. And if it does not exist, we can say it's an empty array. Now, message content can be null, so we can just say if message content is there, then only do this. Get the items. Now we have the items. We just need to add these items because it's not just one item, there are like a bunch of them. So, how about we just change this to 3 and then let's add it one by one. Let's add it one by one to the mutation. And just like I said, we could run mutation here as well. And the mutation we can run is creating a to do, for example. And it needs to have all the data that a mutation needs. So, for example, if we take a look at create a to do, it needs to have all of this data. So, if I go here and then paste it, we need to have all the information. So, the task name is essentially going to be whatever we have here. So what we can do is we can just loop through the items. So we can say let I equal 0, I is less than items dot length, and then I plus plus. And now move this entirely here. And now item is gonna be items of I. And this is where we can destructure task name and description, because we told AI that hey, create this. The priority for this is gonna be 1. Due date can just be new date because that's what we did. Get time. Project ID is something we already have, and label ID is something we can just have fun with. So what we can do is we could create a new label here. We can go to data, labels, and pretty much duplicate and create a new label. So the name can be AI, type would be system, and we don't need a user ID here. Oops, I guess we do, but let's just set it as null and hit save. There you go. So now this specific ID is what we could use. So here we can just say const AI label ID, and then let's just give this an ID. And we're gonna say AI label ID. Now this label ID is gonna be ID of labels. Let's cast it, because otherwise it's a string. So now what we're doing here is whatever data we get, we're inserting that. So instead of returning 3 items, let's just give 1 item, because then we can be careful with our API. So now if I say suggest missing tasks, it should also add the task. And look at that, pack camping gear has been successfully added, which is exactly what we want. So this is how you could essentially add items with AI, with the power of AI. Now, if we go to desktop, just to make sure everything works as expected. Now, if we go to slash projects and get started, then this specific item is towards the bottom, but in fact, we want it in the corner here, like we have here. So let's just do that. Let's fix some styling here. So we have suggest missing tasks, and let's just move this underneath here. And now suggest missing task is right here. And if I shrink, it also is in the perfect, it's also in the perfect position as well. So that's exactly what we want. So now and if we click on pack camping gear, we can see that the label is AI, priority 1, June 2024, and get started. So now if you take a look at the tasks, every parent task has the same subtasks, even though we have only added a specific subtask for a specific parent and not for all of them. So this means that subtasks are not getting filtered by the parent ID. So if you take a look here, and if you take a look at incomplete to-dos, sub-to-dos, for example, or even completed sub-to-dos, all we're saying is filter by user ID, and we don't have any association to the parent task at all. So what we need to do here is we need to take a parent ID as a ID, and here this parent ID is going to be the to-dos ID. We're going to do the same thing over here as well in completed sub-to-dos. Now, just like we filter by user ID, we are going to also filter by parent ID and then parent ID. Now, just as we know, the second argument is arg. So here we could just restructure that. Now we are going to repeat the same information over here as well with parent ID restructured from args. Now, if we take a look, it's complaining that the object is missing the required field because just because we take in an argument in our query, we also need to make sure we are passing that in. Now, ID is in fact the parent ID. So what we could do is parent ID is gonna be underscore ID. And let's copy this again and paste the same information here. So now if we open up buy meds, there are no subtasks. But let's say I go to buy toys for Kobe, then there is a subtask. Similarly, future task has a completed subtask, which is this is a subtask. But let's just add some subtasks for buying meds. So if I click on this, nothing really happens, but eventually this button will also be activated. So buying meds, grab Tylenol, and then I don't know, 100 milligrams. Now I'm going to change to priority 1 and let's make sure the due date is 21 and so on. And let's hit add task. The minute I do that, grab Tylenol did get added, which is what we are looking for, which is what we want. So, and then if I click on check off, if I check off grab Tylenol, then that works as well. If I go to the August date task, there are no subtasks here, so there are none shown. So that's how we have essentially fixed the bug. Now, the font is quite different in Todoist AI and the font that we have because we are basically using the default font here. So if I zoom in both cases, then the font is looking a little different. So what we could do is we could just go to layout and the main layout where the font is configured. Right now the font is Inter, but what we could do is we could configure a font called as Noto Sans Georgian. This font is beautiful and let's just wrap it up. And instead of saying Inter, let's just say font.class name. Or let's just say default font.class name. Now, if we refresh the page just to make sure, and our font is looking a little different. So if we go to hover over it, you can see Noto Sans has been applied here, which is the font we have configured. So this works. So now the app is looking very similar to what we have here, which is awesome. Just like we implemented suggest missing tasks, we also need to implement a similar button suggest missing tasks in subtasks as well. In fact, I'm biased. I feel like this button is a lot more useful because sometimes we might forget all the subtasks for buying meds, for example. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to reuse the suggest task button that we already had created. This suggest task button sets the loading state to true when the task is in progress and then sets it to false when the task is done, invokes the necessary button, the action that we created for suggest missing items with AI. And then because of Convex state management, that it will automatically update the UI as the cache gets updated. So that's exactly what we're going to use here. Now, if we go back to the add task dialog, we have suggest missing tasks here. And if I comment this out, this is exactly the button. So what we're going to do is we're going to add suggest missing tasks. And we are going to add one more property called is subtask. Or in fact, we're going to add one more property called as parent ID, which is going to be underscore ID. And we're going to pass the project ID that we already have. Now, we need some sort of a Boolean value, a flag to indicate that this is in fact a subtask. But what we're going to do is we're going to implement a similar functionality. So suggest missing subtasks. Now, depending on that flag, either suggest missing subtasks is going to invoked or not. So again, we can just copy this function and again, suggest missing subtasks. And then again, suggest missing subtasks. Same idea. We're using the same Boolean value for same state for loading because again, this specific state will only be used. This specific state is only going to be used once in this specific case. because this specific state is local to this specific component, so we don't need to worry about it. Now, we have the suggest missing subtask. We don't have a button functionality yet for that. But then this is where we need the condition where if it's true, let's say is subtask is true, then call handle missing subtask or pass in handle missing tasks in this case. Everything else stays the same. So, what should be that specific indicator for subtask? So, what we can do is let's just take is subtask here, is subtask. Again, this is going to be a Boolean value. And this one, we can just set it to false. So, everything works as expected. And we can also make this optional. Now, what we can do is we can implement our functionality such as it's missing subtask items with AI. So let's head over to OpenAI and let's pretty much copy this entire thing. Now, what we want to do here is that we first need to retrieve whatever subtasks that are already there for the specific item. We should also probably retrieve the project name as well. This way, we can add subtasks relevant and give AI as much context as possible. And then we should definitely tweak this specific message here because the content, the messaging the prompt that we give to AI is going to be very different. And towards the end, what we want to do is we want to call Sub-todos dot create a sub-to-do. Additionally, we need a parent ID here and we can pass this parent ID accordingly. So suggest missing items definitely needs a parent ID and we can call this parent ID as to-dos ID. Now let's destructure parent ID from here. And now we are basically getting the to-dos for the user. This is where things need to be a little different. We need to get the rest of the sub-to-dos that we have already. So if we take a look at sub-to-dos, let's see the functionality that we have. We have get that basically gets the sub-to-dos for the specific user, but it doesn't get us a sub-to-dos for that project as well. So what we can do is we can just copy this code and then let's get sub-to-dos by parent ID. Now again, let's take parent ID, v.id is to-dos, and then we just need one more filter here. Parent ID is parent ID. And again, let's take parent ID as an argument, destructured from here. Now we have get sub-to-dos as parent ID, which is something that we need to use here. And instead of project ID, let's pass parent ID. So now these are the sub-to-dos by project ID that we're looking for. We can just call these to-dos. Next, what we need to do is get the project name itself. So if we go to projects, and this gives us all the projects, this gives us the project by project ID. So that's exactly what we're looking for. So we could just go back to this app, to OpenAI, and then here, let's just call get project by project ID, but get it from projects. Now we need to pass in project ID here. And then this would be the project. And we can say project name is project.name, or it can be empty, for example. So we have project name and we have the list of sub-to-dos as well, which is what we want. So now in JSON stringify, let's pass in to-dos. Let's pass in project name. And then it would be also relevant if we could pass the task and name and description as well. So here we could pass in and spread it. Parent to do will be, parent to do is going to have task name and description. So we are passing the sub-to-dos, the project name, and also the parent as well. This way, we are giving AI all the information that, hey, generate a list of sub-items. We have the parent item, we have the project name, and now generate the sub-items here. All right, so now in order for us to generate the task name and description, we could easily grab that from its parent. So here we could just take in v.string as task name and description. When the specific dialog has been opened up, we already have the information about the description already. So we could just easily pass that in as a prop. So again, let's just destructure, whoops, destructure that here as well. All right, so now we have suggest missing tasks. So we need the project ID. At the same time, we need more things, such as we need to pass in task name, we need to pass in description and parent ID as well. So all of this information needs to be passed in here. So again, we could just copy all of this. And here, let's just say string, and then parent ID is going to be ID of to-dos. Now, similarly, let's grab task name is going to be empty by default. Description is going to be empty. And then parent ID is something we need. Now, task name and description can be optional. This specific component not just calls the sub item, it also calls the parent item as well, the parent items, AI generated items. So that's why we can make it optional. We can also make this optional too. All right, so now we have a lot here. We have parent ID, which it doesn't like that it can be undefined. So let's not make this optional here. All right, so now if we head back to the task dialog, let's pass in whatever information that we know about. So we know task name, we also know description. Then we need parent ID, which is going to be underscore ID over here. So we have passed in basically all the information that we knew about in this specific component. And now suggest missing sub items. We need to tweak this parent ID to be the parent ID from our arguments. And everything else could stay the same. Now, task name and description here are no longer the task name from the parent item, but in fact, they need to be looped and added here as well. And we are creating a sub to do and running the mutation in the sub to dos itself. Okay, and everything else looks pretty much the same. Now, let's take a look at one more thing. Now, over here in the condition, we are saying if it's subtask, we need to call handle missing subtask, else we need to call handle missing task. Now, we haven't defined the condition for a subtask yet. So what we can do is we can just pass in a subtask equals true here. Because in this case, subtask is going to be true, but then in the other case, subtask is going to be false. So we don't need to pass that in. And then in OpenAI, let's also give it the prompt that we are looking for as well. So in the case of subtasks, this is the prompt we need to give it. You're a project manager. You have an existing list of sub items containing objects with this specific format. You have a good understanding. Give me 2 additional subtasks that are not yet included. This is why we are giving it the existing items as well. All right, so now that it has a prompt, if we go to buy meds and click on suggest missing tasks, you can see we have 2 additional subtasks, which is pretty awesome. So this means that our AI integration is working really well. Now, this is pretty relevant to the task that I do have. So I can always check it and uncheck it as well, any items that I'm looking for. Now, let's just make sure that other parent items don't have the same subtask, and they don't. Now, this is pretty awesome that we have integrated AI with subtasks as well. What we want in the navigation is one, we want to list all the projects here. But whenever you go to any specific link, we also want that specific link to get highlighted. So we know this is the URL we are on. And we could pretty much easily do that by checking the URL itself. Now, the way we could implement this specific styling is by going to the sidebar component. Let's remove all the unused imports. And you could do that by pressing Option Shift and O in Mac. So let's say we were to implement this functionality. What we want to do is we want to use the path name from Next.js. So we can say path name is equal to use path name. Now this specific path name essentially gives us the current URL's path name. So if we have slash upcoming, this is exactly what it would give us. So in here, we could combine that by using cn. Now here we can add comma and just say if path name is equal to link, so the router URL path name that we are on is equal to the name of the link. If that's true, then we want to give it some sort of a class name. Now, this is exactly what you would give. You would add these stylings. But you want to make it active, rounded, reduce the background opacity, make the text primary, otherwise set the text as foreground. So if we go back to our application and refresh the page, we get an error saying that you are importing a component that needs use path name. It only works in a client component. So what we need to do is we need to convert this specific component a client component. Now, the alternative is that instead of just making this entire component as client component, we could also just extract it. But I think we should be good. So now here, if we go to today, oops, if I refresh the page, if I go to today, if I go to upcoming, inbox, it changes the styles that we're looking for. Now let's implement adding the rest of the nav items and also adding the plus icon next to it. Because if you take a look at our Todoist app, we have a plus icon that opens up a dialog. And then we also have the list of projects listed here. So first, let's write a query or let's use an existing query for getting the list of projects. So here we can say projects is gonna be, so if we head over to our app, maybe TodoList, let's just grab this value and let's go to sidebar and paste it. Now let's import API, let's import query. And if we head over to our Convex folder and look at projects, we should see a list of projects. So we just want a list of projects by user ID that the user currently has. So we can say projects will have get projects. So now this will be project list. Otherwise, it's empty. Now, currently, we are only showing the list of nav items that are the primary items, but we also need my projects. We can set state here. So right now, primary items are basically getting imported from this utils file, and we are defining all of them. But we also need a way to define them dynamically. So what we can do is let's create a state called nav items and set nav items. And here, let's import use state. The minute we import use state, this becomes a use client component, which is what we are looking for. And here, let's spread primary items. Now, by default, it's going to be primary items. And then once we have the project list, then we need to do something else too. So for that, we can add a use effect, which only gets updated when there are projects. So let's say if projects, then do something. So now I'm just going to say project list. If project list, then do something. We can just spread the two operations, spread the two together. Items is going to be a combination of primary nav items and also the project items that we have. So maybe let's call this project items. And then we're going to have to set it to items. There you go. So what exactly would be project items? Project items need to have the same structure as primary items. It needs to have a name, link, and icon. But we have to do it dynamically because we get the project list accordingly. Const project items will be render items projects. So render items is not declared yet, but let's declare it. So we can just create render items. We can say project list, not that one, this list dot map. And it's going to have a project, it's going to have an ID. And here, this list is going to be of this format. It's going to have name. Now the name is going to be project dot name. Let's also return this. Then it's going to have a link. Now link itself can be the ID of the project. So we can say project dot ID. And then icon is going to be a hash icon that we want to add here. There you go. Now, in terms of links, we need to go to slash logged in, slash project, slash ID. And anytime in Next.js, we want to redirect user to a specific ID, it needs to be of type string. So project.id, instead of destructuring it, let's just do this. ID, name, and so on. Then we just can do this magical thing here, which is going to be great. So now here we can just say to string. Now for some reason it's not liking this. So let's fix that. So let's see. We have render items, project list. Let's add the comma here. And we don't even need IDX because underscore ID could be the key if you are looking for that. Now, render items, project list can be here. Now, it's going to be array of project type, or it could be array of doc projects. There you go. Let's add this here. Now, instead of directly looping through primary nav items, now we need to loop through nav items instead. So now if we go back to our app and check, let's refresh the page, we see a get started project, which redirects us to the exact project, which is get started page that we already created, which is what we're looking for. So that's amazing that it's already working. Now, notice how there is no title here because we need some title here too. So what we can do is, again, let's just create a list of titles, maybe title IDs, constant. And here we can say primary is going to be empty, but then projects is going to have my projects as a title. Now, when it comes to looping here, we can basically wrap this up in a div and then give it a key value, which is going to be IDX. And on top, if this specific item has an ID. So right now, nav items, primary item does not have an ID. So let's give it an ID of primary. Now, whenever the ID is primary, we want to add some styling to it. If it's my projects, then we want to add some styling to it. So now, first of all, let's just check if there is an ID, then render it. An ID can come from ID over here. Now, we don't have to render this item. This can be outside, but there needs to be something else. You can just follow the specific one where this is going to be list of title IDs, and so on. So what we're doing here is we are basically saying, give me the title, or if it's my projects, then render a dialog as well. And this specific dialog is something that we already implemented before. So we are going a little fast here. Now, if we take a look here, we have list of IDs and we have this specific list of IDs too. So list of title IDs is what we have here. If that of ID is exists, if it matches, then accordingly change the styling or render a dialog. Now we also need to give it a type here, my list title type. So here we can say interface, my list title type, and then key is string with string. So now this should be okay. So now if we go back and let's refresh the page, we don't see get started at all. And that's because here we also need to do the same thing. If the IDX is going to be 0, then we should show ID as projects, because we only want to add the ID to the first item and not to anything else. So let's do IDX here. It's going to be projects. There you go. So now if we go back, we see my projects rendered here with get started. And if I click on this specific button, then there's no content right now, but it will render a thing. So for example, if I do dialog content and say hi, and let's just wrap this up in a empty fragment, and let's move this inside. And if I click on plus, you see hi here too. A dialog is also implemented here, which we can add a project later on, create project mutation. So we have a list of projects displayed here too. Now let's just fix the indentation that we have here, because we want the hashtags to be the same level as everything else, which this one does too, but let's indent it. So let's update the styling here and add this. So then this has been more indented than before. Then we don't need the additional div. So now it's looking pretty good. Now let's implement the same in the mobile nav bar. Now what I've done is we have essentially added a few things, removed the unused imports. Again, same idea, like we have essentially added the dialog here so you can see on the right hand side, and removed the unnecessary wrapper around it so far. We have added the same styling inside mobile nav too. So let's implement search in our application. So whenever we look for, let's say, camping, and I hit the search button, Then we see the search results for camping, and these are the closely related camping related items. Now, it tries its best, but the more data we have, the better the search gets. Now, this specific feature uses something called as vector search from Convex. Vector search is a pretty cool concept. It allows you to search convex documents, but similar to a provided vector. Now, vector are essentially embeddings with a numerical representation of text, images, or audio. Embeddings and vector basically enable us to provide really useful context for AI powered applications. So for example, be it recommendations for similar content or not, then creating a vector embedding really helps with that. Now, when the user searches camping, what essentially happens is that we are, for every item in the database, so let's say buy a tent or buy, I don't know, get camping gear or pack swimsuit, whatever that might be, for every single one, we are going to create a vector embedding. So we're going to create a vector of some sort. Same thing for this as well, and so on. Now, the way it works is that even this specific search also has its own vector embedding too. So then it's with the use of numbers, essentially, it's going to compare. So, with the use of numbers itself, it's essentially going to compare, hey, how closely related is the keyword, search keyword versus whatever we have in our database as well. So we are going to generate a vector from the provided input, and then we're going to search for similar IDs as well. Now, so it's then going to check how closely related are these items. This one with this one, then this one with this one, and so on. And Convex is then going to check and return the closely related items. So that's pretty cool that vector search exists within Convex. Now, step one is for us to create embeddings. Now, we are going to use the OpenAI API to create that embedding, and the embedding is going to look like something like this. Now, this is the vector with some additional metadata, and we're going to store this entire embedding in the convex table. So we have to modify our schema for that. So here's what we're going to do. First step is essentially we are going to create embedding using OpenAI. Then we are going to modify our schema to take embedding. Then for search, we are going to create a index, a database index, so that we are able to search things faster, because indexing really helps with that. It allows us to search things really fast in a convex database. And then lastly, we are going to build the UI for search. Now, again, this specific functionality, this entire thing, is also going to use React hook form. But since we have already used React hook form in the past, I'm going to just provide you the component for it, and we're just going to integrate it. So let's dive in. So now, first step first, we are going to the mobile nav and going to replace it with search form. Now, search form does not exist, but let's go ahead and create it. Now let's create search form in nav itself, because that's where we are using it. Now search form is this entire search form, so we're going to paste it. Now take a look at the commits to basically grab this as well. Now here, let's go ahead and import the search form. Now if we go back to our application, if we refresh the page, again, this needs to be a client component because we are using on submit handlers. So now as we do that, you can see search products, search tasks are repeated here. Now that's not what we're looking for. So if we go to sidebar and open it up, so if we look for search products, we have this input here, we no longer need it. So we have this input here that we no longer need it. And now if we go back, you can see we have a specific button as well as a entire input box as well. Now again, we don't need this toggle menu at all. And it has taken the entire, it has essentially taken the full width as well, because that's what we have said here. So now what we can do is we can just say place content center. and we don't need this unnecessary form at all. Now, if you notice in the nav bar here, when we go to projects, we also list the title here. So we definitely need to account for that too. So for that reason, let's create a new div here and move this inside that div, and let's paste the styling here. So now let's import cn as well. Now we don't even need cn here, so we can pretty much get rid of it. Similarly, we need one more link here. So by default, in a large device, we're going to make it flex1. And here we are adding a title. So that would be my projects or whatever we are looking for. So now we can just say the styling is essentially going to be this. For now, we're just adding my projects as a placeholder. We can replace that later on. Now, this specific one also would need to be wrapped in a link component because we need to navigate it as well. So your href is going to be /logged in/projects. But this is again a placeholder. We're going to replace it later on. And lastly, we also need again, place content center, W12, H12, large W16, and large height is going to be 20. This is where we need to add the logo as well. So we're going to get the image component, just say logo, and source is going to be the Todoist logo. Now, we don't have the logo yet, but let's add it. So let's go ahead and add the logo here, which is the specific SVG file. And now let's import the logo. We are going to say Todoist logo, and let's copy, Todoist logo from, we want at public /logo /todoist.svg. And there are so many unused imports. Let's press Option Shift O to get rid of all of them. All right, so now let's close this. And if we head back, you should see now search tasks is here with a search button and also a logo. So our application is really coming together as well over here. Now, lastly, we can also add a space between the items too. So it's like /projects. If we go back, it takes us back to projects and so on. All right, so we can keep everything as is, but this is how search form is. To quickly walk you through the search form, we are again basically redirecting the user to logged in/search. We need to build this route. It's not ready yet. But basically what we're doing is we are using React hook form and adding a search component from Lucide React. It's a search icon and a form field for text. We have done this before. We have seen this before. And then on submit, you're basically redirecting the user with the search text to /search. So if we take a look at this specific application, what's going to happen is that this specific one, it's going to go to /login/search/camping as text, for example. That's exactly what happens over here when I search for camping. So, and then we are going to display search results for camping over here in a brand new page. So, and then list the results of the camping results itself. Now, I hope this is giving you a good understanding of what we are implementing here, because that's what's really important. Now it's time for us to create the embedding using OpenAI. Now that we have our styling looking a little good. So what we're going to do is, now that we have this, so let's go ahead and create the embedding. Now, in order for us to create the embedding, let's go to the OpenAI file. Now, in this file, we are going to create one more function, and that's called get embeddings with AI. Now, if you take a look at this specific documentation, this is how we can create a embedding. So now what we're going to do is we're going to select node, and we could essentially use a library for OpenAI, or we could just fetch it, for example. So let's go ahead and fetch the API. All right, so now here, let's just say get with AI, and then let's make it an async function. And we are going to create an embedding of whatever search text has been selected. So this is that. This is the search text. And then here we are going to check if there is API key or not. If not, we're going to throw an error saying that OpenAI key is not defined. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create a request, and then we're going to say input is going to be text or search text here. And then model is going to be embedding ADA2. So for example, we could use whatever model we are looking for. But the model that we are going to go for is text embedding ADA002. And the encoding format is going to be float. Now, when the response that we get, we are going to then fetch it. So the URL that we copied, we are going to paste that URL and we're going to call embs here. Now, this method is going to be post, and the headers are going to be, again, if we go back here, we can copy the headers as well. So it's going to be applications JSON. So if you go to node, it gives us the node library. And let's see. So if we copy this one, so the content type is going to be that with application JSON. And then we are going to have a authorization header as well with bearer and the OpenAI key, API key. There you go. All right. So now let's pass in the body. This is going to be JSON.stringify request. Again, this is essentially we are creating the fetch request. Now we are going to check if the response is not okay, then we can handle it differently. So if the response is not okay, then we can throw an error where we are saying message is going to be await response dot text, and then throw new error and say open AI error with the message. Now let's convert this into a string value. Oops, let's just use this. All right. So now let's get the JSON value if the response is okay. So we can say response.json, and let's get the vector now. Now, in order for us to get the vector, we are going to look at data of the 0th element and get the embedding array out. So we are going to say, let's give me the JSON with data 0th element, and then let's get the embedding from it. All right. So now let's just log the embedding. So we can say embedding of text. Let's convert this into backtext so we can use variables in here. You can say search text is going to be vector dot length, just like that. And then it would be the dimensions that we talked about. Otherwise, we're just going to return the vector as well because it's successful. So this way, this will tell us that, hey, this is the embedding that's created and we know how it looks like. Now, if we go back to our diagram, we have completed this specific step, but we don't know if it works yet or not. But in order for us to test it out, we need to check it. So what we can do is we want to create an embedding every time a user creates a new task first. Because first of all, in order for us to search, we need to check into existing embeddings, and those embeddings only exist if we add them. Right now, there is no embedding on any of the to-dos or sub-to-dos at all. So what we're going to do is we're going to call it first. So what we can say is, if we head back to creating a to-do, so let's see where create to-do is. Creating a to-do, this is where we could try calling the embedding. This is where we can call the embedding. Now, but the limitation with Convex is that whenever we want to call an external API request, we need to turn it into an action. So there's a simple fix for this. Let's create an action here and then call the mutation and also the embedding. So for example, here, what we're going to do is let's just copy this thing, paste it. And let's call this create to do and embeddings. So this is a combination of the two. Now, here we're going to call our embeddings API. So you're going to say embedding equals, wait, now instead of mutation, this needs to be an action. And let's import action. Now, we're going to say get embeddings with AI. And this will have the search text. But again, this will have the search text in the context of search. But let's say we are creating an embedding for any new item that user adds. So we can search in the existing Convex documents. Then in that case, we need to just pass the task name. All right, so now we have the embedding. So let's see what happens. So if I log the embedding here, for example, so let's just check. So now let's just comment out everything else. All right, and let's see what happens. So if I call embedding, now we would be calling embedding wherever we call the creating a to-do application, creating a to-do mutation. So let's go to adding tasks in line. Now here we call create to-do mutation. Let's call one more function and let's call this create to-do embeddings. Now we can just say create to-do embeddings and let's see what happens. So now we can call this right here. So we can say, oops, create to-do embeddings and the task name is gonna be camping. Now this needs to be an async function for that function. Whoops, async function. All right. So now we also need to give it the task name here. But we're using use mutation, but now we need to give it use action. All right. So if we go to our application and let's open up the command line, the console here, the developer tools here. Let's clear this. And now let's click on add task. Now, for add tasks, let's just say prep demo for YouTube. Some YouTube description here. Let's set a past date and let's go ahead and hit add task. Now, if you notice this is exactly the embedding we talked about. This is the embedding of the task name that we just entered. So now what we need to, and you can see it's actually a vector. So that's what we get an embedding from OpenAI, and now we need to modify the schema to basically go ahead to basically just add that so that whenever a new task is added, it's added with its embedding. So we can do that now. What we can do now is run the mutation after the embedding is created here. So we can say ctx dot run mutation and here we want to call api.todos.create a to do. Let's import API. And this is where you want to pass in whatever information is there in created to do. So let's just pass all of this just like that. Now, same information needs to come from the arguments to, we have two task name, we just want one. All right, so now we have project ID, we have task name, label ID. All of this information was also, we retrieved that from when we created a to do as well. So that's exactly the same thing, except now we are also going to add embedding here, which is a difference. So let's add that now. Now, if we head over to our schema, we need to create embeddings here. So in to do as well as sub to do, we need embeddings. So for that, we can just call this embedding. It's going to be optional for now. And then it's going to be an array of floats. Same thing here too. Now, I'm setting this as optional because there are existing fields in the database that don't have embeddings yet. So we have to delete or run a migration to update all the embeddings. Since we're just building this application, we're just going to delete all of them and create the embeddings from scratch so that our search is relevant. It works. Now, the second thing we want to do is we want to set a vector index. This is what the vector search is going to use. So we are going to use a vector index, and this index could be called maybe by embedding. Feel free to call it whatever you like. Now it's going to have three things. It's going to have a vector field, which is going to be embedding. This is the embedding column that we selected, the field that we selected, the dimensions are going to be 1536. And then the filter fields are going to be user ID. So based on the user ID, we are going to basically index the by embeddings. Same idea here. In sub-todos as well, in sub-todos as well, we can basically do the same. We can create the embeddings here as well and add it. Now, if we go back to to-dos, this is where we go back and add the embedding as well. Now, create to-do does not take anything as an embedding. So let's just fix that. So this would be basically a float, array of floats. So it'll be v.optional, v.array of floats. All right. So now if we head over to the terminal, our convex functions still work as expected. There are no errors in the schema, and that's because we made this as optional. Now, let's go ahead and create a to-do and test our functionality. So again, let's clear the console. Again, in inline, what we now can actually do is, there's one more thing we can do in inline. Instead of saying create to-do embeddings, let's just comment this out completely, and we can just call this specific functionality. So we don't even do this, we just grab this completely. Now, if we go back to embeddings, create to do, we basically get the task name. So we can, this all works together. So we are basically getting the task name that I add, and then first running the embeddings and then inserting the to do in the database. So we could do that. And then lastly, let's also make sure that we pass the embedding here as well. And again, let's destructure from here. So now let's just go ahead and add a new task. Let's just say plan a wine trip, and then we can say PEC and add task. Now, if we go up, it says embedding plan a wine trip does exist. It created the embedding. And now you can see that embeddings field, in fact, has this specific vector that it just created. This means when we look for wine in the search, it will still work because of that. So now we need to do the same thing for all the other embeddings, all the other tasks as well. So now that we have implemented this functionality, let's do the same for sub-todos as well. Let's copy this and let's copy this whole thing, create sub-to-do and embeddings, and then let's just say create a, let's call this sub-to-dos. Oops, we shouldn't add this here. So now let's just copy this whole thing and go to sub-to-dos and add it here too. So let's paste this. So we can say create sub-to-do and let's import action, and let's import get embeddings with AI. Let's import AI. But now we can say sub-to-dos dot create a sub-to-do. And embedding does not exist because we haven't imported it. Oops. Embedding does exist. Now we haven't added this and create a sub-to-do. So let's do that. Here we can add the same field, embedding with float. Same idea here. Let's import it in the argument. Let's add that to the destructured properties. And then let's add it here too. All right. So now we have all of these embeddings too. And we need to move this over here as well. So let's just copy this whole thing except the embedding here, because we need parent ID as well. Same thing here too, parent ID. And we also need parent ID here. Perfect. So now in the UI, when it comes to adding task inline, we are going to, you can get rid of this, and instead of create sub-to-do mutation, we are going to do the same thing. Create action, sub-to-dos dot create sub-to-dos and embeddings. And this can be, now over here, let's call create sub-to-do embeddings. Everything else stays the same. And now if we go back to our application and let's try this out. Now let's open up biomeds and let's create add subtask here. And I'm going to say go to the pharmacy. Hit add. We need this. Let's say description. Let's hit add and go to the pharmacy embedding was created. So now if we go to our data and go to Sub-todos, you see that embedding was created for go to the pharmacy. So similarly, we can add embeddings for everything else. Now, one last thing pending in vector search is that, or for inserting data in the vector search, is that we also need to add embeddings whenever AI items are also generated because we are suggesting missing items as well. So let's close all of this. And now let's go to OpenAI. And here we need to create an embedding too so that the AI items also appear in search. So we created to do, and this is where we basically create an embedding too. So we can say embedding equals await get embeddings with AI, and this is can take the task name and we can add the embedding here. Same idea with this too, and let's add the embedding here. Same idea. Now, if we go back to our application and let's suggest missing task, and it says research campsites, safety and regulations. So if we go to to-dos, research campsite has an embedding too, which is what we're looking for. Same thing for sub to-dos as well. So let's say I go to prep demo for YouTube and suggest missing tasks. It should give me an embedding too. So create script for demo video. And if I go to sub to-dos, create script for demo videos, and all of these have embeddings too. So that's exactly how we can add embeddings. So if we take a look, we are also done with this and this. And we have also integrated that. Whoops, we have also integrated that with the UI. But now we need to integrate it with search as well. So whenever we search for some tasks, then basically we should be able to find the items. Now we can go and build the UI. So if we take a look at our application, what essentially happens is whenever you search a task, we get navigated to slash search. So slash search slash query. Now I'm going to be providing you the UI for it because the page is pretty straightforward and we have built the same page multiple times. So I don't want to repeat it. So whoops, we are going to move this to app and logged in. So here we're going to create a new folder called as search. And in that folder, we're going to add search query. Now, this specific page doesn't have this specific action yet, but we will get to that. So here what we're doing is we are essentially checking if the search is in progress or not. So we are basically storing that in a state. So if the search is in progress, we're setting it to true, else false. And then we are, whatever search results we get from vector search after searching it, we are setting the search results, and then results are something that we are showing here. So the search query is this, and the search results are going to be basically whatever we have here. Same idea, the search results that whatever are completed equals false, and we are using our to-dos component for that. And again, the same idea, sidebar, mobile nav, same thing, same structure altogether. So now let's go ahead and build this search task. So we can go to Convex and let's create a new file called as search.ts. Now, in this specific file, we are going to use vector search. So if we head over to the documentation for vector search, we created the vector index. Now it's time for us to basically create a vector search. So let's copy this code and let's add it here. Now we don't need similar foods, we just need to search tasks. And this could be a query, for example. Now we need to generate the embedding that we already did. So we can just call that get embeddings with AI with whatever query we have here. So this allows us to get the embedding, and let's just destructure query here. Now, the search for similar foods. So we need to use the vector search API from Convex to search for items. Now, for vector search, we are going to search in to-dos. And again, the field is by underscore embedding that we created, vector embedding, limit 16. But for filter, user ID is going to be user ID because again, we need to make sure that we are only searching for items for a specific user that belong to them. So let's head over to projects and copy the user ID code. So here, if there is a user, then do anything. So let's just wrap this up in a try catch block. Error console dot error is going to be error searching error. Now let's import this and let's move this code entirely here. Now let's search the embeddings. We are filtering it. Now we need to set the results. Results we get, as you can see here, we need a function just like this one where we fetch the results by giving a list of IDs and then getting those IDs as well from the table. So we can pretty much copy this code. Whatever results we get from vector search, we are then pushing the results here. So we can pretty much copy this code and add it here. So fetch, maybe let's call this search results, import internal query. And here, instead of ID of food, it's going to be IDs of to-dos. Now we can just spread this doc completely and then return the results. And this is going to be arc.results because instead of ID, it's going to be results. Now we have these fetch results. So that's exactly what we are going to call here. So we're going to say rows, let's call this any, ctx dot run query internal dot search dot fetch search results. And we are going to pass in the results we have. And whatever rows we get, we're just going to return the rows. That's exactly what we're going to do here. Isn't just an array of to-dos, it also has a specific score as well. So what we're going to do is we are going to say v.object, and then inside that object, we're going to have ID, which is going to be of the shape to-dos. And then you're also going to have score, which is going to be of float. There you go. And then this can be result and result dot underscore ID as well. Underscore ID itself. Now underscore ID. It will be result dot underscore ID. All right. So now we have performed all the search tasks. So if we head over to the search page, this should just work. And vector search is going to show us the list of results. So if we go back to our application, go to search, and let's search for camping and hit search. You can see search results for camping are search campsite, safety regulation, and plan a wine trip. I mean, realistically, they're the only ones that we essentially created embeddings for. Rest of them we didn't. But once we do that, we will get better search results as well. But this is the power of vector search. We've been able to implement search so seamlessly because of it. Now, I know we hard coded my projects, but we only want to show my projects in the project when it's projects URL. For everything else, we pretty much just want to show nothing. So for that, we're gonna get modify mobile nav, and mobile nav is gonna take a title. I should say maybe nav title. This can be string. Whoops, not here. And here nav title is gonna have string. Now, if we go down, we can just check if nav title exists, then great, otherwise it's empty. Or let's just pass nav title here. Now, if we go back here, we can just set it as empty. And all right. So now, similarly, we also need to go to a specific link as well. So we can just say nav link is going to be empty. Nav link is going to be string again. Again, we can make both of these optional. So the nav link is going to be whatever we want to pass here. So nav link, else it's going to be hash. But we can add that on top too. So it's going to be hash because every link component does need a specific URL. So it could be just hash. Now, if we head over to my projects page, if we head over to an individual project page, for example, here, and whenever we're declaring a task here, we can just say it's gonna be my projects. Nav title is gonna be my projects. And nav link is gonna be slash logged in slash my projects or just projects. There you go. So now if we go back and go to get started. We see my projects, but for everything else, we don't. Now, remember, see, notice for get started, the alignment is a bit off. So let's fix that. So if we go to individual projects, let's give it the same sort of styling here. So if we go here and oops. So we need to just give it a div class name of Excel px40. And if there is no project name, then we need to just call this project. And let's wrap this up in a div too. We can say flex call, gap1, empty4. So now it's looking so much better. We have the same styling that we did with everything else. And my project's title doesn't show up as well. But if you take a look at this specific item, it says that parent ID is missing. So again, parent ID is completely optional for others. So we can just make it optional here. Parent ID is optional here. So then we can go back here and say, if there is a parent ID, then only invoke this specific code. Because otherwise, we don't want it to invoke. When you click the plus button, right now it just showed the specific dialog. I'm glad that we implemented it. But what we want is when you click the plus button, you should be able to add a new project, which is how you can add more tasks as well to those projects. The get started is a project that everyone gets, but we need more projects like we have here. So what we can do is we can create a new folder for components called as projects, because add project is not just going to be used here, it's also going to be used in a mobile environment too. So for that, right now we're just copy pasting it, which is not what we should be doing. Let's create a new project and let's just say add a project, and then, or let's just call this add project dialog to be even more obvious. And then we want to basically move our dialog code here. Let's get rid of this. So if we head over to sidebar, and then if we see this specific code, this is the code we want over here. So we want a dialog, and so we want a dialog, a trigger, plus icon, and dialog content. So if this is a project dialog, then we also need something for the content because it's going to be a lot of work there. So we can just call this add project dialog content. And here, let's add the dialog content itself. So we can render add project dialog content here. Now, add project dialog is something that we could just here, and it's just going to work really great. So now here we just need a form. Now, if you remember, we created a form for search form recently. We just had one field. So we can just copy paste that specific value too. So we can just say search form and then copy entirely. Go to add project dialog and paste it. Now, what we need is also a dialog header, and that dialog header will have a dialog title. And as we're building this form further, let's bring these side by side. So we can say left the screen, and then we have this one to the right. All right, so now let's just import form. We don't need search. And then we definitely need form equals use form from React hook form. We need form field. We need form item, form control, input. We need a button, and we don't need a search icon. We just need a button called as add. All right, so now let's implement on submit, which is again, we can grab from here. So let's just move this out. Now again, we have push. Again, router can be from here. Now again, keep this in mind. We are not routing to a new page. On submit, we might be eventually routing to the projects page. But if you click on it and click on plus, so we might eventually route to the projects page, but then mobile also needs the dialog as well. So let's add that. So if we go to mobile nav, we have the dialog here. So let's just add project dialog. There you go. Now add project dialog with the handler needs to be a client component. So let's do that. All right. So now let's see. Now, if we go back here, the title has disappeared. So in mobile now, we need to tweak things a little bit. So we need to add the same code that we do over here as well. So let's just go to mobile nav and add that in and then wrap it up in a div. Now, instead of list of IDs, we don't care about that here. Let's just add my projects. All right. So now if we open it up, we have the plus icon. We don't have a list of projects yet because in mobile, we haven't implemented everything that we have in the other one. For now, it's fine. Let's just focus on building the plus icon. So now you can see the search tasks is here. That's not what we want. We actually want a project dialog. So here we can say, so let's add the styling. Then for the header, let's give it full. The dialog header could be add a project. And then let's move this in dialog description over here. And then let's capitalize. And then for the form, not here, but we already have some styling here, but let's add some more. Let's replace the styling. So it has a bit more, we're giving it a border. We have a bit more margin and padding as well. We can get rid of this additional div, get rid of that as well. Then we can give this border 0, font semi bold, text large. Let's give it full. All right, so now we could search whatever we want. We don't want search here. We want text as a type. And then an ID, we need name. It still says search tasks. We can pretty much say project name here. There you go. We can keep the border if you want here too, but that doesn't matter. All right, so now we have a basic project dialog ready. So now what needs to happen is the minute we enter the name of the project, we should basically execute the mutation. So if we head over to our Convex folder, and if you go to projects, we don't have any mutation here, but the mutation will be very similar to what we have for creating a to-do. So let's just copy this, go to projects, paste it. Let's call this create a project. All we need is the name of the project name, and then get rid of all of this. That's it, project name. So project name is going to be name, and frankly we can just call this name because it's pretty obvious. And then the type of the project is always going to be user, because we can also create a system project, but we don't want. And then we need projects as the table. Error occurred, create a project mutation. All right, so now we have a basic create a project ready. So let's go back to the dialog and execute it. So here we can do create a project equals use mutation, because this is a mutation. And then we have API dot projects dot create a project. And now here we need an await create a project and then the name of the project, which is going to be search text. Now again, this shouldn't be search text. This should be just name. And we can just redirect to slash project slash name, because that project will be created here. Now, once the project has been created, we should also create a toast notification as well. So for that, we can say equals use toast. And then if we go to add project inline, over here we definitely toast. So let's just copy this and also this and paste it here. So we can say paste it. Now the default values are just going to be name is going to be empty. Now this one, name is empty. So whatever value gets entered, we are basically navigating the user once the project has been created. Now it shouldn't be create a task. We can just say Rocket successfully created a project. There you go. All right. So now we have a basic form ready to go. We don't even need this. We can just say default values is going to be name, and that's it. All right. So now let's create the project. This specific add functionality should work. So now if I say, Let's create a project. Let's create a project YouTube video. Hit add, and here, so now let's also give a project, and let's check if project exists is not equal to undefined, then only do any of this. Because if it's undefined, that means it's loading. So now if we go back here and go to project, let's call this camping trip. And then instead of, now we get redirected, but we get that we are redirecting to slash camping trip. That should not be the case. We should redirect to slash project. So that's a project ID here. That's where we should get redirected to. Now, if we go back again and go to plus, and now let's just say wine trip and hit add. We have been redirected to wine trip because the project has been created. That's pretty awesome, right? So that's how we are able to create projects. Now, for this project, let's create suggest missing tasks and let's see what it creates. It's asking you to finalize the project budget. So if we go back to our OpenAI app itself, and if we go to project suggest missing items, so there's one more thing we should do to make the query more relevant. We should get the project name and add it to over here because it's not giving us the data that we're looking for. So here with to-dos, just like we added that in the sub-todos, let's copy this and let's paste this. We don't need this, but we definitely need to add the project name as well. All right, so now if I refresh the page, now if I say suggest missing task, it should have the project name. Now it says coordinating transportation for the team, which is fine. If I go back to inbox, or if I go to, now if we go back to inbox and if we go to, let's say, finalize project budget, it's actually part of the project wine trip. Now we can add more tasks relevant to that specific project and so on. So that's how we implement. Now I've deleted the rest of the projects just to start from scratch. But if you see, if I add a project, for example, dog stuff, that same project gets rendered twice. Now, well, that's because if we head over to our Convex folder and head to projects, here we're not essentially filtering it. So that's what we need to do. We need to filter by system projects here. So, oops, you can just say these are user projects and these are system projects. So we can say q dot equal, so q dot equal, q dot field type, and then system. So the reason why it showed up twice is because we were filtering and getting the user projects, and then again we were getting all the projects combined. So that's why. So if we go back here, you can see doc stuff only gets showed up once. Now, if we click on add a project, then we should say, I don't know, go camping is a project. Then we can add the project here and it shows up here as well, which is pretty nice. Now I could go ahead and add the task as well. Now we know that our form works, so we could get rid of this console log too. So if I say get task inline, and I believe it was JSON stringify here, and hit save. That's it. So if we go and add a task here, so let's say buy a tent from Amazon, and let's see, 21st of June, this is going to be personal. And if in the projects now we have dog star for camping, so I'm going to say camping and then add task. There you go. So now buy a tent, project camping, personal, June 21st, everything works as expected. Now, notice how when I click on add a task here, it still shows getting started, but it doesn't show go camping because this is a project view now. So we need to show it go camping. So for that, if we go to add task inline and and in the in the project ID, right now we say if there is a project ID, then select that, else just this default one. So we should add one more condition because if there is no parent task, then it will default to this one. But in certain cases, in this specific case, we might know what the task project ID is. So, for example, we could see where we are calling add task inline. Whoops. We could see where we are calling add task inline. So we are calling add task inline in add task button over here. And then we are calling it here. So if you show add task, that's when you show it. and then through the add task wrapper itself. So if you take a look at that, we are calling in several different places. Now, when it comes to the project one, this one would need we can just pass in a project ID here because we know what the project ID is in this specific case. So, and then just pass that down. So we can say project ID. Again, this needs to be optional because not everyone needs to provide a project ID, for example. But if there is a project ID, then we need to pass that in. So if you go to add task inline, project ID, and then project ID is optional with projects. So if we can say if there is a project ID, show it. If there is a parent task, show it. Or if not. Now we can, I know there's a project ID here as well. So there are many project IDs here. So we can just say this could be project ID and this could be underscore project ID and then just this. Now instead of calling it underscore, we could just say project ID. Let's say my project ID and just paste that. Now if we go to add task, it says go camping. If I say doc stuff, enter that, it says camping. And this one can be cast to ID of projects. Same thing, this one can be casted to ID of labels. This needs to be ID of projects. And then this also needs to be ID of project because it's specifically ID. And then we can directly call my project ID here. Now, so this solves our TypeScript issue. And so far, our projects are also looking pretty good. Alongside that, we are able to add a bunch of projects as well as we like. Next, let's just make description optional because we don't want it to be required. So we can remove this. So whenever description is not passed in, we want to give it a default value. So we can say default is going to be empty, for example. All right. So now if we go and add a task, let's say in dog stuff, and here let's just say get food or feed the dog. And then I'm gonna not pass in anything. Gonna make this July 13, and this is priority, top priority. Then when I hit add task, it works, and description is no longer required as well, which is what we're looking for. So if we go back to our database and if we go to to-dos, then we have feed the dog and we have description as empty, is completed false. And if we go to the project ID, then this is dog stuff. This is looking pretty good. Our schema, our validation, and all of that is working really well. Time to work on the deletion of our projects and also the to-dos. So if we, let's say, click on any item right now in our Todoist app that we're trying to build, we see this delete icon. On the other hand, if you, let's say, go to the project page, you also see this specific drop down with delete project as an option. Now, you won't be able to delete system projects. So it sends a reminder saying that, hey, system projects are protected from deletion. But let's say if it is not a system project, then you should be able to delete the item as well. So let's build this functionality. So first, we're going to work on deleting the actual project, and later we will scale it to do as well. If we go to our app, our code base, over here, let's go to the project's individual project page. And here we want to add deleting a project. So for that, we're going to create a new component called as delete project and pass in the project ID so we know which project to delete. Now go ahead and create the component. So in projects, let's create a new file called as delete project.tsx. Now here we are going to essentially create the drop down menu first because that's what we're looking for. So here we are going to have a drop down menu from ShadCN UI. So let's go ahead and go to the docs, and then let's go to drop down menu and copy an example. We have this as an example. We have this one. We don't need a radio group, checkboxes. We just need something simple. So let's just pick this one, for instance. Let's import this. Then let's copy this and add that here. All right. So now we have 3 dots as a Oops, we have 3 dots as our icon. So let's just import that from Lucide React. Class name of W5, H5, text will be foreground, hover is gonna be cursor pointer, so we know it's clickable. Right. So now in terms of the content, we are mainly just gonna have one, which is going to be we're only going to have one item, which is gonna be delete project. There you go. So if we go back to our app and let's look at the project, for example, it says it's not defined, so let's import it. There you go. And if we can see this dot dot dot, and this is the delete project label that we just added. Now let's also add a trash2 icon as well. And let's give it a class name of W5, H5, rotate 45 degrees, and then text foreground /40. Perfect. So now in terms of, you can already see that the specific one is not necessarily aligned. So we need to align it now. But so let's just give it a class name of W40 because it wasn't the proper size either. So that works. And then let's also wrap these two in a form because we are going to perform deletion. So we need something for that. Now we have the delete project here. Now let's also wrap this up in a button and then add it here. Now you can see the button looks like this. We just want a simple button, so let's not use the button component here. We literally need the button for just the button's sake. We don't need any fancy styling, for example. So that's it. That's all we need. So we have the delete project here. Again, 64 is too big. So let's make it 56. There you go. So we have this. All right. So now we have our form as well. Let's go ahead and add on submit equals E and then handle delete project E. Now, this specific functionality handle delete project. Now, again, we have implemented this several times. So let's just copy the code for that. So we also have a add project dialog, which also has a use form and all of this. We're going to use it as well as the mutation and the functionality too. So let's copy all of that. So we need use form, we need use toast, we need use router. We also need use mutation, but instead of creating a project, we are deleting a project. And then here, just like we have, we're going to copy this and paste it. Now, this is what we want. Right, so now we can close this. And if we take a look, and next router needs to come from next navigation. Now, if we refresh the page, it says API is not imported. Let's import that. Right, so now if I click on this and click on this option, it might give me an error, but that's the idea. Now let's say delete project with the project ID itself. I mean, we don't really need anything from here. So we can get rid of it, remove this, delete project, and if delete project is not equal to undefined, then we have successfully deleted a project. And over here, let's just give it a trash bin. Whoops, not that one, but like a trash bin icon because we have deleted it. And let's redirect the user to /projects because there's nowhere else to go. All right, so now we have delete project, and also if you're calling this delete project, so let's say delete task ID. All right, so we don't have delete project here, and let's just remove the unused imports. We don't have delete project here, so let's just go ahead and delete it. So we are going to go to projects, which is here, and instead of creating a project, we are going to delete it. So let's copy this, and then it's going to be a mutation. This is a delete project mutation. It's going to be ID of projects, project ID. And let's see, we really want to make sure that we are able to delete it. Now, the minute we say delete, That's what we're looking for. So we don't want to delete the entire project. We just want to delete that specific project ID. And we can just return this. In fact, we can say task ID is this and return task ID. All right. So error occurring during delete project mutation. All right. So now we have delete project. We don't have a project ID yet because we're not taking that in. But let's get that in from project ID of projects. Not the doc. We want the ID. All right, so now we have successfully deleted it. Now we just want to add one more protection so we accidentally don't delete the system level projects, because right now we can just delete whatever we want. So this is where we can basically say that if project ID equal to the get started project ID, and we need to define that, then let's just return a toast saying that, like a hug. We want to be friendly, so with our messages, so we can say just a reminder. And then with a description, we can say system projects are protected from deletion. Beautiful. So now we have this. Now we just need to define it. Now, if we go to constants, do we have a constant? If you go to utils, or in utils, we have an index file here. So let's just create a export const get started project ID, because we have used it in quite a few places. We have it here too, I believe. We have it in inline task, which is here. This is the inline task project ID. Now we could just also use the same here too. Now it's the get started project ID, and we need to import it. Same thing here, we need to import it. Perfect. So now if the project ID is that, then just a reminder, else we can just go ahead with deletion. So everything else can just move inside here. Perfect. There's nothing for us to reset. We can just redirect the user after it has been successful. All right. So now let's just go ahead and delete the camping project. So now if I go and delete the camping project, it has been deleted. And we saw that for a second we were redirected, but then it's gone now. So if we head over to the projects page, these are the two projects. So our project is successfully deleted. Now, if I want to delete this one, I can delete that too, and I'm redirected to projects. But if I go back to home, I still have feed the dog, I have buy the toy, and so on. So we also need to delete not just the project itself, but we also need to delete all the items too inside of it whenever we want to delete a project. Now, before we delete the projects, we have to basically query to-dos and then map through them and delete. So here we can just say to-dos equals await ctx.db ctx.run. Let's see, run. So now we cannot do that in a mutation to invoke another action. We have to basically do that in another action. So let's just copy this whole thing and do it here. So, whoops. Right. So now delete project and its tasks. Now, what we can do is here we can say wait ctx dot, this needs to be an action. And I can see how it populated the run function. That's because this is an action. So now we can say a run query, and the query is going to be api dot todos dot get todos by project ID. Const todos equals that, and todos takes in ID, which we do have, so we can pass that in. There you go. So now this is gonna give us a list of all to-dos. So since we also have to delete the tasks as well alongside the project, we first have to loop through the tasks, for example. So let's write that down. Loop through to-dos by project, and then delete those, and then we can delete the project. So in order for us to do this, we need to use something called as convex actions, because a mutation cannot necessarily invoke a query from some other database table. But in order for us to combine a few of these, we definitely need to run the query itself. So the way we could do that is by using actions. So the way we can do that is by using actions. So actions are very similar to mutations as well as query, but instead of calling mutation or query, we're going to call action, and we're also going to import the same from generated server. Now, let's just copy this specific code itself, and then towards the bottom, let's add that. So now let's just close everything, and we can say delete project and its tasks. Now let's add a catch block here and add a console.error. Again, same thing. Error occurred. There you go. Now, in the specific catch block, we need to execute these three things. We eventually definitely need to call delete project, but first we need to get the to-dos here. So let's do that. So we can say to-dos, or let's just say all tasks will be await ctx. Now this specific context, because it's an action, this needs to be an action as well. But this specific context, because it's an action, will be changed, and it will have additional functions such as run action, run mutation, and run query. So this is where we are going to use run query, and then get api.todos.get todos by project id, and pass the same project id that we have. Now this will give us the list of all the tasks that we do have. Now in order for us to delete it, we need to loop through them and then delete them one by one using the same delete functionality that we do have here. But before we do that, we need to use something called as promise.allSettle. Now promise.allSettle will make sure that it returns, it's able to execute our list of promises, which is what we are doing here. We are going to execute these promises as we map through all the tasks. And once it's able to do that, then we are going to delete the project because it's safe to do so, because all its tasks are gone. So here we're going to loop through them, but we're going to say use promise.allSettle. Now, this promise.allSettle essentially takes an array of promises like it says here. So we could just map through our task, make this async, and then task is going to be the document to do type, and then it's gonna just run the mutation api.todos.delete a to-do. Now, this specific to-do, delete a to-do, essentially takes a task ID, which is of to-do, which we already do. So we can just pass that in here. And task ID is going to be task._ID. So now promise.allSettle is going to map through all the tasks. And once it maps through, if we're just returning a list of promises, that promise.allSettle is going to execute. Now we could basically log the statuses that we get from promises. So we can log that here as well. So you can say all tasks, promises, deletion list. And we're just logging the statuses. Again, we can make it more verbose if we like, but for now it should be good. Now we have deleted all the to-dos. Now it's time for us to delete the project. And if we already have a delete project mutation here, so we could just run this. Similar to how we ran this one, we need to run mutation the same way. We're going to say delete project. Again, the project ID is going to be the same. And that's going to be it. except we also need to await as well. All right, so now we have deleted the project too. We're looping through the to-dos, we are deleting everything. Now in our front end, we need to make sure that we we need to make sure that we are in fact invoking the right function, because previously we had delete project here. So if we go back to where we are invoking the delete project functionality, then here, instead of saying use mutation, we're going to change this to use action. And this is going to be delete project and its task. Everything else can stay the same because we still need to execute it. So now if we head back to our UI, and if we check our list of tasks, for example, then let's just create a test project here. Let's just say testing project start direct. And then let's add it. Now we have been redirected here. Let's just use AI to fill in the missing tasks here. And it did a pretty good job on test communication between Starship crew members, which is awesome. Now, I don't want any of these tasks because if I go to inbox, all these tasks show up. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go here and delete them. Now, the minute we do that, we get redirected to projects. And now, if we go to inbox, all the tasks are gone too. Similarly, if we head over to our Convex dashboard as well, and if we go to to-dos, then those tasks are gone from here too, which is exactly what we're looking for. We want to delete all the projects as well as its tasks as well. So delete functionality is completed. Now let's go ahead and delete our individual tasks and project. So when I click on buy meds, I should see a delete trash icon here. So the way we could do that is by heading to task dialog, and towards the bottom, we need to add another div, and let's call this grid gap 2 before and w full. And this is gonna have the trash 2 icon with class name of w5 h5, so it's a good size. And if we go back here, you should see it here, which is not where we don't want it there, but we want it inside here. So you see it here, flex for this one, and then let's just give it justify, and there you go. That icon is right there. So now we can click on it. For us to be able to click on it, we need to give it a form. And this one, we're going to make it shorter. We don't necessarily need React hook form or any validation. We can just say delete a to do. Now, whoops, we are going to have handle delete to do, and we're going to pass an E, and let's go ahead and create that. So over here, so let's just do form, and let's wrap this up in a button. Now let's just make this type as submit. All right, so now we have the form. So let's create a function called as handle delete to do. Again, let's make sure it's e dot prevent default, and then this is where you wanna execute the specific function with the task ID. The task ID is gonna be underscore ID. Now we need to declare the mutation here, so let's do that. So let's say delete a to do, whoops, mutation. There you go. Then here, let's just say delete a to do. That's it. That's all we want for deleting a to do. So if we go back to our application, and now let's say I want to delete research campsites, then I can just delete it and it's gone. And prep slides, deleted, gone. But notice how there's no like validation that it got deleted. So we can just say const deleted ID. So if deleted ID, so if const deleted ID is not equal to undefined, then in that case, because remember that whenever it's undefined, it's loading, but it's not, that means it's done. So here we can add the toast where we can say title, it's gonna be trash. Successfully deleted. And then duration is going to be, whoops, duration is going to be 3000. Similarly, let's also import toast here from use toast. There you go. So now toast is already been added to, and once it's deleted and successful, then we could push it to as well. So we can navigate the user or not. They can stay in the view that they were in. All right. So you go here, we can go to test task and delete it. Pack camping gears and get started. Deleted, gone. Now if I go to inbox, check camping equipment condition, gone. So if I go back here, there is none of those tasks here. So we could pretty much delete whatever we want over here. That's pretty awesome. Now, if you want, you could implement the same functionality over here too, but you could delete the sub-todos as well. And I would like you to take that as a challenge, as a assignment. So as you can see, we have the homepage ready to go. And this is because I am providing you with all the styles for the homepage. Now, it's pretty straightforward where we are creating the header over here, then we have the get two buttons here, which is get started and start on GitHub. Every time we click on get started, there's a loading state with a loader icon that we show from Lucide React. And then we can basically log in. Now, the minute we log in, we also see a list of tasks as well. And all of this is pretty nice alongside search, today, upcoming, and so on. Now, if you see the actual application, you will see that there is a date here. For example, that's what we should also add to, because that's a detail that we missed earlier. But we could also create a new project here and say whatever we want, and then it would successfully create a project toast message. So all of this is really lovely, and with the power of AI, this application is really, really powerful. So I want you to take a step further and learn and add more AI stuff and more cool things to this application, so you would know exactly how everything works, because the best way to do anything is best way to learn anything. Now let's prep our application for production. So in order for us to do that, we're going to do a few things. We're going to head to layout page, not in logged in, but the main layout page. And here we are going to tweak a few things. We are going to update the metadata so that when someone shares your application on Twitter or Google or anywhere else, then users can see what the application is all about. So here we are going to add a few things. We are going to add a condition called as origin URL. And this specific condition checks if the node environment is production, then it shows this specific domain or this other one. But you have to be mindful that this specific domain is something that will only work for me, but you can deploy to wherever you like and configure this domain there. Then we have the icons. Now, icon is going to be the favicon ICO, and this specific icon is something that we need to drop right in the application. So there's a favicon here. Let's just delete that and get rid of it. And then you need this specific icon here. Now this is icon.ico. Then we need to set the main URL of our project, which is going to be the origin URL that we just defined. Then the alternate, that is the canonical URL, which is what Google uses to identify your site on Google. That's also going to be origin URL as well. So our metadata is looking pretty good. So is the font and all the origin URL as well. Now, we also need to tweak our at task, our to do, which is our task component, to essentially show a little bit more detail than we like. To show a little bit more detail as well. Now, if you take a look at the upcoming view of Todoist.ai app that we are building, in the overdue section, we also want to show essentially a Git branch icon and also a date. What was the date? Why is it overdue? And so on. So if we go to our upcoming view, we don't show that at all. In fact, in this list, we also want to show how many subtasks are there for this one. And if there are none, then we don't want to show any number at all. So let's go ahead and implement this one. Now, if we head over to task, that is exactly where we are showing the list. That is where we are showing the list of item and the checkbox. Now, we will resolve this a bit later, but for now, if we focus on this specific aspect, we have this empty div here. That's exactly where we should add that specific functionality. Now, what we need is we need to first add the Git branch icon, and every single Lucide React icon has some sort of a width. So let's just add that as well. And we're going to have a text foreground as 70. Now, we want to implement this aspect, and this aspect needs to be hidden in certain cases and shown in certain cases. Because, for example, we're using the same task component everywhere, and we don't want to show this in the case of today's task. We only want to show this in the case of overdue tasks. So that's why we need to hide it behind a flag. So let's say we call that flag as show details. Now this is going to be false by default, and show details will be a boolean value, and it's going to be optional because not everyone needs to pass that in, only the components that need it. Now here we can hide this whole thing behind this show details boolean flag. Now similar to this, we also need one more option, which is we need a subtask length. So let's just say one for now as a placeholder, but we need a subtask length here. So let's just say XS text foreground is gonna be 70. Now we need to make sure that they are in a row. So let's wrap them up in a flex so they can be aligned next to each other. So we can say flex, item center, justify center, and gap is going to be 1. Similarly, we need to implement it one more time, but instead of git branch, we're going to say calendar. And calendar is going to be the icon as well. And this one, let's just use text primary because here is where we want to show the date. Now, this date is going to be the due date, but formatted differently. Now, same thing here. We also need to make this primary color. Before we format it, if I just say June 10th, let's see how our styling looks like. Again, one last piece, we also need this one. Now, if you go back here, go to our app, and it's hidden behind the show details flag. So if we basically go to the upcoming page, and right here, when we render the tasks, like the overdue to-dos should have the flag show details equals true. Now, to-dos is not taking in show details, so we need to do that and pass that in here. Show details is going to be show details. Now, again, let's add that as a prop, which is going to be a boolean value. Again, going to be optional, so it's going to be false by default. Right, so now you can see that we have the one option, and at the same time, we also have a June 10th value as well. Same like this one. So let's now go ahead and format the date. Now, let's add the due date here. Keep this in mind. We have the data here, so we can just destructure the due date as needed. And this due date is going to be that. Now, let's use the moment library to format it. Now, we just need to format it using LL. Let's import moment. Now, if we go back, we see all the due dates, and I can confirm that all of these are in the past, they are overdue. Now, I have a lot to do here, but this is looking pretty good, and rest of them don't really show the overdue dates. All of them. Same thing here, we need to do the same in today's view as well. So if we go to the page, we go to today component. In the place of overdue, we just pass in true. Now, if we go back to today, we also see all the overdue items. And oops. And in this case, we don't need to worry about it. All right. Now let's get our app ready for deployment. Now I have gone ahead and run a command that's going to get us ready for production. So if we head over to the terminal, we need to run a command called as npm run build. Now this command will be run in the production environment as well when we get ready to deploy to a cloud server, which in this case would be Vercel. We will be using Vercel to deploy this specific project. Now, obviously, the project is down here. If we run npm run build, this is going to grab all the files together and then compile it down and generate all the pages as well. So let's go ahead and run. Now, this is going to run next build, which is going to create an optimized production build and also take in environment variables from the m.local file. It's also displayed the download size of the first load JavaScript. All right, so now things are looking pretty good. But you may wonder, well, we did have some TypeScript errors before. So we have fixed quite a few of them already. Now, here, we need to make sure that in auth.ts file, we need to declare a module next auth and add a interface session with convex token, because otherwise TypeScript is not gonna know that convex token does exist on session. Next, we have extracted this specific function out where we have extracted session.convex token is either going to be there or it's going to return null. And then it's going to retrieve the function itself. And we have added a comment which is which is slightly more useful for why we are disabling the specific line. And then we're invoking the function here, as well as convex token is invoked on line 16 as well. Then, if we go to page, we have set a default value of 0, but more importantly, we don't even need this. If we go here we were essentially returning an empty array when we clearly expect a total as number when we call get todos total by project ID. So we need not an empty array, but in fact a number. Then, if we head over to schema, we were not necessarily importing validator inside the schema, which was necessary for one of the tables. All right. And then we got rid of this specific file, tasks, because it was really good for us to get started with Convex, but because it was really good for us to get started with Convex, but we don't need it. Then we added a type guard. Now, remember, without this specific type guard, it was saying that parent ID does not exist on data. When in fact, we did say that, hey, data can either be doc of to-dos or it could be doc of sub-todos. Now, a way to get around this is using type guard in TypeScript, where you check if it's sub-to-do or not, and you say that whenever the data is sub-todos, then parent ID has to exist. And then we call that specific function here. And here we also give it a default value, which is of 0. We don't necessarily need to do that, but just to be safe. And we have covered our bases here and resolved all the TypeScript errors. Now let's go ahead and deploy this project. Now, I already have a Git remote set up, and this specific remote is where I would be deploying my project. Now, if we go to my repositories, this specific project is where I have deployed all my code. Now, what we need to do is also push the latest changes. Now, let's say you don't have a project, then what you would need to do is create a new repository, and it will give you the information to connect an existing remote. For that, you might have to do git remote add and then add the remote URL itself, and then add the remote URL there. All right, since I already have a remote connected to my GitHub, let's push this specific commit together. So I'm going to say ready for deployment and then push this. There you go. So now if we refresh the page, this specific commit has been pushed as well. And now we can connect the specific GitHub repo to Vercel. But before we do that, we need a few things. We need to go and grab all these values from the environment file, and then let's keep them ready as we deploy to Vercel. Let's click add new project, and then over here, this is the project we want to import. Let's keep everything else the same, but we definitely need all these environment files so that it works as expected. Now, if we hit deploy, then it's going to basically run the same command npm run build as that we did locally, and then grab that build and upload it to the cloud. So it's installing all the dependencies right now. And then once everything works as expected, then it's going to go and deploy the project. Now, Vercel is completely free, so you can definitely create your own project there. and configure as many projects as you like. And it is essentially the go to way to deploy your Next.js projects these days. All right, so now it's creating an optimized production build. And this is where it's gonna grab the environment values from the environment variables that we just added and then deploy everything. Now it's linting and checking the validity of types. And we also need to add the zero value here because that definitely was needed. Let's push this. Now, if we head over to the project, let's go to deployments. And now it's already building because our project is already ready to go. Now it's going to run the same steps that it did before, creating an optimized production build. Now it's generating all the static pages, and soon it's going to start uploading the build to a URL that we get. All right. So now it's deploying all the outputs. So if we head over to deployment, you can see that we have a URL, and if we visit it, this is some sort of a number. But if we go to Todoist application and just visit here, so if we go to Todoist clone, we have a URL, a domain, which is Todoist clone todoist.vercel.app. And this is what we can use to sign in with Google. But keep this in mind, sign in with Google is not going to work because if you remember in our client ID, we did set up the authorized JavaScript origins here. We added the main URL, but we also need to add our Vercel URL as well. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's paste this. We don't need a slash. Similarly, let's grab everything after the domain. All right. So now let's save it. And it's going to take a few minutes for it to work. But once it does, then we would be able to log in using Google too. So if you click on get started and use my account, looks like it's already working. And now if we head to home, you can see that we can see our Todoist application. So if I say pet and search for items, then all the pet items are shown as well. Inbox works, so does today, upcoming. We have all the different projects. We have my projects. Let's quickly add a task as well over here. And let's add it to camping trip. Buy a new phone for the trip. And let's set it to the future, or let's set it to the past. And now let's hit add task. And we are in the get started project. But if we go to camping trip, then this specific camping trip project also works as expected. Congratulations on deploying your application to production. So now this is how you can build your app with Next.js, Convex, and all the other technologies that we have used in this specific tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it. I will see you in the next one. Bye for now.